This guy reincarnated as a game villain. His fate in the game was to become a beggar and starve to death, but our boy wanted to do things differently and not be a villain. But his father wanted something else for his son. He said the kid had 1 year to put a baby in every maid in the castle so he could have male heirs. But our boy, who wants to be a goody two-shoes, went against it and told the maids they were free now and didn't need to obey his father. However, something strange happened. The maid, furious at being rejected, betrays the boy Moon and locks him in an abandoned servant's room. And in this secret place, every night she tries to obey the order to have a baby to be the future heir after Moon. Even though I'm sure all of you want to be in the protagonist's shoes, he doesn't even have time to sleep because the maid demands too much of him every night, determined to escape this terrible life of suffering, because there can't be anything more terrible than being fed, bathed, and cared for by a maid like this. So Moon trained every day to get stronger and maybe escape that way. After all, if he doesn't change his reputation as a villain in this world, his fate will be death. If you want to know why the maids act like this and how these girls have so much power and curves, let's get to the beginning of the story. The story begins at Gamble's house, where the MC wakes up in a royal bed and remembers having been in a car accident. We're off to a good start. The MC wonders if he traveled through time or if he really had an accident. Meanwhile, he notices that the place is somewhat strange and different. Decorations, luxurious furniture, a Western touch. Then he looks at himself in the mirror and realizes he looks different. He goes into shock, but soon calms down upon noticing his own beauty. He pauses to think and realizes that the event of being hit by a truck and appearing in another world is something he's familiar with, as he was an otaku. The famous truck-kun is constantly at work, folks. He ends up thinking that if this were a dream, he needed to somehow confirm that the world was real. So he picks up a knife and lightly cuts the tip of his finger with a very serious expression. He immediately starts screaming because the knife was very sharp and cut too deep. So many options, and he chose to use a knife? The scene shifts to a story mode, and we see that the MC's character offended a royal family and lost his noble title, being condemned to exile and to live forever as a beggar. The authorities tell him never to set foot in the empire again, or he will be mercilessly killed. The scene returns to the present, and the MC realizes that the world he is in fact, the story of a book he read a long time ago, and that he is a yellow-haired, idiotic villain who only serves to bother the main MC of the story. Then the scene shifts to the MC's old life. At night, he would read a single story, which is precisely the one he is living now. In this story, the MC is an illegitimate daughter of a royal family, and as time passes, she improves in everything, in all areas of life, defeating monsters and demons, until she becomes a heroine known throughout the world. As for our MC, in this story, he is a guy named Munkampel, a brainless villain, an idiot from an ancient family, who sends some of his men and servants to kill the MC. However, she always manages to save herself and evolves more and more. These plans end up going wrong. He is caught due to an involvement with a very important duke in the book's story, and is then condemned to exile and to live as a beggar for the rest of his life. The scene changes once more, and we return to the present. The MC realizes how screwed he is, since his character always ends up in trouble. Someone knocks at the door. The MC tells them to enter. "Master Monk," says Anne, the maid of the Campbell house. She informs him that the outfit for the ceremony banquet has arrived and that he should try it on. However, she notices that something is wrong. His finger is injured. He says he accidentally cut himself and asks for a bandage to stop the bleeding. Anne finds the word bandage strange and says she can heal him herself. The MC lets her help him. Anne takes his finger and puts it in her mouth. He is startled, but the bleeding stops. Apparently, his blood is very valuable. She asks him not to hurt himself anymore. He, nervously, says he will remember that. He thanks her, and she leaves. He is overjoyed with Anne's special healing, but remembers that in the story there was a black-haired maid, very kind and cute. He starts tossing and turning on the bed, very happy. Outside, Anne wonders, did Master thank me? Remember, folks, he is a villain. Back in bed, the MC thinks, why would a rich guy with servants bother the MC? He remembers that in the story, the villain is exiled after putting a potent drug in the drink of the Empire's third princess during the ceremony. Now he realizes that he just needs not to provoke anyone, and everything will be fine. He knows he can change destiny. Then he asks himself, when will this ceremony be? He remembers that Anne just brought the outfit for the event. In other words, the ceremony is tomorrow. He stays in bed, asking for help from a system, a voice in his head, an XP point, anything typical of an isekai. The plan now is to go tomorrow and apologize in front of the MC. easy. Maybe, who knows, she might even accept. He decides that if anything happens, he will run to her, kneel, and apologize. Suddenly, something falls from the ceiling and hits his head. It was a book. He picks up the book and says that help has arrived. However, upon opening it, he realizes there are no words there, nothing. Is there a special way to activate the book? At that moment, a little blood falls on it. As the impact injured his head, the blood touches the book, and a purplish-black fire begins to envelop the MC. Then he appears in another place, trapped. At least his physique is in good shape. He begins to wake up and sees a terrifying woman in front of him. "You finally woke up. It took you quite a while," she says. The MC feels pain because of the equipment she is using. She states that pain is inevitable and says something sinister. He needs to cause pain and suffering, become a true villain, not a hesitant man. This makes her sad. She continues saying that he belongs to her, that no matter how long it takes, he will be cruel. "We will be together forever. Not even death can separate us." She approaches to harm him, and he falls into despair. Then he wakes up. It was just a nightmare. Even so, he feels pain in his body. The dream was too real. He picks up the book and thinks that perhaps if he tries to change destiny, something worse might happen. But upon looking at the book, the phrase appears, "Do not change destiny." Perhaps he really has to cause chaos in the story. After all, in the end, he will still be alive. Besides, the original character was very stupid, and he is different. He lived in modern society. He has superior capabilities for that era. He decides that he will use the people around him as tools to achieve success. The scene changes. He is eating a high-quality steak, enchanted by the noble cuisine. His mother, Duchess Noyce Campbell, finds it strange that he is so happy. His father, Duke Leopoldo Campbell, says that the ceremony is very important for his life. The MC replies that he is just anxious. His mother is happy, thinking that he will stand out among the princesses. His father comments that he already has someone special, the empire's third princess, Celia. The MC is encouraged upon realizing that his parents are good people. He remembers that in the story, Celia is known as the most beautiful woman in the empire. He also knows that his family ends up exiled. He cannot let that happen. The ceremony is tomorrow. The MC thinks about how to poison Princess Celia, but with a different drug than the original. Suddenly, a girl accidentally bumps into him, spilling black tea. He asks if she is okay. The girl gets scared and starts apologizing, fearing punishment. He helps her and notices that she has a fever. He tells her to rest even with the ceremony approaching. Anne appears and he asks the girl's name, Noel. He orders all staff to rest to avoid problems at the ceremony. Anne and Noel find his behavior strange, as he had never acted like this before. Later, he looks for something important and finds a VIP pass to the black market. At night, he goes out to find it near Belrand. He enters, saying he is looking for carrion, and is allowed to pass. The place is full of magical ingredients and suspicious items. In a shop, a masked woman attends to him. He asks for a potion that would render someone unconscious for hours. She explains that, upon contact with a drink, the potion becomes invisible. A small amount could knock out even an elephant. The price, 130,000 emily. He doesn't have the amount, but Anne appears there and sells information in exchange for the potion. The shop accepts the deal. The MC pays his part and also receives another potion to enhance the effect. The woman says that the information could yield a lot of money by selling it to rival dukes. Later, at the ceremony, the MC interacts with several nobles, all suspicious because of his terrible reputation. Finally, the third princess, Celia, arrives. He greets her politely and praises her beauty. She finds it strange, but thanks him. During the party, the true MC of the story, Ariel Poncart, arrives. She greets the MC. He replies politely, calling her by name. Ariel is shocked. Before, he treated her badly, and now he acts with respect. Suspicious, she slaps his hand and tells him to get out of the way. Even so, the MC knows that from now on, everything will be different. He ends up giving a speech to everyone in the empire, and the speech finally concludes. Now he just needed to find Princess Celia. He quickly finds her and apologizes for leaving her alone. A man cannot do that to his future wife. He invites her to dance. Even though she found it strange, since it was the day of the ceremony, Celia accepted. Everyone turns their attention back to the two of them as they dance together. Our MC praises Celia once more, saying that she has a lot of talent for dancing. She realizes that he has changed quite a bit. He wasn't like this before. He asks if he has changed that much, and Celia recalls that the last time he invited someone to dance, he said, "Woman, be happy, for I, Moon, show mercy by granting you the right to dance with me." Celia imitates him perfectly, and he becomes embarrassed. Our Moon asks her to forget that horrible past and focus on a new present by his side. In the middle of the dance, he asks her to go to his room after the music ends. She thinks they would have something more intimate, but that's not what he wants. He merely wishes to discuss their future, their marriage, and twin pelt. He explains that the marriage is forced, as they don't like each other, also that the king can maintain ties with the MC's father. He says they can cancel this marriage. Celia understands immediately and states that they need to resolve this at once. once. Moon realizes she fell for the bait, but Celia wonders where his room is. She pulls him forcefully there. Two peculiar maids comment that they should keep an eye on them. The scene shifts to the room. He offers wine, but Celia doesn't drink anything alcoholic. Meanwhile, the MC tries to figure out how to administer the potion without raising suspicion. Since she doesn't drink wine, he suggests black tea. She accepts, still suspicious. He prepares the tea with an exaggerated smile. Celia finds such happiness over something so simple strange. Moon puts the potions in the tea. Celia appears asking if he's finished, and he replies that he's almost done. He asks her to sit down and wait a bit. She leaves again, and he is almost caught red-handed. Luckily for him, part of the potion spills onto the floor. Even so, he decides to use what remained. He finally hands over the tea. Celia observes the drink with suspicion. This tea is too red, he improvises. It's a variation from my family's farms, called Great Red Hop. Then how about you drink first, Moon? She teases. He says there's no reason for suspicion, and brings the mug to his mouth. Before he drinks, Celia takes the mug from his hand and swaps it for the cups. Then she finally drinks. In seconds, she feels something strange. She calls his name and faints. Moon reveals that he put the potion in both mugs. Now he needs to prepare because in the original story, the MC would appear right after. He adjusts Celia's position to make it look more compromising. For some reason, he removes part of his own clothing and begins to wait. Time passes. He looks at the clock and realizes something is wrong. Ariel hasn't appeared. He remembers that in the original story, Ariel was going to the bathroom when someone spilled tea on her clothes. On the way, she heard noises in Moon's room and went in to investigate. But the one who spilled the tea was Noel. Since he told Noel to rest, he changed the course of history, which means Ariel will never come. Suddenly, Celia begins to stir. He realizes that perhaps he didn't need to use the potion. The atmosphere turns cold. He gets slapped across the face. Celia wants to fight. He tries to explain that it was all a big misunderstanding. However, he realizes that she doesn't want to kill him. In fact, she wants something even more unexpected. Moon tries to call for help, but Celia goes on the attack and hits him squarely. The scene cuts. Elsewhere in the mansion, we see Ariel with dirty clothes. Leah, her companion, spilled something on her. In the hallway, Ariel looks for a bathroom, but finds Anne. Anne says that area of the mansion is forbidden and asks Ariel to go back. Ariel questions why. Anne replies that it's a secret. Even so, noticing the dirty clothes, Anne uses magic to clean them. Ariel is surprised to see that magic can even clean clothes. Anne thanks her for the conversation and mentions that a special cake will be served soon. Cake. Ariel loves cake. She thanks her and hurries off to secure her peace. Anne waves with a strange look. Ariel thinks that perhaps Anne smelled blood, as if something bad had happened, but decides not to get involved. The most important thing at the moment is the cake. The scene shifts to two maids talking in secret. They are on a mission and need to act fast. One comments that the magic monitoring the rooms detected something peculiar. Two people involved in something suspicious. They begin to imagine that the two are doing that. The scene changes once again, and we see our MC thrown on the floor. The fight is over, but the real battle is just beginning. He knows he's screwed. She prepares to finish him off, and he needs to stop her somehow. Then he starts speaking dramatically, saying he should have valued her more, that he shouldn't have lost her. Oh, if only I had another chance. Celia almost kills him at that moment. She realizes how despicable he was. Moon tries to argue that he's not disgusting, but she loses her patience more and more. Celia states that if he truly liked her, he would have tried harder as a man. Perhaps, who knows, she might have even fallen for him. But he chose the cruel path. He chose to poison her, something despicable and shameful. After that, it's hard to defend. He tries to apologize, but Celia tells him to shut up. She didn't want to hurt him, but she sees no other option. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. Celia grabs him by the neck and tells him to go to the door and warn whoever is outside not to enter. She lets him go and says she'll spare him for now until they finish that. Moon quickly puts something on and goes to answer, feeling that he could die at any moment. He opens the door expecting to see Ariel, but who appears is one of the new maids, bringing cake and tea to brighten the couple's special moment. Moon lets her in and asks her to put everything on the table. However, he finds something strange about her. Anne had already said that the new maids should only help with the banquet, not circulate through the mansion. At that instant, the maid advances towards Celia. Moon realizes she is an assassin, and he is not the target. A loud impact echoes through the room. Celia asks if her own brother sent that assassin to kill her. The assassin replies that she cannot reveal information, and says that Celia, this is the end for you. She activates explosive magic. The explosion happens. The assassin retreats, certain that she has won, but Celia uses defensive magic and counterattacks with full force. Moon realizes that if he stays there, he will die too. When he tries to leave, the door is locked, likely sealed with magic. He wonders how they managed to invade the mansion, and remembers that by allowing new maids recently, he had opened a vulnerable vulnerability. As he thinks, the fight continues intensely. The original story no longer exists. Everything has changed. Celia realizes that the assassin is not alone. The assassin in turn recognizes how prepared Celia is. Celia says she can spare her life. The assassin laughs and reveals that she was merely buying time. Outside, another magic is activated. The assassin pulls out a potion made with the blood of 100 children. The name of the ritual, Great Sun Sacrifice. Celia prepares to attack, but she is violently thrown against the wall. Even so, she remains alive. The assassin moves in for the final blow. Celia pulls out a short sword and tries to defend herself. The assassin realizes that Celia is at her limit. Almost without life force, she can barely use magic. Now, it would be enough to break her completely. Even wounded, she remains standing, strong, intelligent, and determined. The assassin advances to kill, and then, unexpectedly, Moon steps in front. The great Muncampel takes the blow. Celia is shocked. He is too. Earlier during the fight, the assassin had told him to leave, as he was not the target. But he realizes that he cannot watch Celia suffer. He shouts at her, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The assassin raises her blade to decapitate him, but Celia charges forward with everything she has and strikes the enemy's neck. Finally, it's over. Moon falls to the ground. Celia asks if he hired the assassin. He replies that he didn't. He says that it's fine, even if he dies. A short while ago, she told him he needed to act like a man. Now he is doing exactly that. Celia kneels beside him and states that if he dies there, it will be too late for any regrets. He still manages to say a few words before falling asleep forever. Celia states that she will tell his parents his last words, but the MC says it's not necessary. He says that he was always just a nuisance and that there's no reason to report anything. However, if he had to leave any last words, they would be simple. "I'm sorry, Celia, and I really liked you." The MC's hand falls limp. Celia refuses to accept that he died for her. She doesn't accept that outcome. Somehow she decides that she will bring him back, but that doesn't mean she will accept his apologies. The scene changes, and we see Moon in an absolute void, without clothes. He finds the environment strange and wonders if that is what death is, a silent emptiness. As he reflects on everything that happened, a black and purplish energy appears around him, just like before. He gets scared. Then strange messages appear before him. Arrogance progress, 50%. Jealousy progress, 99%. And other similar indicators. What is this? He asks himself. The book appears open before him, revealing a phrase that encourages him not to give up. He gets annoyed, thinking that it could have appeared earlier to save him. The book begins to pull him, as if absorbing him. The scene changes again. Now we are in Belrand. We see the other assassin running, complaining that she should have eliminated Moon earlier to avoid problems. Suddenly, an imposing figure appears before her, enveloped by a powerful aura with the symbol of a lion. It is Lom Campbell, the MC's father. He declares that no one should harm his son, and that what happened will never be repeated. The assassin realizes that she will not leave there alive. We return to the MC's room. Anne is sitting beside the bed when he finally wakes up. She shows both relief and concern, asking how he feels. He replies that he just needs to go to the bathroom, and that there's no need to call a doctor. However, as he tries to stand up, he feels an intense pain in his chest. Anne carefully holds him. He is extremely weak. She explains that it is her duty to take care of him and mentions that there is a urinal nearby. Furthermore, Anne had taken care of him for several days. She cleaned his wounds, administered medicine, and ensured his recovery. She practically asks if she needs to help him with his clothes. The MC feels embarrassed but states that he can manage, only asking for help to get to the bathroom. Anne agrees and carefully carries him, almost as if he were a child, determined to protect him. Once in the bathroom, he asks her to wait outside. Anne insists that she needs to protect him at all times. He asks her not to exaggerate. In the end, the door closes, leaving Anne outside in silence. Back in the room, he asks how long he had been unconscious. 3 days, Anne replies. His wounds were treated on the same day as the attack. Princess Celia personally summoned the Empire's best doctor. Due to significant blood loss, he remained unconscious for several days. He asks if Celia said anything after that. Anne replies that, directly to him, she did not. The MC feels a certain relief. However, Anne reminds him that Celia spoke with the king. According to the information, the assassin's target was Celia, and the contractor came from the black market, which had desired her death for years. The king was furious and ordered the destruction of the black market, sending troops to arrest and eliminate its members. Despite the attack occurring at the Campbell mansion, nothing happened to the family. The MC's father was prepared to face the king's wrath, but it wasn't necessary. All families in the Empire are under an investigation, except for the Campbell family. The MC asks Anne to calmly repeat everything, as it is too much information at once. Anne approaches and asks in a suspicious tone if anything inappropriate happened between him and Celia that night. He immediately denies it, saying that if he had done such a thing, he would probably be executed in the public square. Anne agrees that this would be possible. Then, she changes the subject and orders him to take his medicine. He feels sick after swallowing the medication, but Anne reassures him, explaining that it is just the effect of the medicine. The purpose of that medicine was to speed up the recovery of lost blood. Anne asked him to take it in a condescending manner, just as a good master would do. Outside the room, several maids were watching, noticing that Moon was irritated. One of them commented that he hated bitter foods, and that he would even whip the people who gave him that kind of food. Another maid suggested that they should inform the MC's mother immediately if something like this happened. However, the MC heard everything and ordered them not to do so, explaining that it was not food, but rather a very bitter medicine. Then, he drank it all at once. The maids ran away and closed the door, and right after that, he threw up all the medicine. Anne became very worried and explained that the medicine needed to be taken slowly, not all at once. Time passed and night fell. The MC thought that he now needed to prepare himself, as the story had changed completely. Although his parents asked him to rest, since he had literally taken a stab to the chest, Moon realized that now, above all else, he needed to survive. To do this, he needed to set goals and become much stronger, both physically and with magic. In his notes, he listed, survive, avoid the torture ending with that crazy woman, become stronger, and do not trust the Black Book. We see Moon reflecting on everything. He wanted to know who that woman was, who wanted to love him in such a strange way. He did not know anyone who looked like her, which made him nervous. He did not understand how things had reached that point and could not think straight. Frustrated, he threw himself on the bed and came to the conclusion that overthinking would not help him at all. The important thing now was to get stronger somehow. He would figure out the rest later. The MC remembered that in the original story of the book, the villain spent a whole year at the Magic Academy to learn how to, literally, create a light on the ceiling, and that was all he learned. The MC needed to become stronger so he could join Ariel's group, where he would certainly be safe. He analyzed that his body was in good physical condition, but his magic was not very strong. Placing his hand on his face, he thought, no, it is no use. Ariel and Celia were handpicked by the gods. They possess much more advanced natural gifts. Even if I train 24 hours a day, I will not even come close to their power. They are practically living cheats, surpassing anyone else. Celia, for example, was given the gift of ice and snow when she was born, and since she was little, she controlled this power with great ease. And then, there was Ariel, who at the end of the story received more than 10 new and different powers from the gods. In the end, Ariel could defeat any living being in history. The MC knew that, at the moment, Ariel was practically at the same level as him. However, she was slightly better at magic, and possessed some rare items that helped her a lot. Furthermore, she could fend for herself very well, while he, on the other hand, still died very easily. Then, Moon closed the book and reached the following obvious conclusion. He needed to become stronger and evolve faster than Ariel. He needed to surpass her before she became stronger than him, so that he could defend himself in the future. We see the MC happy with this conclusion. Even though Ariel was a living cheat, he still had a few tricks up his sleeve, and he even received a new skill after the attack from the assassins. The skill was the Black Book. We see the MC summoning the book, which, upon materializing, fell right on his groin. Writhing in pain, Moon yelled at the book. He scolded it for almost ruining such an important and sensitive part of his body. As the MC looked at the book with a very serious expression, it opened on its own. The book literally recounted everything that had happened up to that moment, step by step. Everything was well detailed, but the most frightening thing was that the book referred to him as Main MC. The MC was a little startled, but seemed to understand what the book wanted to tell him. There was also a red section in the book. This part detailed the unfortunate events that would happen in the story, such as the attack he and Celia suffered from the assassins. Suddenly, the book glowed and transported him to another place. He was furious about it. We see the MC in a different place, which he began to observe. He thought that perhaps this place was literally inside the book, like a dungeon. Something frightening appeared in the background. The MC turned to see what it was, but heard shadowy footsteps approaching. The assassin caught up to him and slit his throat. We see the woman with a completely new look, while the MC screamed in despair. How did she kill me in a single blow? He wondered how that woman could appear inside the book since she was dead. The book then began to move on its own shown again, displaying his combat abilities, his magic, and his shadowy footsteps. Beyond the entire general evolution process, he ends up laughing as he understands the book's true purpose. It is there to assist him. He needs to test a few more things and learn more from the artifact. Certainly, he will evolve much faster than Ariel, and he is prepared for it. We see Moon tired in bed, holding a clock. He says he only lasted 3 seconds in the accelerated time flow. The explanation about this time flow follows. Moon picked up the book to check his abilities, and realized that he had evolved 1% in combat and in shadowy footsteps, confirming his suspicions. He discovered that the place he was previously transported to is, in fact, a training dimension contained within the book. This means he can enter a world of illusion to learn combat arts and magic. Just like the assassin who fought Celia. Satisfied, he lies down in bed again. Now he can go head-to-head with Ariel, as he can train inside the book for as long as he wants. We see him using the book, which, in a comical moment, falls right onto his face. He then enters the dimension to train. However, an important detail. As soon as the training begins, he dies multiple times, suffering various attacks. He is cut in half repeatedly. During one of these sessions, someone knocks on his door. As you might imagine, it's Anne bringing the medicine he needs to take. She opens the door and says, "Master, it's time to take your medicine." Our MC is in his cave mode. Anne remembers that he always did this since he was a child and finds the habit cute and adorable. She uses a spell to preserve the medicine's warmth and thinks it's not good to wake him as he might be sleeping, and it wouldn't be right to interrupt someone's rest. Anne finally enters the room, and at that moment, Moon lets out a scream of intense pain. In the training dimension, the assassin's clone hit him in a vital spot. We see Moon completely furious with the assassin, as he didn't expect her to be so strong. He decides to try one more time, hoping that this time he can at least touch her, something he hasn't been able to do yet. Time passes and it's already daytime. We see our MC exhausted. After trying to defeat the assassin 185 times, never lasting more than 30 seconds, he feels a gigantic pain within him and faints, knocking over the medicine he hadn't even taken. He is on the floor, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He slowly gets up and lies down beside the bed, thinking he is finally recovering as he observes the light from the window. The MC knows he cannot truly die within the book's dimension, but the pain he feels there is real. He felt all of it, getting up with the pain of 200 deaths all at once. Now, he is determined to see how much he has evolved. He picks up the book and ascertains that he has evolved 35% in armed combat and 11% in shadowy footsteps, which is considered a form of magic. Even though he still cannot defeat the assassin, he is very satisfied with his progress. He decides to test his new abilities in the real world and uses the shadow steps, which make him move very quickly, almost like teleportation. The ability works, and we see Moon extremely happy to be able to use magic. However, something starts to hurt. It turns out that the MC's foot became so hot from using the magic that it is now burning with pain. Lying on the ground, he realizes that he needs to practice much more until he gets used to it. He needs to find a better way to train, perhaps with a master to teach him. Soon, we will discover that Moon will go to the Magic Academy. However, no one there will teach combat arts. He knows that magic is important, but if he learns both magic and combat arts, he will be ahead of everyone. While thinking about finding a combat master, he remembers that the strongest man, one of the most powerful warriors in the Empire, known as the Fire Lion, lives in his own house. The most powerful master of all is literally the MC's father. Yes, the MC's father is the strongest warrior in the Empire. The scene changes, and we see the past. Many decades ago, there was a candidate to be the best warrior in the Empire. This young man was only 15 years old and became part of the Emperor's royal guard. He led troops against civil wars and coups, in addition to preventing many conflicts with other nations and monsters. At 25 years old, he became a marshal of the Imperial Army, preventing hundreds of battles. He won hundreds of battles across the continent, even instilling fear in monsters, demons, and even great nations. Since that time, no one has ever dared to even face the Empire. At 32 years old, he received the title of Imperial Duke due to his incredible record and his promotions. This man never lost a single battle, not against humans, nor against other countries, nor against monsters. Yes, this is the MC's father. We then see the MC laughing, because the original character of the story was very idiotic and stubborn. He had the most incredible father in the world, and even so, learned nothing from him. So Moon thinks, why go to college. Why would he go to a magic college if his own father is the best college he could wish for? Moon decides that he will stay home to train with his father. At that moment, someone calls him. It was Anne, who asks Moon to go talk to his father immediately. The MC replies that he also needed to talk to his father. As they leave the room, we see other maids in the background asking Anne if she was promoted. Anne replies yes, that soon after Moon woke up from the accident that occurred in the mansion, she was promoted to head maid. Moon feels a little sad because the former head maid resigned because of that accident involving the assassins, Princess Celia and himself.
Anne tells him not to be sad because, after all, it was the former head maid's own decision. She felt it was time to resign. The scene changes, and now we are outside, with Moon's mother hugging him very affectionately. His mother is very relieved that he is recovering and asks him to call her mommy. Moon notices that his mother's hug is very strong.
His mother then takes his head, places it on her belly, and asks if he noticed anything different about her. And then the revelation is made. The MC's mother is pregnant. If you thought that, you were right. Yes, she is pregnant. She discovered the pregnancy when the doctor examined Moon on the day of the accident. The doctor ended up confirming that she had been pregnant for some time. Our MC is very happy with the news that he will have a sister or a brother. His father appears at that moment and asks if he wants more siblings. The MC's mother says that they need to take it easy. After all, she is only one. Sometime later, we see the family reunited. Suddenly, our MC is startled. Apparently, his father will have to return to serve in the Imperial Army. Our MC's father will have to go to the front lines later this afternoon. Within a month, the MC's Magic Academy classes will begin, and his mother will be the only family member remaining in the mansion, apart from the maids. We see one of the maids assuring them that she will take very good care of the MC's mother and the mansion. Immediately, the MC tells his father, "You can't leave. I need you." Moon then asks why he has to go, questioning if the Empire doesn't have a huge number of generals and other capable individuals. Why did it have to be his father? Why did he need to go to this new war that was happening? The MC's father explains that he is one of the few who can fight on the front lines against the demons who are beginning to prepare to invade the Empire. It is the Abyssal Demon Clan, the strongest of them all. The MC then remembers something horrible. The Abyssal Clan wishes to completely annihilate the human world, making humanity disappear. 3 years from now, Ariel will be responsible for stopping their advance. However, during these 3 years that will pass, the MC's father will be on the front lines. This means the MC won't have the best master of all to teach him. We then see our MC, Moon, with a bit of anxiety, trying to drink his tea. The scene changes once more, and they are arriving at an Imperial outpost. Moon is feeling terrible, very anxious about the whole situation, while his parents talk about the possibility of him having a new sibling. The MC's father calls him and says he is a great son because he tried to save Princess Celia even when he was close to death. Courage is something he does not lack. The MC's father is very proud to be his father and states that, as a man, it is his duty to protect his family and his country. The symbol of the Campbell lion represents what their family is, the sword that cuts down all enemies of the Empire. Now that Moon has grown and become a man, his father wants to invest heavily in him so that he becomes even stronger, the way he wishes to be. He then advises him to simply do what he wants and to become strong. Moon is speechless because his father's support was exactly what he needed at that moment. His father then hugs him and encourages him to start his life's journey soon. In the background, all this time, Anne watched them with a peculiar gaze, her characteristic look. The MC's father then prepares to reveal something important, information that will completely change the story. The MC's father explains that Anne was hired when she was still very young. She comes from a simple but honorable and intelligent family. Furthermore, Moon and she have always been very connected since childhood. Anne truly loves him and wishes to win over the MC. The MC's father continues, saying that the Campbell family needs to ensure its prosperity in the future. The MC interrupts him, stating that he is destined for Celia and that he cannot date Anne if that is what his father wishes. However, the MC's father explains that it was all just a false plan, devised solely to balance the Empire's powers when Princess Celia became the new leader. After that, the MC and Celia would end their engagement, they would separate, and each would go their own way. To summarize the conversation, the MC's father wants him to be with Anne because he has been destined to be with her since they were little. The MC's father had been planning all of this from an early age and wants a grandchild within 3 years, and that grandchild must come from Anne. This is an order, and yes, I was quite stunned because this information came very quickly. It seems our MC has been destined for Anne since they were very little. Then, the MC's father finally leaves, and Anne asks Moon if they mentioned her name during the conversation they just had, and if there's anything she needs to do. However, Moon replies to Anne that it was nothing much. He says that his father wants to bring them together, and even suggested they should have a child to expand the Campbell lineage and things like that, but that it was probably just an old man's joke, so there was no need to take it seriously. Anne just watched Moon say this. Moon touches Anne's shoulder and and says that she is a maid and has that role now, but that everyone will have their own path in life. He continues, saying that she is an amazing woman, the best maid in his family, and that an amazing woman like her deserves an equally amazing man, not a good-for-nothing like him. Moon still continues, saying that if she ever falls in love with someone, she should let him know, so that amazing person can be with Anne. He adds that someone who serves the Campbell family deserves to have a good person to spend the rest of her days with. He then touches Anne's shoulder again and tells her to pursue her happiness, to pursue who she wants. Then, he finally leaves, very happy, because he believes he has told Anne something sensational. He thinks that this probably made her very emotional, and that she must be almost crying. But Anne is standing there behind him, speechless and furious. How could she, who had inserted herself into the Campbell household, not be with Moon? She clenches her hands so tightly that blood seeps out and tells herself that Moon has truly changed. The young master has become a different person, and she can no longer expect him to remain this way. Time passes, and the scene takes us to the Campbell mansion, in the library, late at night. Our MC Moon is in the library studying, because even though his father is no longer there with him, he will still continue to dedicate himself to becoming the best of the best. While studying, he thinks a little about what he needs to do now. He doesn't want to participate in the academy yet, as he might end up running into the story's MCs, and that's not something he wants to do because he isn't strong yet. He will ask Anne for a temporary leave to not participate in the academy for a good while. He continues planning that he needs to study the martial arts manuals. And after assimilating what he has learned, he will practice within the book's simulation to finally defeat that assassin. To grow stronger, he closes one of the books on martial arts and magic that he was reading. Then, Moon picks up the black book. He wants to test something, and upon using the book, realizes something incredible. He doesn't need to read it completely. Just reading a good portion is enough to learn the skills the work contains. It is an extremely powerful and, at the same time, fantastic ability for him. Satisfied, Moon gives the book a light tap. When he first received it, he didn't know its utility, which made it useless. Now, however, the book proved to be very valuable. As he expressed his satisfaction, Anne appears. She asks if he is still studying, and he confirms. Apparently, Anne came to bring dinner. While she helps him sit down and prepares the meal, Moon comments that all the mansion staff went with his father. Only Noel and 3 other maids besides Anne remain to take care of the entire property. It's a lot of work for only 4 people, but Anne replies that this is everyone's duty, even if it's exhausting. She then takes out a very rare wine. Anne explains that one of the counts, a friend of the MC's father, sent the drink as a gift, an extremely rare item so they could try it. She mentions that only 100 bottles of this wine are produced per year, and that on the market, it sells for up to 200,000 emeries, the local currency. Anne then asks Moon if he would like to try some of the rare drink. However, while eating, he refuses the offer. He explains that the wine would make him sleepy, and since he is still studying, he doesn't want to stop anytime soon. Upon hearing the refusal, Anne grips the wine bottle a little tighter, a subtle gesture, and asks what he would like to drink. Moon replies that coffee would be perfect for him to continue studying. Anne replies that unfortunately, there is no coffee, as one of the maids left the container open and the contents spoiled. The only remaining option is black tea, which they have in large quantities in the mansion. While eating, Moon reflects and realizes that he has felt something familiar in this conversation, as if he had experienced that situation before. He is a little disappointed that there is no coffee, but he accepts the black tea to stay awake and continue studying all night. Finally, he brings the cup to his mouth and takes a sip, but immediately feels that something is wrong and drops the pen he was holding. Then, Moon faints, pointing his hand towards Anne and accusing her of betrayal. Meanwhile, Anne carefully supports him. In her thoughts, she tells him not to worry, as she would never betray the love of her life, revealing a possessive and obsessive nature. She tells him to have sweet dreams as he loses consciousness. In her thoughts, Anne laments that he said such cruel words, even though she loves him so much. The only thing Anne can do to purify the MC's heart is to force him to accept her love. She declares that they will be together forever. When Moon finally wakes up, he realizes that his hands and feet are bound. At that moment, he remembers the girl who appeared when he entered the book. And yes, that girl was Anne. He really was very foolish for not having realized it before. Manwha then asks Anne what she is trying to do to him. Anne replies that he is very silly for not having realized what she wanted to do. She had clear intentions. Manwha shouts at Anne, questioning what she thinks she is doing. He demands that she stop and release him, suggesting that they could talk about the situation more calmly, but not in that manner. However, Anne simply places 2 fingers over his lips, silencing him. She whispers that it is already too late and that the young master doesn't need to do anything else, just leave everything in her hands. Then, Anne declares to Manwha that night, from head to toe, inside and out, from flesh to soul, everything he possesses will belong to her. His entire being, his scent, every strand of hair and every drop of blood would be hers alone, and no one else's. Finally, after what seemed like 10 times, everything was over. Manwha could barely process his state, feeling completely exhausted. He couldn't believe that Anne had the energy to continue for so long. He no longer felt his own body. It was then that he realized the person responsible for turning the original character into an idiot had been Anne. She probably did the same things to the original MC of the story, which explained a lot about his behavior. He remembered past moments when Anne went to great lengths to please him. He had told her that she didn't need to try so hard, but as he spoke, Anne put her finger in his mouth again, stating that she would do everything her way because he belonged to her. Anne continued, telling Manwha that she would never abandon him and that she would stay with him forever, demanding that he accept it once and for all. Manwha was perplexed by the declaration. He had not expected something like that. Who would have thought that the most beautiful, kind, and trustworthy maid of all was, in fact, Mayantari, a woman obsessed with the MC. She was the person behind the ruin of the original character, turning him into a complete idiot so she could control him as she pleased. As he reflected on this, he admitted to himself that the previous night hadn't been entirely bad, despite the struggle. However, he remembered a prophecy in the Black Book that said if he continued with Anne, he would end up dying at her hands. Yes, the prophecy indicated that Anne would kill the MC. With that terrifying thought, Manwha decided that he needed to leave there immediately. He had to escape from Anne as quickly as possible and maintain the greatest distance he could, otherwise everything would be lost and his death would be inevitable. However, as he tried to move, Anne woke up. She asked what he was trying to do. Manwha, acting quickly, replied that his wrist was hurting, and he just wanted to move a little to relieve the pain, since he had been restrained for a long time. Anne, however, completely ignored him. She said it was already noon, and that she needed to get ready to clean the mansion. As she dressed, with Manwha still restrained behind her, she commented on how much it pained her to have to separate from him, even if only for a few minutes or hours. However, she needed to take care of the mansion's affairs so that others wouldn't suspect anything. And as she finished dressing, she continued to talk to him. The young master, Manwha, belongs only to her. While the other people are in the mansion, she thinks she should probably kill all of them so they won't bother her and Manwha. The MC, shocked, yelled at her, "What do you mean eliminate? Are you going to kill them? They are good people." At that moment, Anne finished getting ready, but Manwha continues yelling, saying that he will not allow her to do something like that. However, Anne approaches him and says that if there is another maid who likes the young master, she will kill her. She then speculates that the maid closest to him is Noel. Mon denies, telling her not to make things up, and that Noel has nothing to do with him. As he speaks, Anne starts to laugh. She tells him that it was just a joke and that she wouldn't do something so exaggerated. Anne states that she wants to be with him, but not to the point of killing someone, because that would be going too far and something she cannot do. Mon then argues that if she truly loves him, she could at least take the handcuffs off his hands, because they are hurting him. And to his surprise, Anne releases him. The handcuffs are finally removed from his wrists and ankles. Anne warns him not to try anything stupid, or something bad will happen to him. She continues explaining that the room is secret, and that no one in the mansion knows of its existence. The walls and door are reinforced with steel, and there is only one special key to open it, completely different from the others. Anne reveals that she worked hard for a long time to build that place. Mon questions if no one will suspect his disappearance. Anne replies that since his father and mother are away, she told everyone that he felt the need to go to the academy early, even though classes haven't started yet. The other maids simply accepted the story without questioning. They believe Mon is at the academy, when in reality he is trapped in that room. Anne approaches him again and reassures him, saying that no one will discover he is there. She promises to bring him 3 meals a day so he can eat well. She insists that nothing has changed, except that now she is entirely his, completely his. Anne claims to remain the same as always, the most loyal maid of the champion family. As she says this, she places her hand on an intimate part of him, leaving Mon visibly uncomfortable. Anne then opens the door to start her work, telling him that while she is away, he should be a good boy and rest. Mon shouts, asking her to at least give him clothes since he is naked, but she simply closes the door, ignoring him. Alone, Mon reflects on the situation. He never expected Anne to be the dark figure of the prophecy. He refuses to remain trapped like this, to be a mere object of pleasure for her. He thinks that what happened the previous night was, in a way, pleasant, but she forced him to repeat the act 10 times. If this continues, he realizes he won't die by stabbing or decapitation, but rather from pure exhaustion. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find a way out of that place and regain his freedom. He cannot remain trapped like this, and decides that he needs to try everything to escape as quickly as possible. His first idea is to try to force the door, but he knows that, being made of steel, it probably won't budge. Even so, he runs from the back of the room and crashes into the door with all the force of his shoulder, hoping to break it or force it open. The impact, however, only violently hurts his shoulder, leaving him in agony. Fallen on the floor, he realizes there isn't much he can do. The door is steel, and even the stone walls are reinforced with the same material. He thinks that if the black book could help him in some way, it would be a great advantage. And as if answering his thought, without him realizing it, the black book materializes and falls right beside him. However, the MC has a disheartened expression. He tells the book that he didn't call it, even though he mentioned its name. He believes that even if he trains infinitely, psychopathically, within the book's simulation, he won't be able to defeat Thion. After all, she is one of the chosen by the gods, just like Celia, so there's no way to defeat her. He remains lying on the floor with the book beside him, looking at the object. What could he be thinking? Finally, he picks up the black book and tells himself to hell with it. Since he's going to be trapped there doing nothing, he might as well train within the dimension. He can try somehow to prepare to face Thion, even if it seems impossible. But when he opens the book, he notices something. The books he read the day before are all there. All the information he needs is contained within the black book, and this will probably help him escape that place. A good amount of time passes, and we see Moon training. He is literally doing push-ups, managing to complete 200 repetitions. Yes, 200 push-ups. Exhausted, he collapses to the floor. He realizes that his body's physical condition is very good, and he reflects that the black book helps him greatly with magic and martial arts. However, to strengthen his body, he needs to resort to primitive methods. That is, good old gym workouts or calisthenics. While on the floor, angry and crying, he decides that he will no longer allow Celia or Anne to be stronger than him. Now, he will truly get stronger, and he is willing to do anything for it. At that moment, Anne arrives and says she is very happy to see the young master with so much energy. Moon realizes that she has returned and brought some things for him. She lets out a giggle when he asks if she has finished her work, as it seems she has just arrived home. Anne finds this very cute, as if he were waiting for her. She tells him that she has prepared a delicious meal and a warm bath, just the way he likes it so he can take a good bath. He replies that this is great, as it has been 2 days since he last bathed or eaten something so delicious. However, Anne has a suggestive air and asks what he prefers, to take a hot bath first and then eat, or perhaps eat something else. Moon replies that he wants to take a bath and eat the meal. He doesn't want to eat anything other than the food. While the MC is in the bathtub, he asks Anne if there is something wrong with the bath. She asks if the water temperature isn't good. He replies that he is no longer a child and that she doesn't need to bathe him, as he can manage very well on his own. Then Anne makes a suggestive gesture and asks if, in just one night, the young master has stopped liking her. He quickly replies, "No, it's not that." Anne becomes very happy to hear that, stating that young Master Moon belongs completely to her, and that she must wash every inch of his body. Then, Anne licks his ear. She then asks if he wants a physical struggle, stating that he doesn't need to hold back and can ask her freely. However, Moon replies that it's not that. He just got a little excited because she was touching him in a very sensitive way. Anne finally stops bothering him. She says that it's all right and that she will stop bothering him with that. She replies that if he insists on bathing alone, it's fine, but that, at least at dinner, she needs to feed him. Anne takes a small, very warm and seasoned piece of meat and places it in his mouth. He likes it very much, finding the taste delicious, and ends up taking more to eat. He replies to Anne that not even when his parents were present had he eaten a steak as delicious as that one. The steak Anne prepared is much more tender, firm, and flavorful than any other he has ever eaten. Anne then speaks in a convinced manner that Master Moon quickly notices, confirming that, yes, it is beef. She explains that, in fact, the ingredients had always been in the mansion, but she had never prepared them the way Master Moon liked. That is, this time she is testing different seasonings for him. While Anne cleans his face, he asks from which part of the animal that piece of meat came, if it was the fillet, the neck, or the tongue. However, Anne replies to Moon that the flavorful part he ate is, in fact, a bull's penis. Moon immediately spits out the food. Anne continues, explaining that it is not a simple bull, but rather a Morkrita bull, a truly special species, because when these bulls want to mate and there is no female around, they end up using a tree. The tree ends up full of holes, such is the force they apply. We then see Moon imagining one of these bulls in action, and he simply throws up. But Anne continues talking, revealing that it was not just the bull's penis in there. She also added the penises of other animals, tigers, goblins, trolls, dragons, and many others, all from extreme extremely rare species, known for having very large genitals. He tells Anne that she is exaggerating, that it is impossible to eat all of those meats at once. She, however, replies that she has gradually been adding that meat to his food, so he would start getting used to the aroma and the taste. Moon becomes furious at this. He yells that he will not allow her to do that to him anymore, as it is something horrible. He accuses her of locking him up and keeping him trapped there, and on top of that, forcing him to eat that kind of meat. He questions how she could do that to someone she loves and continues yelling, asking how anyone could eat a bull's penis and call it food. Suddenly, Moon starts feeling sick and faints. Anne holds him as he falls. She thinks to herself that just one dose of that medicine was enough to make him pass out, and that, if he needs to lose his freedom in order to be with her forever, then he shall lose it. She then tells him that she will take care of everything in his life, and that the price for them to stay together forever is for him to lose a little bit of his freedom. A good amount of time passes, and it is already night. We see Moon waking up, and Anne approaches, asking if he has just awakened. She reminds him that the night before, they only did that twice, since he was quite exhausted. Stepping closer to him, Anne asks if he is feeling any pain because of what happened. He, however, does not even answer her. Faced with his silence, she suggests that they could make a deal. Since he has been behaving so well over the last few days, she could grant him a small wish, and then she asks what he wants. He finds the proposal strange, asking what she means by a small wish. Without hesitating, he says that he wants his freedom. She, however, states that this is not negotiable. Then he asks for some clothes, but she denies it again. Irritated, Moon yells at her, questioning that if he cannot ask for a piece of clothing or even a little bit of freedom, then that small wish means nothing. We see Anne pondering for a moment. She then explains that this small wish could be something like choosing the food they are going to eat for lunch or dinner. That is the type of freedom he will have. Moon replies that the wish to choose the food they are going to eat is at least something. He then comments to Anne that, by the looks of it, autumn is arriving. She confirms that it is. At that moment, Moon tells Anne that, at this time of year, he used to take walks in the park, admiring the autumn leaves while enjoying Count Lochta's wine and the fresh fish of the season. Anne becomes thoughtful and asks the young master if he misses the taste of the fish from that lake. She reflects that the lake is very far away, and sending someone out there would be complicated. We see Moon in a philosophical pose, declaring that last year he crossed that lake with pride, and now he is rotting in that cell, waiting for death. How tragic. He turns to Anne and says that he can no longer even taste those fish. What is the point of continuing to live if he cannot eat a fish as delicious as the one he used to eat this time of year? Anne becomes visibly worried about him, but he stares at her with a mischievous expression. She sighs and says that she understands. Immediately, Moon runs towards her and excitedly asks if she will really do that for him. Anne confirms that she will get a fish from that lake and bring it for him to eat, since he desires it so much. That is considered one of the freshest fish in the entire empire. He strikes a pose and declares that she is the best maid in the world, that there is no one like her. Anne becomes completely shy from the compliment. Moon continues, saying that he will wish her much strength on her journey, and that he will lovingly wait for her at home. Suddenly, something happens. Anne runs towards Moon and kisses him. As she pulls away to leave, she warns him that the lake is quite far, but that she will return before noon. Until then, he must behave like a good and patient young master. As she walks away, Anne thinks to herself that she almost couldn't control herself. She realizes that the young master is, without a doubt, the most adorable person in the world, and that she needs to catch those fish as quickly as possible. That way she will have more time to pamper him as he deserves. Alone, Moon thinks that Anne is finally leaving. Yesterday she left him completely exhausted, and now he has an opportunity to do something while she is gone for a good while. Then, our MC summons the Black Book, which is his treasure. He asks the book if, besides the dimension it created for that damned assassin, it can create other dimensions, other simulated training spaces. The book confirms that yes, it can. The MC replies that this is perfect, and asks the book to create a training space with 1,000 locks and rooms, all identical to the one he is currently in. The goal is to train a way to escape and become an expert at it. Then, we see the book opening and emanating its dark purple magic. The MC needs to prepare himself, as he has to master this technique before Anne returns. The scene shifts to the vicinity of Lake Penpole, known for its fresh fish. We see Anne approaching when a man appears and warns her not to come any closer, as a very heavy rain is falling and she could get hurt. The man tries to grab Anne's hand to pull her away from the dangerous spot, but she glares at him with a look of disgust and pierces his hand, all for the MC's fish. Anne then informs the man that only the young master can touch her body, and that the cut was just a warning. She threatens that if he continues to hinder her, she will cut him into tiny pieces and throw them for the fish to eat. Anne demands that the man explain what is happening, asking why the lake is so strange. Surprised, he calls her crazy for hurting him for no reason. He says that he only tried to stop her so she wouldn't die because there is something very dangerous in the water. He reveals that the spirit of Lake Penpole has awakened. A group of adventurers sent a team to examine the location and confirmed that it is a dominant-level magical beast. Currently, the P-level adventurer group is on a mission to exterminate the creature, and that is why the lake is closed. They are fighting the beast at this very moment. Anne asks, surprised, "Dominant level? So all this rain and strange weather are because of this creature?" The man confirms, saying he believes so. Everything strange happening is the creature's fault. However, he adds that if she gives him 300 gold coins, he won't report her for the injury to his hand. Anne hands him the 300 gold coins. The man is perplexed and asks if, even with all the information he provided, she still intends to continue. Anne confirms that she does. He calls her crazy, emphasizing the danger of approaching the lake, but she seems determined to go there. He then asks why she wants to continue, even knowing she might die. Her answer is simple. It's for love. All of this is for love. The scene changes again, and we see a mage. She is thinking that when the mission ends, she will confess her feelings for the person she likes. Her thoughts are interrupted by a shout. "Erica, what are you waiting for?" The one shouting is a young man wielding a sword and a shield. He orders her to use support and healing, as they can no longer hold the beast. Erica, the mage, replies that she will, but at that moment the creature charges. An explosion happens inside the lake, and from it emerges nothing less than a giant shark, similar to a megalodon. This is the spirit of Lake Penpole. The creature attacks the two adventurers, firing what appears to be a large ball of water. Roach, the warrior, uses his magic shield to protect himself. The lake spirit attacks with full force, but the shield manages to withstand the impact. However, Roach cannot bear the pressure and shouts for Erica to use her attack magic immediately, as he won't last much longer. Erica seems lost, not knowing what to do, but begins to prepare her attack magic. We see the mage preparing to use ice magic, but at that instant an explosive spell hits the creature, burning it from the inside out. The other mage, Tia, shouts for Roach to attack at that exact moment, as it was the opening they needed. Roach charges with everything he has towards the lake spirit. He leaps onto the burning creature and prepares for the blow, striking its head squarely. The impact causes the beast, still on fire, to retreat back into the lake. We see that Roach is very tired and a little injured, but even so, he displays a victorious smile. He turns to the two mages and says that it's finally over. Then, he addresses Tia specifically. He says that she fought very well and that her fire attack was perfect. In the background, Erica watched the scene, visibly sad, as she felt that Tia was stealing the attention of the person she loved. Erica couldn't understand why Roach liked that girl so much. She remembered her childhood, when the two of them were very connected and close. They had made a promise that they would stay together forever, but Roach seemed to have completely forgotten about her. Observing the two from afar, Erica thought about how much she had strived to reach him, but his eyes never turned to her. She kept asking herself, why? Why does he like her? She had been trying for so long for him to fall in love with her, only to see him become enchanted by someone else. Then, Roach called for Erica while Tia healed his injured hand. Erica's hands trembled. Roach said to her impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Come help us quickly. Don't stand there wasting time." He treated her with surprising coldness, considering he had known her since childhood. Despite this, Erica forced a small smile and replied that she was coming. At that exact moment, however, they realized something was wrong. A noise coming from the lake caught everyone's attention. Suddenly, the pemball emerged from the lake again. Roach and Tia couldn't understand. How was the pemball still alive? It had been severely wounded, set on fire, and hit in the head by a sword. It was then that they saw a second lake pemball spirit. There wasn't just one, and this one was much stronger than the first one they faced. In other words, they were in a terrible situation. Immediately, Tia used her explosive magic, but the attack, which hit the stronger spirit's head directly, had virtually no effect. The pemball lake spirit prepared to use destructive magic, and with a single strike, it shattered the entire ground where they stood. In the last second, Erica managed to pull Roach away from the attack. Roach told Erica to get away, warning her that it was too dangerous and that they wouldn't be able to defeat that creature. But Erica retorted, "What about you? You need to stay alive too." Roach replied that he had brought Tia into the team, and it was his responsibility to ensure she stayed safe. He said this with unwavering determination, willing to save Tia even if it cost him his own life. Erica was completely shocked. He was willing to die for someone he barely knew. Then, Roach charged at the monster to protect Tia. Meanwhile, a figure was watching them. It was Anne. She stood at a distance, conjuring a scythe out of thin air. She thought to herself that the pemball lake spirit didn't seem that strong, even though it was a dominant level monster. She recalled that to obtain parts from a dragon, an ogre, or a bull, she had to fight much harder. With the Pemball monster, however, she wouldn't need to tear anything off. She would simply obliterate it completely. Finally, the monster prepared to attack Roach. He realized he had no escape. He wouldn't be able to escape in time with Tia and prepared to die, knowing that such a blow would be fatal. However, Anne used protective magic, and what followed was an immense explosion. The explosion occurred very close to Roach, right behind him, leaving him bewildered by what had happened. Looking back, he saw that the Pemball spirit was completely immobilized. Erica was also shocked. The Pemball Lake spirit had been completely contained. Then Anne approached, asking Erica if she was all right. Erica replied that she was, and asked who Anne was. Anne then introduced herself. She said she was happy to have saved them, but now she needed to kill the Pemball Lake spirit, asking Erica and her friends to protect themselves. Anne then used magic that created several weapons out of thin air: swords, scythes, and axes. She used this entire arsenal to attack the Pemball Lake spirit. Erica was left speechless. Anne had literally created weapons from scratch, and they moved on their own. Next, Anne used another spell, creating liquid metal that penetrated the Pemball Lake spirit's flesh. Anne drew closer and closer to the monster, creating a ladder of liquid metal to climb. At the top, she formed a giant scythe from the same metal and told the monster, "The young master is very hungry, and you are the perfect food for him, and as a condition for being perfect food, you will pay with your life." With a single movement, Anne cut the Pemball Lake spirit in half. The attack was so powerful that everything around them trembled, leaving Roach utterly impressed. How could one person, with a single attack, take down a dominant class monster? Around them, even the fish in the lake were sent flying by the force of the impact. Erica is seen running towards Roach. She asks if they are all right, and they confirm that they are. However, Roach notices that Tia is badly wounded, but fortunately he has a healing potion to use on her. He then asks Erica to ask that woman who she is. Roach believes that if she joined their adventurer group, they would never face troubles and problems again. Therefore, Erica's mission as a favor is to find out more about the newcomer. The scene shifts to Anne, who is inside what remained of the lake. An important detail: there is no more water. The fish are all flopping in the mud. When the Pemball Lake spirit died, it transformed into two fish, one blue and one red, both extremely toxic. Anne lamented to herself, saying she was a terrible maid, as she didn't even know the taste or type of fish her young master preferred. At that moment, Erica approaches. She explains that the two fish Anne is holding are in fact edible, but require proper treatment to remove their toxins. They have a horrible smell and are extremely poisonous. Anne stands up and asks Erica if she knows about fish. Erica confirms that she does, explaining that the village where she lives is right next door. Her family constantly comes to fish in this lake and sells the fish to the nobles. She adds that the fish from Pinpole Lake taste extremely good, which is why they are sold for such a high price. Anne then asks if Erica could teach her how to prepare the fish, and Erica readily agrees. 10 minutes pass, and Anne is carefully writing down the entire recipe and the step-by-step instructions that Erica provided her on how to prepare the two fish. Anne thanks her for the instructions, but Erica says there's no need for thanks. After all, Anne literally saved them, so a fish recipe is nothing in comparison. Erica then asks for permission to ask a question, and Anne allows it. Erica asks, "Why did Miss Anne come from such a distant place just to fish here? Was it because of a special person?" Anne replies that it was. It was because of her future husband, who wanted to eat two fish from that lake. That's why she came all the way here to catch them. Erica comments that Anne must be a very loved person to have a husband like that, and that this man must be very lucky to have a wife like her. At that moment, Anne has flashbacks of what she was doing with the MC on those nights. As she picks up the bucket, she realizes that what Erica said is true. However, her husband still hasn't understood all the love she feels for him. Anne tells Erica that she needs to leave, as she has to return to Kemple Manor. Erica, however, loudly asks her to wait a moment. The young woman explains that she has a doubt about matters of the heart, and would like to hear Anne's opinion, as she seems to have much more experience. As she places the bucket on the ground, Anne replies to Erica. She says that matters of the heart are a type of problem in the world that has no single right answer, as everything is very variable. But, as a way of thanking her for the help with the recipe, Anne agrees to help Erica with her experience. Then, Erica begins to open up to Anne, saying that she has a very close friend who has been completely in love with a man for a very, very long time. The problem is that the man she likes so much is very distracted and ends up treating everyone with the same kindness. Anne asks, "So he's a flirtatious man, the type who spreads charm everywhere but doesn't commit to anyone?" Erica confirms that yes, he is exactly that type of man. She continues, explaining that this friend of hers was already ready to show the love she feels for him. Right at that moment, another woman appeared. Anne questions if this is a love triangle, and Erica confirms that it is. Lately, this close friend has been having many doubts and thinking about giving up on this man because he treats her in a way that hurts her. Anne says that she understands the concern concern that Urka's friend feels regarding him. Anne then states that she will be direct, without beating around the bush, and asks Urka directly, "How long have you loved this man?" Urka becomes completely startled and denies it, insisting that it's not her but her friend. However, it is obvious to everyone that it is Urka herself. Placing her hand on her head, in a gesture of surrender, Urka finally gives in. She says that it's fine, that she will tell the truth. She truly loves him very much, ever since they were children. That has been more than 10 years now. Anne then asks Urka if she loves him to the point of giving her own life for him. Urka replies that yes, it's obvious. Anne continues, "What else would you give for him?" Urka replies that she wouldn't just give her life. She would give everything she has, literally everything, to be with him. Anne then tells Urka that she already has the answer she needed for her doubts. Urka doesn't understand, and Anne asks why, if her love is so deep, she still needed to clear up any doubts. She already knows the nature of her own love. Still confused, Urka asks Miss Anne what she means by that. Anne advises Urka to follow her purest desire, to give her heart for him, to do everything for the one she loves, and not to regret her choices. You have to give everything you have for the one you love. Anne finally leaves, leaving Urka behind with her thoughts. To give everything I can for the person I love, to follow the desires of my heart. See, she reflects. Suddenly, she feels something inside her and starts to feel unwell. An internal voice asks her if she will truly surrender completely. Urka falls to the ground as the voice continues. Are you capable of abandoning all morals, laws, and even your own life for him? Would you sacrifice everything for him? Roach calls out to Urka, asking if she's all right. Still in her mind, the voice insists. Are you truly willing to let them be happy? Urka replies to the entity that no, that's impossible. She couldn't let him be with someone else because jealousy would destroy her from within, and she doesn't want that. She continues, telling the entity that she doesn't want that girl to end up with him because she has nothing special. The entity in Urka's head replies that it understands and instructs her to follow the deepest desire of her heart. To conquer him completely, leave your mark on him, transform him into something that belongs only to you. Urka argues that Roach is very strong and asks what she should do to conquer him. The entity responds, no matter how powerful a man is, if you break all 4 of his limbs and put a collar on him, he will turn into an obedient puppy that only knows how to bark. Don't worry, girl. I will grant you my power, the great strength of absolute love. The scene changes, showing Urka in a different setting, completely dominated by the entity. Then everything returns to normal. Roach asks Urka if she's alright, explaining that after that woman disappeared, Urka simply fainted and only just woke up. She replies to Roach that Miss Anne didn't do anything to her. She merely fainted from being too tired due to excessive use of magic. As for the favor Urka owed, she informs Roach that Miss Anne is a servant of a noble family and therefore cannot join their adventurer group. Roach is a little sad, as he wanted to at least thank her for saving them, but since she's gone, there's not much to do. At that moment, the aunt, who is already feeling a bit better, asks Urka about a strange mark on her chest, which wasn't there before. Urka is startled, questioning about the mark. Quickly, she hides it and says it's nothing, just a burn caused by the monster. She suggests that they should go to a safer place, as it's not wise to talk there. Who knows? There might even be a third lake beast, and if it appeared, they wouldn't stand a chance. Therefore, they need to leave there. Roach agrees with Urka, saying she's right. They need to find a good place to rest. He then picks up the ant, but she reacts, asking Roach what he thinks he's doing, and demands that he put her down. She states that she can walk on her own, even if she's a little hurt. However, Roach replies to the ant. He asks her not to be stubborn, saying that she weighs less than a feather, and that, because of that, he can easily carry her all day, if need be. The ant, however, replies that he's an idiot and has no idea how much she weighs. Meanwhile, Urka watches the two with a completely terrifying gaze. She simply looks back, observing their conversation. The scene then changes, something that hadn't happened for some time. Finally, the narrative returns to Moon's room, who is lying in his bed. Anne has just arrived in the room, and Moon is very happy with her return, as he was very hungry. It had been some time since he had eaten. Anne asks Moon if he really missed her so much that he became sad. Moon replies no, explaining that Anne disappeared all day, and that if she hadn't returned, he would probably die of hunger. Anne sits on the bed and says she's sorry for taking so long. She explains that she went very far to get the fish he wanted, and that the food is still very fresh. Then she finally shows the 2 fish Moon wanted, prepared just the way he asked. He notices that the smell is very good. Anne explains that she prepared each one in a different way. One was completely steamed and the other grilled over coals. She also asks Moon which of the 2 he prefers to eat first. Young Master Moon tells Anne that he wants to eat the steamed fish. Anne takes a spoon and brings it to his mouth. Finally, Moon eats the fish he asked for. He comments that the fish is truly delicious and asks if Anne wants to try some, as it's very good. However, Anne refuses, saying that the fish was prepared especially for the young master. She warns him to be careful of the bones, as that type of fish has many. Moon replies that he is no longer a child and that he will be able to eat it easily. However, However, after a few seconds of chewing, he realizes he choked. There was a bone in his throat. At that moment, Anne says there's no other way, climbs on top of him, and states that she can help remove the bone from his throat with a kiss. Moon asks, confused, "What do you mean, a kiss?" She replies yes, that a kiss is the solution to everything. Anne explains that since she has very strong powers, she can literally kiss him, cover his nose, and blow into his throat. This would make the bones go straight down to his stomach without hurting him. This would solve the problem. Moon, however, becomes completely terrified, thinking, how could a kiss remove the bones from my throat? But it's no use. Anne simply kisses him with all her might, and he can't do anything. We see Anne holding Moon's arm, and yes, they are having a very, very intense kiss, so to speak. A little tired, Moon tells Anne that he almost couldn't breathe anymore. She kissed him for so long that his breathing started to fail. Anne then tells the young master to look at her tongue, because she managed to remove the bones that were in his throat. Moon thanks Anne for saving him and asks if he can eat the other fish by himself now, promising that he won't choke again. Anne just watches him. Some time passes, and Moon eats the other fish while Anne watches him with great happiness. For a few moments, they look like a cute couple, but the narrative suggests that there are darker things behind it. After a while, Moon finishes eating both fish. He comments to Anne that the fish is indeed very good and famous, and that it makes sense as it's delicious. Anne then turns to Moon and says, since the young master is completely satisfied, how about we do that thing now? She explains that they need to follow the order in Tutuk, because the MC's father lost an heir to the Campbell house. Therefore, it would be ideal for them to have a child as soon as possible, right at that moment. Moon, however, gets startled and refuses, saying that now is not the time for that. Anne moves closer to him and questions his refusal, reminding him that just this week, they have already done that more than 15 times. Has the young master already grown tired of doing it so many times? She asks. Moon denies it, saying that's not it. Anne insists, then what is it? Why don't you want to? With a bit of shyness, Moon explains that he just ate, and that they say doing that thing right after a fish meal is not good for the body. He adds that Anne has also just returned from a long journey and needs to rest. Anne becomes very embarrassed, as she realizes that the young master is worrying about her health. She then replies that if that's the case, it's fine. They can do it later when it's night. The two agree that yes, they will do it at night to have a child. However, Anne says she has one more small thing she wants to tell him. Moon asks Anne what she wants to inform him about. Anne explains that on her way back home, she passed through a city focused on fabric production. There, she found an outfit that Moon would really like her to wear. Moon, confused, asks Anne, what do you mean an outfit that you think I'd like you to wear? Anne approaches and reveals that she bought an outfit. Well, one of those things, with a material that the young master quite likes. She continues, saying that the outfit has a very popular name that many people know, a bunny girl outfit. The outfit includes shiny and very long stockings, as well as some additional parts. At that moment, we notice that Moon's nose starts to bleed, and he is very impressed by the revelation. However, Moon wipes his nose and tells Anne that she doesn't know if he likes that kind of thing. He argues that he is a knight, a noble, and cannot like such nonsense. Anne, however, replies that he is very silly. She reminds him that she has been by his side all these years and knows that in his closet, there are some things related to this peculiar taste. She then asks if he never noticed that, since childhood, she has worn black stockings just because of him, because she knows he loves that kind of item. Surprised, he tells Anne that he always thought it was her personal choice to wear those clothes. He never imagined that she wore them just for his sake. Finally, he admits defeat. Anne truly knows that he likes black stockings. She laughs, commenting that she finds it very cute when the young master talks about things she already knows. Finally, Anne bids farewell to start her work in the mansion. She warns that she will spend the entire day cleaning and will only return at night. Moon tells her to take care and work calmly, saying that he will sleep a little during the morning and afternoon. We then see Anne leaving and closing the door of the room where Moon is. At this exact moment, we notice something in Moon's mouth. He thinks to himself that his goal has finally been achieved. Anne is gone, and he got what he needed. Yes, he is spitting thorns into his hand. He thinks the black book shows that it is now exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. According to this week's schedule, Anne should finish her work around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yes, who would have thought that the black book? The book was truly useful. He then realized he only had 3 hours to escape from there, as Anne wouldn't be back anytime soon. It was 3 hours to open the door, grab his belongings, and escape. Moon finally approached the door, preparing to use the thorn. He inserted it into the lock, applying a skill he had learned from the book, the thorn opening technique. Upon analyzing the interior, he realized the lock had an 8-core system. Moon withdrew the thorn for a moment, incredulous at the size and complexity of the mechanism. There were 8 internal mechanisms he would need to unlock. He reasoned about how the lock worked, Upon inserting the thorn, he would need to align all 8 cores simultaneously. If he missed even one and tried to force it open, all the other cores would return to their initial position. In other words, the situation was extremely delicate. Furthermore, he knew that the thorn he was using was very fragile. If the recoil force of the mechanism was too strong, it could easily break it. He could end up losing several thorns, and consequently, his chance to escape. He realized he only had 4 truly good and long thorns. The others were neither long nor sturdy enough. However, breaking a thorn was the least of his problems. The greater risk was that Anne would probably know. She would realize there was something wrong with the lock, and when that happened, she would never allow Moon any kind of freedom again. It was now or never. This was the only chance he would have to escape that room. Moon tried to open the door repeatedly, but without success. Frustrated, he threw himself onto the floor, swaying from side to side, lamenting that only 3 mechanisms remained for him to succeed. While he was there, he realized that an hour and a half had already passed. Time was running out, and he was about to lose his opportunity. He even commented to himself, ironically, that he should thank the blacksmith who made that door, as it truly wouldn't open at all. As he stood up, the black book appeared before him, this time of its own accord. Moon picked up the book, which showed him the current time, 5:30 in the afternoon. Only half an hour remained until Anne returned. He also realizes he only has 1 more fishbone. Moon has practically memorized the first 10 mechanisms of the door, with only 3 more to go. This is his last hope, so he decides to try 1 more time. In this attempt, he uses a technique he learned from the book, the Thorn Aperture, the ultimate power. Yes, that is the name of the technique. However, the scene changes. Now we are in the kitchen with Anne and Noelle. They are making fish soup, and Noelle, upon tasting it, realizes it is very good. The fish came from Lake Paintball brought by Anne herself. Noelle loves the soup, stating it's the best she has ever tasted in her entire life. In her thoughts, Anne thanks Noelle. Yes, in her thoughts, because it was Noelle who encouraged her to finish work early. With the soup ready and the mansion clean, Anne will be able to return to Moon's room an hour earlier than planned. While Anne is lost in her thoughts, Noelle begins to speak. She realized that since it's just the 2 of them in the mansion ever since the MC's mother left a few days ago, Anne has been preparing new dishes she had never made before. Furthermore, she is taking the leftover food somewhere, and Noelle is very curious to know where. As she speaks, Noelle seems to reach a conclusion about the reason for Anne's actions. Playfully, she asks if Anne is secretly raising some kind of pet in the mansion, perhaps a kitten. Anne is speechless, simply listening to the speculation. Noelle pauses for a moment, thinking while Anne remains silent. She then remembers that Moon never tolerated animals, which is why there aren't any in the mansion. Therefore, it's unlikely that Anne is secretly raising a pet. Even so, the doubt persists. Where does she take all that food? Anne gives a slight smile as Noelle continues to speak. The young woman theorizes that, despite Moon's aversion, Anne probably is indeed raising a hidden animal. She believes that Anne, being a very kind person, would be doing this in secret, as revealing to everyone in the mansion that she is harboring an animal could jeopardize her status as headmaid, since it is technically forbidden. Noelle then asks directly if she's right, if that's exactly what Anne is doing. In her characteristic way, Anne asks if Noelle can keep a secret for her. Noelle replies that yes, she will keep the secret without a problem, because she loves kittens. Excited, Noelle asks if she can see the kitten Anne is taking care of. However, Anne replies that it won't be possible for now. She explains that the kitten is very afraid of humans, as it was mistreated in the past. Therefore, it's better for her to take care of it alone for now, and perhaps in a few weeks she can show it to Noelle. Noelle understands and asks Anne to take very good care of the kitten, as it is an animal that deserves a lot of love. The scene then changes, and we see Anne opening the floor to enter the secret room she built. As she does this, she reflects that it was good Noelle didn't insist on entering with her to find the room, because if she had, Anne would kill her. She feels relieved that Noelle didn't persist. Anne then considers that Noelle's idea isn't bad. It would be interesting if the MC got a pet to keep him company. In her thoughts, Anne imagines that Moon must be very bored, locked alone in that room. Meanwhile, we see Moon trying to force the door open as quickly as possible. Anne remains lost in her thoughts, remembering that she is pregnant. She still doesn't feel anything from the baby in her belly, as she knows it's a process that will take a few months. Besides thinking about the pregnancy, the fruit of her relationship with Moon, she also considers bringing him some more books, since he enjoys reading so much. The scene intercuts with Moon, who continues trying to open the door. We return to Anne's thoughts as she heads to the secret room. She concludes that a kitten would indeed be a good option, and even thinks that probably her Chovy Moon would like a black kitten, just like her. This reveals a romantic side to Anne. She then decides that the best option isn't to keep imagining, but rather to ask Moon directly. However, However, she notices something terrible and drops the food she was carrying onto the floor. The door is open. Moon has escaped. The scene changes, and now we follow him. Moon is finally free, escaping. He realizes that the cell Anne built is in an underground sewage passage and that he needs to follow the airflow. He feels the wind blowing in a specific direction, which is the path he is following. Probably, that's where all the mansion's sewage drains. He almost falls to the ground, realizing that the place is very dark and he can barely see. Besides the darkness, there is a lot of dust and dirt, making vision almost impossible. However, he remembers something he learned inside the book dimension while practicing, a light magic spell. Moon is proud of himself for having learned to create a light spell. Although simple, it is extremely useful in moments like this. However, while Moon is happy with his achievement, something whizzes past him very quickly. It's a knife. Moon looks back, incredulous. He had walked a considerable distance, but even so, Anne is far away, having literally thrown that knife from a gigantic distance in his direction. Finally, we see Anne using all the magic she can. She declares that she has found the young master and that he will never escape her again. Anne sets off in pursuit right behind Moon. The MC realized he was in trouble. Anne had already found him, and after so much effort, he wouldn't let her catch him. This was his only chance to escape. He even shouted at Anne not to underestimate him, as he had evolved greatly. The MC used one of the spells he learned, Shadow Step. However, Anne used her liquid metal magic, creating several swords and other weapons that advanced in his direction. The attack destroyed everything around, but it didn't hit him directly, as Anne's intention wasn't to kill him, but to capture him. Anne maintained a very serious gaze, determined to capture the MC again. At that moment, a wardrobe inexplicably fell from the ceiling towards Anne. Without hesitation, she used her leg to break the furniture in half and continued advancing to find him. However, when she looked ahead, she realized there was no one there anymore. Where could the young master have gone? Anne began to think that he had probably learned shadow steps at school and hadn't told anyone, which would explain why he managed to escape so quickly. Little did she know that our MC had learned the technique just by observing the necromancer. She was certain she had sealed all exits when she destroyed the surrounding environment, but even so, the young master managed to escape. Meanwhile, the MC was hidden inside a wardrobe observing her. Anne hadn't noticed his presence. She admitted to herself that she had greatly underestimated the young master, as he had evolved significantly. However, even with this evolution, she was certain he wouldn't escape. She would find him. Then, she spoke aloud, promising that if the young master appeared, she would forget everything he had done and they could calmly return to the secret room. At that moment, in a gesture of frustration, she broke a nearby wardrobe with her hand. Fortunately for the MC, it wasn't the wardrobe he was hidden in, because if it had been, the situation would have become complicated. The MC felt a pang of sadness for running away from Anne. After all, she was someone who truly cared a lot about him, giving him food and looking after him. She was a very beautiful girl, but her affectionate side was a bit complicated. Anne, at that moment, analyzed the scene. She noticed there had been no change in the airflow, which meant he was probably still nearby. Still, Anne was worried about the possibility that he might have escaped without her noticing, even with the airflow seeming normal. Determined, she decided she would find him no matter what, and ran off to search for him. 10 minutes passed, and the MC remained inside the wardrobe. He thought he had almost had a heart attack as everything happened so quickly. In those 10 minutes, he imagined Anne must already be outside the mansion, looking for him somewhere. However, when the MC finally went to open the wardrobe door, he realized something terrible. Anne was there, watching him. She attacked the furniture, completely breaking it, leaving nothing behind. In reality, it was all just Anne's imagination. It wasn't the young master there. It wasn't the MC. It was just an illusion. It was a good thing it was an illusion. Otherwise, the story would end here. We see Anne going somewhere else to look for the MC. It turned out that in the wardrobe next door, that's where the MC was actually hidden. He was very close to her when she broke the other piece of furniture. The MC is literally sitting inside the wardrobe, thinking it's better to go far away from the mansion. If Noel and the others found out what Anne was doing to him, she would probably kill everyone, and he doesn't want that to happen. After a while, it started to rain. Inside, the MC waits a few more minutes before he can leave. Suddenly, the black book magically appears and falls on his head. The black book seems to enjoy doing that. The MC thanks the book as the impact woke him up. He was so tired he almost fainted. With the book, the MC realizes that 30 minutes have passed, and Anne is probably still outside, looking for him. However, he needs to leave now. If he stays hidden there any longer, Anne will start to suspect that he's not upstairs, but downstairs. It's time to go. The MC uses shadow steps to quickly leave the area. Finally, the MC manages to get out, pushing the wardrobe away from his hiding spot. He is free. He feels so relieved that he almost screams for having managed to escape. However, he restrains himself, knowing that if he screams, Anne will come after him with fury. Therefore, it's better not to celebrate now and instead run away as fast as possible. The MC flees the capital as fast as he can. He knows that if Anne finds him once more, the Black Book's prophecy in which she kills him will come true. Therefore, he needs to stay as far away as possible from everyone he knows and find a new place to restart his life. 2 days pass. We see a field in the barren plains, the same region as the city the MC visited when he was at the black market. He is near that place and completely exhausted, as he has been walking nonstop for 2 days. Finally, he managed to get out of the capital's reach. In other words, the MC is far away from Anne. He is almost falling asleep, as mentioned, he has been running and walking nonstop for 2 days, but he knows it's not time to let his guard down yet. If Anne magically appears nearby, he will have no way to escape. Therefore, the further away he is, the better. The MC realizes he only has 2 ways to escape Anne once and for all. The first is to return to his family's Campbell territory and hide somewhere. However, this isn't a good idea because Anne could find him after some time. The other option was to go to St. Mary Academy, and Moon realizes it's more worthwhile to take this path because there he would be safe. Even if Anne discovered his location, he would be protected by the presence of the teachers and the other students. And most importantly, his parents would know he is at the academy, which would prevent Anne from doing anything against him. With great determination, our MC stands up again. Now that Moon knows exactly what to do, the best course of action is to go straight to the academy to finally get away from Anne. However, at that moment, we notice 4 people in the background. 3 of them, who are together, are apparently mugging a girl. So we discover that these 3 are, in fact, bandits, and they want to steal any valuable object the girl is carrying. They threaten to hurt her badly if she doesn't cooperate, and this girl is none other than Urka. Yes, the same Urka who appeared a short while ago. Urka herself. Urka then states that she is an adventurer, and that if they try to rob her, they will suffer considerable consequences for it. She warns them that they will get a beating. Apparently, the bandit leader replies that they already know she is an adventurer. He assumes she is probably a mage, but claims they are not afraid of her. He explains that because she is too close to them, she won't be able to use any magic. Furthermore, she is alone, and if she runs out of mana, there's not much she can do without any companions to help her. Urka argues that they are mugging her in broad daylight, not at night, and that other people will probably pass by and help her. She suggests that some kind of hero might even pass by and hurt them badly. The leader starts to laugh, saying that a hero will never appear. He explains to Urka that she hasn't realized it yet, but they are professional bandits. When he says the word professional, the 2 bandits behind him perform a small demonstration, showing their meticulous planning and foresight. They explain that they have already planned their escape route, and a way to prevent her from escaping, stating that this is what it means to be a professional bandit. The bandit leader draws a sword and tells Urka not to try to go too far, because if she backs away even a little, he will cut off her hand. Urka finds herself in a difficult situation, as she needs distance to be able to attack. The leader emphasizes that there is no hero around here, because the area she's in is a place where virtually no one passes throughout the entire day. Therefore, no one will help her. But suddenly someone shouts from afar, telling them to stop. And guess who it is? It's our MC Moon. However, one of the bandits comments something upon seeing him. One of them comments that it's probably a blonde mermaid, comparing our Moon to a mythical creature simply because he emerged from the lake magically. Then, our Moon, with an imposing demeanor, confronts them. He says that 3 men are fighting against a single girl and challenges them, "If you truly have courage, come and attack me." The 3 bandits reply that they will indeed attack him. With a somewhat surprised expression, our Moon thinks to himself that they accepted the challenge too easily. The bandit leader turns to the mage, Katina, and tells her she can leave as they found someone much better to rob. They declare that now the target is our Moon. However, our Mono Moon claims he has nothing to be stolen. He explains that he only possesses the rags he's wearing, not a single coin. He then makes a proposal. If they want to rob him, they can do it later. Once he reaches the academy, he will offer 2,000 coins for each of their heads. The bandit leader interrupts him, drawing his sword. He tells Moon that they don't want money, clothes, or anything of the sort. He says they encounter many men every day, but that our Mono Moon is special because of his blonde hair and blue eyes. He continues, explaining that if our Mono Moon were a woman, they wouldn't care as much. But the fact that he is a man makes the situation much more interesting. The leader then turns to his companions and announces a change of plans. The goal now is to capture our Mono Moon. The intention of those 3 men was not to rob or kill our Mono Moon, but rather to abuse him. Our Mono Moon becomes completely terrified, as he didn't expect to encounter this type of person in this world either. Their interest was in other men, and that's why they wanted to capture him. But while our Mono Moon is being pursued by them, Urka prepares to cast fire magic. She unleashes the spell, which passes very close to Moon and hits the bandits squarely. The powerful fire magic terrifies the men, burning them completely. Even Moon is startled by such a display of power. Finally, Urka approaches our Mono Moon. This is a historic moment. Urka, who previously had a connection with Anne, now also also establishes a connection with him. Urka approaches and tells Armano Moon that the three idiots are gone. She then adds that Mr. Mermaid can now safely come out of the lake. Urka thanked Moon for managing to drive the men away, which allowed her to use her magic to kill them. Moon, in turn, said he hadn't done anything, merely made them move away from her. He also commented that her magic was truly incredible and that she was very strong. Curious, Urka asked Moon if he worked in exhibitionism, referring to professions where people don't wear clothes. The question was prompted by his appearance, as Moon was only wearing rags. However, he explained that it was nothing of the sort and that he had his reasons for being dressed that way. Finally, Moon formally introduced himself, saying his name was Moon. He mentioned that at the moment he was unemployed, but that, even so, it was a pleasure to meet her. Urka shook his hand and introduced herself as well. She commented that she was a former adventurer and that now she trained constantly to satisfy her husband. Then Moon asked if Urka was married. With a bit of shyness, she replied that she had gotten married the previous night. This suggested that the young man Urka liked was probably in the same situation as Moon, perhaps trapped somewhere. At that moment, however, they heard a rumble coming from Moon's stomach. Urka asked if he was hungry, and Moon admitted that he was, as he hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. She then invited him to come with her, offering to prepare something for him to eat. She justified the invitation by saying that he had helped her escape the bandits, and that it wasn't good to go 2 days without food. As for his clothes, the rags he was wearing, she said she had a spare outfit from her husband and would give it to Moon. Moon was completely overjoyed, as he hadn't imagined Urka would be such a good and incredible person, willing to give him clothes and food. As the two walked, he thanked her profusely, saying she was an incredible person, a goddess of kindness. Urka, however, replied that she was nothing of the sort, just an ordinary and simple wife who was always trying to do her best for her husband. Moon commented that her husband was a very lucky man to have such a beautiful, kind, and intelligent wife. After walking for a good while, Moon found the situation a bit strange and asked Urka what a married woman was doing in the middle of nowhere. She explained that she had gone to the city to resolve some issues related to her and her husband's work, and that she took advantage of the trip to buy fresh food. Moon found the mention of work odd and asked, "So, you and your husband are adventurers?" Urka confirmed that yes, they were. She explained that they were currently on a break, but she needed to go to the guild to notify them that they had stopped actively working. The reason was that, at the guild, if an adventurer didn't report in, they could be removed from the registry, as many end up dying on missions and never return, which causes some misunderstandings every year. That's why she was in the middle of nowhere, as she had just come from a town. While explaining the situation to Moon, she asked what he would like to eat that night. Moon replied that he would really like fish, as he loved it. He was practically addicted. At that moment, something very strange happened. Someone seemed to say they loved Moon, but it was apparently an illusion, because neither he nor Urka understood what had occurred. Moon asked if Urka hadn't heard that sound or seen something that appeared quickly, but she replied that she hadn't seen or felt anything. He then thought it was probably just an illusion caused by hunger, as it had been a long time since he had eaten. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the village where Urka lived and found her house, which was a temporary residence belonging to the mayor. Moon was impressed by the size of the house, but Urka explained that the residence wasn't hers, and that she was only using it temporarily as it belonged to the village head. However, Moon found one thing strange, and asked Urka about something peculiar he had noticed throughout the entire journey. They hadn't seen anyone on the street, no one in the houses, no one anywhere. He asked if the villagers weren't afraid of being robbed, since all the windows and doors were open, which would make it easy for bandits to infiltrate. Urka replied that everyone was somewhat busy. She then asked Moon if he knew Laco Paintball. He confirmed that he did, he had been there before and loved the fish the place offered. Urka explained that Laco Paintball was nearby, a few kilometers away, and that the autumn harvest was ready to begin. Since the lands hadn't been fertile this year, the village depended entirely on the lake to sell the best quality fish to the nobles, and thus pay their bills. Urka continued, saying that her husband, one of the strongest adventurers in the village, was helping to transport and protect the loads of fish that would be sold. Practically the entire village was at Laco Paintball, carrying out this work. While they didn't return, Urka was the one taking care of everything, acting as a temporary guardian. Moon said he understood the situation and thought it was a great responsibility. Suddenly he felt again that someone was saying they loved him. At that instant, Urka called him to come inside, as night was approaching and it would get cold. Moon simply replied with a yes, not knowing what was happening, whether it was a hallucination or something else. He felt that sound, that sensation, getting closer and closer, as if it were coming from afar and approaching. Once inside the mayor's house, Urka informed Moon that there were clothes on the table, and that if he wanted to take a bath, there was a well outside he could use. Regarding dinner, she announced that it would be ready soon, so he could bathe in the meantime. Moon thanked Urka once again, repeating, "Thank you," as she was a very kind person. On the table, there was a mug of water. He touched the liquid with his hand and then rubbed it on his arm to check if it was poisoned. It wasn't. Moon reflected that, ever since he met Urka, many strange things had been happening. The empty town, her powerful magic. There was something wrong with that story. Even though everything seemed to make sense, he felt that something was very wrong. After a while, Moon had already had dinner. He ate fish again and thanked Urka once more, saying that she had prepared a delicious dish. It was the best fish he had ever eaten in his entire life, and he stated that she would certainly be an exceptional wife to her husband. Moon even commented to Urka that not even his maid had made fish as delicious as hers. Upon hearing this, Urka became a little curious. Not everyone had a maid, so she began to think that he was probably a noble. However, he was a rather strange noble, as he possessed nothing but a rag he used as clothing. Urka then asked if Moon was, in fact, a noble person, and he confirmed that he was. He affirmed that he was noble and said he had a very important favor to ask her. Next, Moon formally introduced himself to Urka. He asked if she knew the Campbell family, one of the 4 great families of the empire, and revealed his full name. He also mentioned his father's name, Duke Ronell Campbell, leaving Urka incredulous at the revelation that he was, in fact, the son of a duke. Moon explained that he was being pursued by a very dangerous person and that he needed Urka to rent a horse. She should go to the Campbell lands and immediately inform the Duke that someone dangerous was hunting him. Additionally, Moon asked to stay in her cabin for a while until the situation calmed down. However, Urka started laughing at Moon. She didn't believe he was a real noble, because in her view, nobles weren't usually chased by crazy people. With an irritated tone, Moon replied that he was indeed the Duke's son, and that she shouldn't laugh at such a serious matter. Adopting a firmer stance, he promised that if Urka completed the mission, she would receive 10 to 20,000 emelees, the local currency, which was a very large sum of money. Urka laughed again, saying she didn't believe him. Faced with her distrust, Moon told her everything he knew, explaining in detail what had happened. After hearing the story, Urka finally accepted the mission and apologized for laughing at him, noticing the seriousness in his expression. As she picked something up from the table, Urka confessed that she had actually already been thinking of offering him a place to spend the night. The surrounding forest was full of dangerous animals at night, and it would be good for him to stay in the cabin until he fully recovered. Moon was astonished by the offer, as he hadn't expected her to accept so easily. He asked to confirm if she really accepted the mission and would let him stay. She replied yes, without a problem. Urka commented that 20,000 emelees was a lot of money. To earn that amount with the Kilta Guild's missions, she would need to complete at least 30 missions, many of which carried a high risk of death. Therefore, there was no reason to refuse young Moon's proposal. Completely grateful, Moon said that Urka was a true angel for helping him so much at that moment. Later, already at night, Moon was heading to his room. Urka explained that the bathroom was outside, so it would be better if he didn't leave the house to use it, waiting until the next day. Furthermore, he wasn't allowed to open the other doors in the house, as even she couldn't do that. Urka pointed to a specific door that he should never open. Curious, Moon asked what was so important inside. Urka replied that there was animal meat drying in the open air, and that if the door were opened, the smell of blood would contaminate the entire house, which wouldn't be pleasant at all. Moon affirmed that he had understood perfectly, and that she didn't need to worry, as he wouldn't touch anything. Then, Urka wished Moon to rest well and have an excellent night. He returned the wishes, telling her to rest as well, since she had worked hard, and that a new day would begin tomorrow. Moon closed the door, and Urka whispered, "Until tomorrow." At that moment, she thought to herself that it was a pity, because, unfortunately, Moon wouldn't see the dawn. Then we see the fire magic that Urka obtained when she decided to proceed with her plan. She was impressed to have a noble at large, because if Moon truly was one, she could earn a lot of money from him. Nobles were worth a lot while alive. Dead, they were worth nothing. As she opened a door, she declared that Moon would be the last sacrifice for the god of love, necessary for her to achieve exactly what she wanted. The scene shifts outside, where we see none other than Anne. Yes, Anne was after Moon. She had found a piece of the rag he wore, and upon smelling it, recognized the scent of her young master. She wondered, surprised, how he had managed to get so far. Upon spotting a small town nearby, Anne thought it was useless for him to try to escape or distance himself, as it was inevitable that she would find him. Anne knew that no matter where Moon went, she would find him. The scene returns to the house where Moon is sleeping soundly. He made an expression as if he was about to wake up, and indeed he did. He woke up because he had drunk too much water before sleeping. And, as is known, whoever drinks a lot of water before going to bed inevitably wakes up in the middle of the night with the urge to go to the bathroom. Our human Moon left the room for this, but on the way, he heard a bark coming from the door Urka had instructed him not to touch, the one where the meats were stored. He found the situation strange. How could there be a dog in a room with meat scraps? That's strange, don't you think? Our human Moon thought that perhaps it was a dog of a specific breed to emit a bark like that. Suddenly, behind him, none other than Erica appeared, startling him. She asked why he was awake at that hour of the night, wondering if there was a problem or if he needed anything. Moon, still recovering from the fright, looked at her and explained that he simply felt the need to attend to his physiological calls. In other words, he said in a roundabout way that he needed to urinate, and Erica seemed to understand. However, our human Moon took the opportunity to ask if there were any dogs in the mayor's office. Erica, with a very affectionate expression on her face, replied that there were. The dog was hers, a very cute and clever animal. She added that her dog was very calm and that if it barked or made any noise, it was because it was hungry. Moon felt a little relieved and commented to Erica that it made sense, as he had heard a bark. He then asked if he could see Miss Erica's dog, explaining that he loved dogs, especially those of the Colton breed, those large dogs with somewhat blonde fur. He adored the puppies of that breed, which, above all, tended to be very intelligent. Erica, however, apologized, saying she couldn't let him see the animal. She explained that her dog was very skittish, and because of that, lived hidden in that room. Our human Moon simply nodded, understanding the explanation. After the conversation, he finally headed towards the bathroom, while Erica returned to her room. Before they parted ways, Erica reminded our human Moon that the bathroom was outside near the well, and warned him to be careful not to get lost, as it was very dark. And, ladies and gentlemen, after that little smile, Erica cast a sinister glance in our human Moon's direction, but he didn't notice. At that moment, we realized one thing. Erica was plotting something. Outside, next to the well, was the bathroom. Our human Moon could hardly believe anyone could use such a place, as the smell was horrible. Probably the bathroom had never been cleaned. While he was thinking about this, something interesting caught his attention. He approached and saw that it was a window of the room where Miss Erica's supposed little dog was. Our human Moon still found that bark very strange, so he decided to get closer for a look. He thought there would be no harm in just peeking at Miss Erica's dog. At that moment, however, the truth was revealed. Miss Erica's little dog was not an animal. It was Colt, the young man she liked. Erica told him he was a good boy, that he had eaten enough and that he shouldn't make any noise, while he ate the food she offered in her hand. Erica then told Colt that that man, Moon, was still useful, and that he just needed to endure a little longer, because the next day she would give him his freedom. Our human Moon couldn't believe Erica was a psychopath. Exactly at that instant, he made a noise near him, stepping on a branch. Erica heard the sound of the branch breaking and asked, "Who's out there?" She even asked if it was Mr. Moon, all while holding Colt. Then, she forcefully opened the window, but realized there was no one outside. But if we look up a little, we will see our human Moon. Yes, he had clung to the upper part of the wall. Incredible. The young man is great at that. Down below, Erica murmured that the awakening of the god of love would still take some more time to happen. She told Colt, who was in the room, that she would check on Moon to see if it was him who was outside. Our human Moon, who is not foolish, seized the opportunity and quickly left. He couldn't believe Erica was a psychopath of that level, as she seemed to be a very kind person. That man he saw, who was supposed to be Erica's little dog, was actually the husband she had mentioned during dinner. Our human Moon could hardly believe he had escaped one yandere, only to find another yandere psychopath. The situation was only getting better. Moon began to reason, connecting everything that had happened until then. The strange queue without people, the former adventurer who treated her husband like a dog, the mention of a god of love, the ritual Erica was conducting, and the strange sounds he had been hearing since he arrived. He thought Erica would help him, but he was mistaken. Erica was a trap and wanted to use him for her own purposes. Given this, the best option was to use Plan 36, and I will explain to you what Plan 36 is. Plan 36 is nothing more than, getting out of here! Come on, Moon, get away from that yandere psychopath! Quick, let's go! And yes, our human Moon is now fleeing from Erica. Anne wasn't enough. Now it's Erica, too. We then see Erica knocking on Moon's room door. However, when she opens it, there's no one inside. Our human Moon had already escaped. She becomes completely filled with rage because she needed our human Moon for that ritual of the god of love. In a fit of rage, she breaks the door and the cabinet to the right. She couldn't believe that Moon realized she was using him for the ritual of the god of love. At that moment, someone rings the doorbell of the mayor's house, which is where Erica is. She wonders if it's Moon who has returned. Erica's gaze is that of a true psychopath. However, upon opening the door, she adopts an affectionate expression and asks Mr. Moon if it took him a long time to come back. But gentlemen, it is not our Manu Moon. It is none other than Anne. Erica is visibly surprised. She says that it is indeed Miss Anne. Anne replies to Erica that it has been a long time since the two of them last met. The scene shifts to the interior of the mayor's house. Erica offers some tea to Anne, who thanks her. Erica then asks why Anne is wearing a maid's uniform, commenting that she finds it very cute. Anne replies that she left the mansion in a hurry and did not have time to change. She then asks Erica why she is being called Master, as she does not remember teaching her anything. Erica asks if she has already forgotten. It was thanks to Anne's help that she had the courage to accept who she truly was. And not only that, it was because of the relationship advice Anne gave her that she managed to confess her feelings to Roach, her husband. Erica then asks Anne if she wants to see something very interesting. Anne is a bit confused, asking what exactly she means by that. Erica replies that she wants to show her the fruit of her efforts, and off Erica goes to fetch something to show Anne. Meanwhile, we notice that Anne is sensing something strange in the place. She thinks there is no doubt about it. Moon's scent, the young master's scent, is very strong there. Anne knows the aroma of our MC, and it permeates that place. But it is not just his scent. There is also the smell of blood, and not just a little. While Anne is immersed in her thoughts, Erica returns, very anxious to show something incredible. Anne is impressed by what she sees. Erica introduces her husband, Roach, and asks him to greet their guest. In response, Roach starts making dog sounds. Erica asks Roach to give his paw, and he continues to behave like a dog. She even pets him on the head, telling him he was a good boy, while Anne just watches the scene. Anne thinks to herself that she did not know couples had this kind of role play. She finds it very interesting, assuming it to be something normal. A detail to note, Anne does not know that Erica is also a Yantari, so it is two Yantaris meeting each other. Anne tells Erica that she did very well, and that she is very proud of her. Erica becomes shy at the compliment, telling Anne that most likely as her master, she went much further in these romantic matters. She imagines that Anne's husband must belong to her body and soul. Erica comments that she is still very far from achieving that with Roach. However, Anne replies that Erica was much better than her. Anne explains that, due to a lack of attention and overconfidence, she let the young master manage to escape. Erica asks, intrigued, if her beloved is the young master, Mr. Moon. Anne is shocked by the question, feeling a slight sense of dread. She confirms to Erica that yes, her beloved is the young Moon. Anne then asks Erica if Moon has been in that house. Erica confirms that he has. Anne, still worried, asks where he is now, wondering if he was not just there. Then, Erica shows Anne what supposedly happened. She says that when she was returning home, she found Mr. Moon completely worn out and brought him inside, gave him food, and offered him clothes. Erica explained that she offered him a place to stay, but when she went to check on him after he used the bathroom, Moon had already escaped. He simply left without warning. Anne then asked Erica how long ago he had left. Erica replied that it had not been more than 2 hours, that everything had happened recently. An important detail is that Erica, in fact, planned to kill Moon as part of a ritual for the god of love, a plan of which Anne had no idea. And Anne is a Yantari, and one should never mess with a Yantari's husband. Erica told Anne not to worry, as she had recently learned a tracking spell. She intended to use it to find Moon's tracks, arguing that, in the darkness of the night, he probably wouldn't have gone very far. If they were quick, they could still catch up to him in time. However, Erica commented that she needed to get something before casting the spell. Anne replied that she would wait for her. Before leaving, Erica warned Anne that the house wasn't hers, but the mayor's, and that it would be better if Anne waited in that room, without prying into the other rooms. Anne agreed, saying she understood and would wait there until Erica's return. Anne sat on the bed, thinking about Moon. She picked up the pillow and lay down, feeling sad that he had fled 3 cities just to get away from her. Anne began to wonder if she was taking good care of him, if perhaps she should let him be a little looser, more free. Apparently, the young master hated her very much, and she still didn't understand why he simply wouldn't accept her love, since she wasn't a bad person. Perhaps if Anne hadn't tried to put him in a cell and feed him the meat of a strange creature, things would be a little better. As Anne hugged the pillow, imagining it was Moon, someone appeared. It was none other than Erica's husband, Roach, who behaves like a dog, even though he is human. Suddenly, Roach felt something and began to scream in pain. Loudly, he yelled for everyone to flee, not to stay there. Anne, worried, asked if he was okay, although it was obvious he wasn't. He just replied, repeating Erica's name several times. "Erica! You have to stay away from Erica! Don't go near her!" he screamed. Desperate, he also warned that that everyone was there, in the last room. He insisted that Anne leave before Erica got hurt too. However, something happened. Roach seemed to return to his normal state, acting again like Erica's obedient dog. Anne just watched him, as his words echoed in her mind. The last room. After a moment, Anne walked to the door of the last room, wondering what Erica could have hidden there that was so important that she couldn't see it. When Anne tried to open the door, she found it was locked. However, Anne possessed magic. and used a spell to unlock it. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood invaded her nostrils, leaving her completely terrified. Inside, the entire village was dead. All the people who lived and resided there were completely cut into pieces. Even the ant, the girl Roach liked, was crucified on a cross. Anne was speechless at that scene. She hadn't expected Erica to go that far. Anne observed the bodies of everyone who had lived in that place, and her sense of justice awakened. Even as a Yantari, she wouldn't kill innocents, at least not most of them. Suddenly behind her, Erica began to speak. Master discovered my little secret, and it doesn't matter what happens now. Erica then asked her master, we are both identical. You probably understand everything I feel, don't you? With a psychopathic smile, Erica confessed that she did all of that for love, simply for love. Anne, in turn, immediately became worried. Ready to defend herself, she asked Erica if she had been corrupted by the evil god. Erica, however, just started to laugh. She cackled, saying that it had nothing to do with the evil god. Holding a knife in a psychopathic manner, she told Anne, it was the god of love, not the evil god, and the god of love was very kind to me, so kind that he fulfilled all the desires I had, and I, generously, did everything the god of love asked. Anne found that power she supposedly received from this god of love strange. Then she questioned Erica. You received all this power, but at what cost? You killed everyone in the village. Confidently and laughing, Erica replied to Anne that it had cost nothing. The god of love didn't ask her to kill people. She killed because she wanted to. That was her true essence. Erica even commented that she and her master were very much alike. Then, she revealed that only one more person was needed for the ritual of the god of love to be complete, suggesting that Anne could be the volunteer to quickly perform the ritual she so desired. Pointing the knife towards Anne, Erica said, Master will probably accept my request. For the god of love, won't you? Anne concluded that Erica was beyond salvation. She had become a psychopath, so Anne began to approach her. Erica smiled, believing her master would volunteer to die. Erica said she was very happy her master understood her. She also told Anne not to worry, as she would cut her throat very quickly, so she wouldn't feel much pain. However, Anne used the iron rope, one of her liquid metal spells, and cut Erica's neck instantly. Blood gushed everywhere as Erica fell to the ground. Anne said she felt sorry for her, but she couldn't allow her to continue hurting people. Erica, dying on the ground, replied that she hadn't hurt anyone. She had only given her love to everyone, and even asked if there was anything wrong with loving that way. Killing, certainly, is not the best form of love. Anne grew angry and told Erica to stop talking, because what she was demonstrating was not love, but slaughter. In her last breaths, Erica asked, if this isn't love, then what is? As she looked at Anne, Erica said it was her master herself who taught her to take everything for herself. A long time ago, Anne had told Erica that she should conquer what she wanted and follow her heart's desires, and that's exactly what she did. Anne left, apologizing to Erica. Once outside, she began to think about the god of love Erica had mentioned. Probably she really did receive power from some god, but killing people wasn't the right way to use it. Anne then commented to herself that, in the end, she had destroyed Erica because of the advice she gave. This is a personal warning. Do not follow Anne's advice. It's not good. Anne thinks all of this started because of her. But first, she needs to find the young master Moon. After finding him, she will give everyone a proper burial, including Erica. However, at that moment, an "I love you" is heard. Anne immediately prepares herself and looks at the door of the mayor's house, where she had been before. From inside, a strong smell of blood emanates. Suddenly, a torrent of blood gushes from the house, while a voice declares its great love for its master, Anne. The residence's ceiling explodes in a fountain of blood. Anne realizes that this manifestation of blood is, in fact, the god of love that possessed Erica. The scene then changes, and we see Moon running at high speed, almost like Sonic. He is very tired, as he has run a great deal until now. He thinks he has run for so long that probably no one could follow him, not even Erica. But as he was thinking this, we see Anne being thrown from afar, from the mayor's house to his current location. She narrowly misses Moon, almost killing him, and he is left without understanding what is happening. What was that? He notices smoke near a tree and spots a person flying. He even wonders if it's a meteor shower. However, he hears a human voice coming from that direction, so he decides to go take a look. As he approaches, he realizes the voice is Anne's. Yes, the two met this way. He notices that she is very injured. Anne, in turn, is happy to have found the young master Moon, but she knows that this is not a safe place for them to stay. Even though she is badly wounded, she is still very happy to have found him. Moon, full of worry, asks what is happening. How did she get so hurt? Who was she fighting against? He also asks if she can stand up. Anne replies that she cannot, and says that now is not the time for explanations. They must get out of there as quickly as possible. Anne tells Moon that she will hold off the monster for as long as she can, and that he needs needs to escape as fast as he can. Moon finds this strange and asks, "What do you mean escape from here?" That's when they see that blood monster. The creature, formed from Erica's body and everyone else's, is asking, "Where is the master? Where is Anne? Where is she?" Moon observes the being from afar and asks Anne what that giant thing is. We then see that the creature is, in fact, Erica and everyone who died there. She addresses the two of them, asking them to accept her love, and not just accept it, but to merge with her, to become part of her body. Moon is indignant at the proposal. Become part of a monster? He asks, "What the hell is this? Is this a monster? What is it?" Erica then realizes that Mr. Moon is there. She points at him, declaring that she loves him very much too, while manifesting blood spears in his direction, ready to kill him. Moon finally realizes that the thing was Erica. But at that instant, Anne grabs him and throws him away. A giant explosion made of blood occurs at the spot. Anne saved Moon. However, in that attempt, she completely injured her own leg and now cannot walk. The two fall to the ground hard. Anne further injures her legs, while Moon only hits his head. He quickly realizes that Anne is very wounded and tells her to lean on him, since her leg is all cut up. Anne, however, insists that she is fine. She tells Moon to escape from there as quickly as possible and states that she will be able to defeat Erica. With a small smile, Anne asks him to stay calm, because once she finishes with Erica, she will come after him as fast as she can. At that moment, Erica appears, drawing the attention of both of them. She advances, breaking everything in her path while they talk. Erica then prepares a blood spell that will explode everything around them. She comments that this is the perfect time for them to feel all her love, and then she uses this blood magic, which rushes towards them with full force. In response, Anne uses her liquid metal magic to defend herself. Anne creates some swords, but Moon uses shadow steps at 200%, his magic that drastically increases speed. He quickly picks her up, saving her from the explosion and returning the favor from before. The scene shows Moon running with Anne in his arms, while Erica destroys everything around them. Anne questions him, asking why he did that, why he was saving her. He simply replies that she doesn't know how to lie. He explains that if she could truly resolve the situation alone and kill Erica, she would have already done so without hesitation. Moon knows that Anne is not strong enough to defeat her, so the only thing they can do is flee. He continues, saying that no matter what has happened between them until now, whether in Antari or Tura, she is still a member of his family. Therefore, he will never allow her to be harmed by anyone else. Moon then comments that when it comes to escaping, he is the greatest expert of all. Using shadow steps at its maximum power, he moves so fast that even with Erica destroying everything around them, he manages to escape, leaping from one place to another. Finally, they manage to put some distance between themselves and her. However, Moon is exhausted. This magic consumes a lot of energy, and the effort of carrying Anne exacerbates the situation. Seeing her concern, he reassures her, telling her not to worry, as they will soon be at a safe distance from Urka. However, their escape was not enough. Urka is already approaching again, completely furious. She doesn't understand why the two of them simply won't accept the love she offers. Moon quickly tells Anne to hold her breath tightly. Before she can fully understand what he plans to do, he leaps into a nearby river, precisely as Urka's hands were about to grab them from behind. As they fall into the water, Moon reasons that Urka's magic, being made of blood, would not remain cohesive in water. His theory proves correct. When Urka tries to reach them in the river, her blood hands begin to dissolve. Moon's plan worked, and Urka can no longer catch them underwater. However, looking back, Moon notices an unexpected problem. Anne cannot hold her breath underwater for very long. He is surprised by this. Anne, who seems to be good at everything, struggles with something so basic. Realizing that he is the only one of the two who can stay submerged longer, Moon has an idea he doesn't like, but which is necessary for her survival. He approaches and kisses her, transferring the oxygen from his lungs to hers. Meanwhile, on the surface, Urka realizes that the two have completely disappeared into the river. Frustrated, she cannot understand why they refuse to accept the pure love she has to offer. In a fit of rage, she screams, "Why won't you accept my love?" The force of her scream destroys everything around her, including trees and rocks. Urka then thinks that only one more person is needed to finally complete the ritual of the god of love. Although this last sacrifice might gravely injure her, she is determined to do it anyway. With an even more psychotic air, Urka decides that Moon and Anne can wait. She believes that after acquiring the last person for the ritual, she will transform into a true deity and force the entire world to accept her love. including you, everyone. Yes, you. She will step out of this YouTube video and go to each of your homes. Sometime later, Moon and Anne find refuge in a secret cave. There, Moon begins to tend to her injuries. Anne, being a Yantari and having feelings for him, becomes visibly sensitive and embarrassed by his touch on her leg. Moon comments that the injuries seem light, but insists that as soon as they return to the city, they will need to find a doctor to examine her thoroughly. Anne, still in that vulnerable position, tells him there's something she doesn't understand. Moon asks what it is, and Anne finally questions why he saved her. She recalls everything she did against him, how she imprisoned him and tried to keep him only for herself. She continued, commenting that he must hate her greatly for all of it. After all, at the moment he saved her, he could have simply left her behind. Moon replied to Anne, asking if only now she had realized she was making a mistake. Anne admitted her mistake, and also commented that a long time ago, when she went to catch a fish for him in Pinball Lake, that was when she first encountered Urka. She explained that Urka only became a follower of the evil god because of the guidance she received from her. In that guidance, Anne taught Urka everything she herself did to Moon. Therefore, Urka only became that way because of Anne herself. With a sad expression, Anne said that these actions almost killed him and, furthermore, were also responsible for the deaths of other people. However, Moon took Anne's hands and said that although everything she did was horrible, it was good that she was admitting her mistakes, as that meant she could fix them. He stated that Anne was not a bad person, but rather a good person. The problem was the way she showed her love, because her goal, after all, was not to hurt him, but to love him. Moon even gave Anne an affectionate look, telling her she needed to cheer up. He was alive, and so was she. Now that she had admitted her mistakes, she could become a better person. He even commented that next time, she didn't need to be so obsessive with him. As expected, Anne was completely moved. In her thoughts, she reflected on how amazing the MC was. At the same time, the MC was also thinking that he had finally managed to fix Anne's possessive behavior. He believed that after that conversation, she would no longer act that way and would be able to control herself well. Contrary to his expectations, Anne jumped on Moon and kissed him. Then, she hugged him and said that he was very sincere and kind, still the same as always. She admitted that she was wrong to think he had completely changed. Anne also confessed that trying to modify him, forcing him to follow her ways and desires, was a gigantic mistake, and she promised that she would never do that again. Then, Anne stood up and declared to Moon that she had completely recovered her energy and that she would now finish off Urka. However, at that moment, she felt a gigantic pain in her leg and fell onto the MC. Moon commented that she had lost a lot of blood and was therefore weak, so she shouldn't think she was so strong yet. Anne agreed, saying that she was very weak and wished she were a little stronger at that moment to be able to defeat Urka. Moon, in turn, announced that he would take a look around the cave to ensure that Urka hadn't found them, allowing them to rest a bit. He went out and noticed that there was no movement outside, confirming that they were safe there. Upon returning, Moon looked at Anne and asked about what she had said, that Urka was a follower of an evil god. Anne confirmed. Urka's situation was similar to hers, but the fundamental difference was that the power of those chosen by the gods came from a direct blessing from a deity. Anne only possessed her powers because a god willed her to be born with them. Urka, on the other hand, was a follower, serving an evil god who makes pacts with human beings. Through these pacts, humans gain great power, but they pay a high price for it. However, the way Urka demonstrated overwhelming strength didn't seem to be that of a mere follower of an evil god. Anne commented that while fighting her, she clearly perceived that Urka's power was much greater, and not only that, it was growing more and more. The MC then remembered that, in the original story, humanity's greatest destructions occurred because of 3 monsters created by the evil god, who almost completely exterminated the human race. Moon then realized that Urka might be one of those monsters destined to destroy a large part of humanity, if they didn't do something about it. He also recalled that, while Urka was losing control, she mentioned once again the need for sacrifices and the last person missing to complete the ritual. Anne asked if Moon was thinking about something, or if he had a plan, and he confirmed that he did. He explained that, if his intuition was correct, Urka might have killed the entire village to transform into that creature, that giant monster. Moon commented that, probably, the evil god was using Urka as a pawn to manifest in this world, destroy humanity, and thus become even stronger. Urka had said before that she needed a sacrifice, and that one last person was missing. This meant that Moon and Anne needed to reach the city of Perurant, where Urka was, and they had to eliminate the last person remaining there. This would prevent Urka from completing the ritual and becoming stronger. because if Urka killed this last person, she would leave the city and continue to others, gaining more and more power by killing more people. However, Anne told Moon that the conditions for Urka to become a more powerful servant of the evil god had already been met. Moon didn't understand, arguing that they were in the middle of nowhere and there was no one else around besides the two of them. It was then that Moon realized something he hadn't thought of before. Besides him and Anne, there was one more person in the nearest village. This person was none other than Urka's husband. He was the last sacrifice needed for her to complete the ritual and become an even more powerful servant of the evil god. Anne stood up and told Moon that the time to stop Urka was now, because when Urka killed the last person needed for the ritual, she would become immensely stronger. Anne added that it was all her fault, that Urka only became like this because of her. Therefore, the responsibility to resolve the situation was hers. Moon said he would help her, but Anne refused. When he asked why, she replied that the young master couldn't accompany her, as it would be too dangerous. However, Moon stated that he wasn't going because of Anne, but because of Urka, to prevent her from killing more people. He tells Anne that he feels Urka isn't a bad person. He explains that when he first met her, before she started plotting anything, he felt kindness in her heart. She treated him very well and even helped him. To him, she isn't completely evil, and because she's a good person who once helped him, he will assist Anne in saving her, or if it comes to that, in killing her to prevent her from taking more lives. That is his final decision. Anne, however, yells at Moon, saying that it's not a matter of will or friendship. She continues, asking if the young master hasn't realized the situation they are in. They are far from everything, without tools, and with no one to help them. The chance of them stopping Urka is minimal. Even if Anne unleashes all her powers, she won't be able to defeat Urka, nor even protect Moon. Desperate, Anne hugs him. Moon thinks he understands what she's trying to tell him. The chance of victory is very low. Anne starts to cry, repeating that everything happened because of her, and that she doesn't want Moon to get hurt or die because of her. She would never forgive herself if that happened. Moon looks at her and hugs her back. However, as he hugs her, he looks over her shoulder and notices something small on the ground. It was nothing more than a small coin, and a melee, the local currency. He then realizes that behind the first one, there were many other coins. Anne asks why he's looking behind him, and Moon, in response, uses an illumination spell he had learned. They end up discovering something incredible that made a lot of sense. A treasure with a large amount of gold, coins, and even weapons. The place they were in was in fact a cave that served as a hideout for bandits. Moon deduced this from the cave's entrance, which had blade marks and other signs that people had stayed there for a long time. After a long time searching, our MC, Moon, managed to find a perfect sword for himself. He then asks if Anne is ready. We see that Anne had gathered all the swords she found and transformed them into liquid metal. Since her leg was injured, she created a metal harness that allowed her to fly, enabling her to fight without needing to touch the ground. A demonstration of Anne's genius. The two were determined to face Urka, whether to save her or to kill her. Moon then comments that they were ready for the rescue. The scene changes, showing Moon and Anne completely prepared to confront the creature. In the distance, they spot Urka, a giant monster. As Moon observes the scene, we get a closer look at her. Urka was immense, with several arms and various other monstrous features. She asks where Roach is, where her husband is. We see Moon watching her as she declares how much she loves Roach. Moon then comments that Anne was right. Urka's power kept growing, and her body was getting bigger and bigger, at least 10 times larger than before. A monster of that level was truly unstoppable. Moon takes a deep breath, thinking it was a terrible idea to try and save Urka, as he would probably end up being thrown far away or taking a very strong hit. Her strength was overwhelming. He even thinks that the time Celia almost killed him in his father's mansion was a much better situation than this one, but he quickly dismisses these thoughts, concluding that it didn't matter. He couldn't just run away and leave Anne behind, as she wouldn't be able to handle Urka alone. Then, with great determination, Moon declares that it didn't matter if she was a god, a yandere, or a psychopath. He was going to try and save her. He calls out to Urka from afar, shouting, "Hey, Urka!" She notices Moon calling her, and he shouts even louder, "Hey, I'm here! Look over here!" Urka finally recognizes him, saying that Mr. Moon would finally accept her love. However, Moon replied that he would never accept her love. The reason? Because he was a parachutist. Yes, a parachutist. And no, this wasn't a joke. He really said he was a parachutist. A completely random declaration. Moon then leapt from the giant iron pillar he was on, gaining a lot of speed as he shouted that he was the best parachutist in the world. We see Urka looking at him and using magic that advanced towards him as he fell. Urka moved towards our MC at the exact moment he jumped. Moon commented that everything had happened exactly as he had thought, exactly as he had predicted. Who would have thought the MC would be so clever in these chapters? The scene rewinds to a few minutes before the confrontation. Moon was instructing Anne, telling her that she needed to follow his plan to the letter. First, he explained that after Urka was corrupted by the evil god, she probably didn't die. If she had died, she wouldn't have control over the monster. Therefore, Urka was still alive. He commented that their goal wasn't to kill her, but to find a way to eliminate the evil god's contamination from her body. There was probably some item from the evil god controlling her, such as a ring, a necklace, an accessory, or some kind of amulet. He also added that the rules of that world didn't allow such great power to be used out of nowhere, which reinforced the theory that the evil god had placed something in Urka to grant her so much power. We see Anne listening attentively as Moon explained that she needed to clear a path for him to reach Urka. The plan was for Anne to attack the creature, allowing him to use his mobility to get close and find the source of the contamination. They would need at least 10 minutes. However, Anne argued that even if she could attack Urka with metal, she might not be able to contain her for several minutes, so they would need to act fast. Moon told her not to worry, as he would easily get Urka's attention, and Anne should attack right after. Anne refused the idea, saying that the young master couldn't serve as bait. Even if Urka hadn't become a complete evil god, she was still very strong, and it would be horrible if the young master got hurt. But Moon merely smiled as she spoke. He placed a finger over her lips and said that since it was just the two of them there, the strongest person was her Anne. Therefore, he would have to serve as bait. Moon also commented that Anne didn't need to worry about the risk of Urka killing or hurting him. He continued, saying that he would let Anne take complete care of him, as she was the best maid of House Campbell, and he was sure that she would protect him with all her might, even if he was the bait to attract Urka's attention. Anne was left speechless, and the declaration of trust seemed to touch her heart. The scene shifted to the forest at night. Anne asked Moon how he would know the exact moment Urka would attack them. Moon replied that the moment didn't matter, as he would get her attention anyway, and that moment, he declared, was now. Next, Moon was seen falling from a cliff, while several of Urka's hands reached out towards him. However, it was revealed that Anne had been hidden inside the metal pillar from which Moon jumped. She emerged, creating several weapons of liquid metal. Anne used the metal to attack Urka and protect Moon. The liquid metal transformed into several small swords that flew towards Urka. Even though Urka tried to defend herself, the attacks hit her with full force, leaving her body full of holes, as if she had been shot. Anne managed to pierce her, opening a large hole in her belly. Urka whispered softly, "Mistress." With a small smile, she said that Anne had returned and that she was very happy about it. With a serious look, Anne confirmed, "Yes, I'm back, Urka." The two stared at each other as Anne's liquid metal weapons continued to pierce Urka's body. Anne then declared that she had returned to save her. After a few minutes, the fight between Urka and Anne continued. Urka was growing larger and larger, while Anne attacked her incessantly from all sides. Anne created a giant spear and hurled it with all her might, hitting Urka squarely. Smoke began to emanate from Urka's body. As Anne watched, Urka commented that liquid metal weapons were very effective against various types of demons and monsters, but against her, they didn't work. She claimed to be practically an evil god. Urka then ripped the giant spear from her belly, declaring that, as a god, she wouldn't die so easily. At that moment, a voice asked, "Ahem, are you really a god?" Behind Urka, Moon appeared. He stated that he would prove she wasn't an evil god, and attacked her with all the magic he possessed. Moon was confident, thinking that his attack must have broken the object linking Urka to evil. However, the attack did not cause a single scratch. Urka turned to Moon with a psychopathic gaze and said, "Lord Moon, you have finally returned." Desperate, Anne used her iron protection to defend Moon. Urka attacked his stomach, but Anne used the liquid metal to protect his body. The force of the blow was so immense that Moon was thrown far away, breaking the stones where he had been. Moon was severely injured, with wounds on his arm, leg, and entire body. If it weren't for Anne, he probably would have died. The battle would have ended there. Urka created an enormous energy bomb and revealed that she had already sensed Moon's presence, merely waiting for him to attack her so she could love him. With a psychopathic smile, she said, "Come, Lord Moon, come and accept me once and for all." She launched the attack, screaming for Moon to completely accept her love. Anne tried to save him, shouting his name and running towards him. With a serious look, Urka pointed her hand at Anne, ordering her to stay where she was and not interfere. Urka then summoned one of her giant hands, made of blood, to trap Anne and hurl her to a distant place. Anne fell to the ground, bruised all over. The worst, however, was her thought. She believed that Moon had probably died in that attack, and that she had failed to save him. Suddenly, Urka realized something was wrong. She felt an interference and asked where Anne had hidden the person she loved, where she had hidden Roach, her husband. Before Urka could ask anything else, Anne attacked her with everything she had. She was furious. Anne screamed, asking how Urka dared to hurt her beloved young master. So enraged, she promised to turn Urka to dust, reducing her to insignificance. Meanwhile, Moon sat at a distance, partially injured watching the fight. He coughed due to his injuries when someone placed a hand on his shoulder telling him not to move too much. This person placed a healing potion in his mouth, instructing him to drink it all at once as it would help him. Moon realized that the person helping him was none other than Roach, Urka's husband. Apparently, the spell that had turned him into a puppy was broken, and Roach had returned to his normal form. After literally 1 minute, the potion took effect. Moon felt 100% recovered, as if he had never been injured. Moon thanked Urka's husband, confessing that he thought that would be his last day alive. The two watched the fight between Urka and Anne from afar, hidden in the bushes. The man introduced himself to Moon, saying his name was Roach, but that Moon could call him Ith. Then he asked the human's name. Moon introduced himself as Moon Campbell of the Campbell family. The two continued to observe the fight from a distance. Moon asked what was happening. Roach replied that Miss Anne and Miss Urka were engaged in a fierce battle, but it seemed that Miss Anne wouldn't last much longer. Moon then questioned Roach, assuming he would know everything, since he had been there from the beginning. The MC also asked if Roach had seen any item that had made Urka completely evil. Roach replied that he didn't know exactly when Urka acquired the object, but he knew it was all his fault. If he had noticed her feelings earlier, he could have dated her and prevented everything that happened, all the deaths and the battle unfolding now. He commented that all of this was his responsibility, and that because he truly liked Urka, he wanted to try and save her. Moon stated that he and Anne thought the same way and also wanted to save Urka. However, they couldn't let her leave, because if she went to another city or village, she would become much stronger and many more people would die. Moon insisted, asking Roach if he had seen any object consecrated by the evil god with Urka. Roach denied having seen any object, but admitted to having felt an evil aura coming from her. Moon found that impossible and asked Roach to think carefully, as Urka had killed the entire village. Where did all that sacrifice go? All the magic that came from those people? The evil god must be in her body somehow. Roach, however, reaffirmed that there was no consecrated object, as he had witnessed all of Urka's actions and the consequences of the murders from beginning to end. However, Roach mentioned that he saw something on Urka's chest. Perhaps that thing was the evil god's item. What he saw was the same symbol that appeared in the episode where Urka accepted Anne's advice and interests. That mark on her chest was the item the evil god used to control her body, and that granted her so much power. The scene returned to the fight between Urka and Anne. Urka screamed that she only wanted everyone to accept her twisted love. She attacked Anne while saying she didn't understand why people rejected the love she offered. Confidently, Urka declared that Anne would be the last sacrifice needed for the ritual, since Moon and her husband were not there. Suddenly, someone called Urka's name, leaving her confused. It was Roach, her husband, who was beside Moon, seemingly healing him. Roach announced that he had brought Moon as a sacrifice for her. In truth, Moon and Roach were devising a plan to defeat her. Urka became shy and embarrassed, happy that her husband had brought Moon as a gift. Anne, on the other hand, was completely terrified, unable to believe that Moon was dead. She charged at Roach with everything she had, shouting that she couldn't believe the young master had died. However, Urka delivered a giant punch in her direction. Anne tried to create a magic barrier and even succeeded, but Urka's blow was so strong that it pierced through the protection and threw her to the ground. In a cold manner, Urka said that it was finally time to reunite with her husband and that she no longer needed her master. Anne had become dispensable. Urka approached Roach, saying that she knew he truly loved her. She was impressed not only that he had returned, but also that he had brought Mr. Moon as a gift, praising his obedience. Urka moved even closer, saying that when God Tamor descended, everything would return to how it was before, and the two of them would be together for eternity. She then commented that she had forgotten about the mind control spell she had placed on Roach, but told him not to worry, as she would undo it once the ritual was complete. At that moment, Roach said a phrase that terrified Urka, because she realized that the mind control was no longer working. He simply agreed with her. "You are right. We will be together forever, for eternity." Crying, Roach commented that it was all his fault. If he had realized earlier how much she liked him, none of this would have happened. But now, it no longer mattered. With a sword, he struck her right in the heart, saying that he would bear all her guilt so she wouldn't have to hurt anymore. The scene flashed back to moments before, when Moon and Roach were planning how to approach Urka without her killing them. Roach explained to Moon that the only way to get close to her was by appealing to her emotional and romantic side. Any other approach would result in both their deaths. They needed to think of something that involved her feelings. Moon was impressed by Roach's observational skills, who, in a short time, had completely analyzed how Urka's mind was working. Roach replied that it was nothing special, as he was an adventurer. His mission as an adventurer is to analyze the entire context of the environment in a short time, because if he takes too long, he could die in the middle of a fight. Roach then commented that he would be the bait. He explained that he was the only person who could get close to Urka, since if Moon tried, she would kill him. Continuing with the planning, Roach detailed that he would approach Urka, and Moon should attack her from behind. He swore by his family's name that if Urka tried to attack Moon, he would step in front to save him. Roach affirmed that all of this was his fault and that he didn't want Urka to hurt anyone else. However, Moon interrupted him, asking him not to say such things. He guaranteed that both of them would survive, and they exchanged a punch on the shoulder, symbolizing the strong friendship they shared. The scene returned to the present, with the sword plunged into Urka's chest. Roach shouted to Moon, urging him to do what needed to be done. Moon immediately used shadow steps, appearing behind Urka, ready to retrieve the item in her chest. The item was her heart. Moon attacked with all his might, tearing Urka's heart out in one swift motion. This was the artifact through which the evil god, the god of love, was controlling Urka and granting her power. As he withdrew his hand, Moon realized that Urka's heart was, in fact, an item of the evil god. He understood that if he destroyed that heart, Urka would lose all her powers. However, Urka went completely insane, screaming for them to return her god of love. She prepared to attack Moon, but the moment she charged forward, Roach threw himself in front. Both Moon and Urka were shocked to see that Roach had sacrificed himself to save him. Urka screamed Roach's name, while the evil god's magic began to disappear from her body. Moon stood there, completely stunned that Roach had saved his life. Roach, even while dying, displayed a smile. He had told Urka that he would follow her to the end, as they had promised when they were children. He had fulfilled his childhood promise, and the realization of this devastated Urka, who began to cry. However, her crying was interrupted by a new event. A gigantic magical energy surged exactly where Urka's body lay. The explosion was so powerful that it threw Moon far away. Half injured, Moon didn't understand what was happening, as the evil god's heart had been destroyed. Then, he realized something that he and Roach hadn't foreseen. A gigantic, mushroom-shaped explosion of blood erupted at the site. Moon understood that the ritual was complete. When Urka killed Roach, she offered the last necessary person, the final sacrifice. And at the center of the evil god's transformation was Anne, who had been inside Urka's body. Moon used his shadow steps to their maximum capacity to try and save her. He leaped into the midst of the transformation, grabbed Anne's hand, and tried to pull her with all his might, but he couldn't move her. He shouted that he wouldn't let the evil god devour the best mate of his family. However, as Moon struggled to save Anne, the evil god's ritual finally completed. He realized he could do nothing more. His options had run out, but he still had one last card up his sleeve. He shouted the name of the Black Book. Yes, the Black Book. However, as he called out for the book, he was pulled into the ritual along with Anne. After a few moments, Moon woke up in another place. He was naked for the second time in history, and realized that this was probably the Black Book space, although it looked different from the last time. The Black Book then appeared, and Moon asked if it was the one who had brought him there. He questioned if the book had any way, any means to save him, Anne, Urka, and also Roach if it was possible. The Black Book uttered a phrase. Yes, the book spoke for the first time. Immediately after, it began to float up and down, as if wanting to show Moon something. Moon asked if the book wanted him to look up and what was so important to see. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with nothing less than a gigantic eye staring back at him. Indignant, Moon stared at the creature and exclaimed, "What the hell is that? A giant infernal eye?" He noticed that the gigantic eye emanated a suffocating pressure, with a gaze that burned with flames. Before Moon could think of anything, the gigantic eye did something to him, paralyzing him to the point where he couldn't even speak. In his mind, Moon understood that this thing was, in fact, the Lord of the Crimson Sun, the one who incinerates all existence, the god who punishes worlds, annihilating all beings, the final cataclysm that brings ruin, the corrupted king. Moon turned to the book and began to argue with it, complaining that the object had brought yet another evil god nearby. Yes, that entity was another evil god, and Moon was furious with the book. He had asked the book for help, not for it to bring another dark deity. Moon believed that the Black Book, in fact, wanted to help him become a monster, just like Urka, so that he could face her. This seemed to be the book's idea. However, while Moon argued with the object, the corrupted king, the evil eye, continued to observe him. The eye then perceived that Moon was a human. Immediately, Moon adopted a soldier's posture and replied, "Yes, I am a human." Stuttering, he continued, "Ah, corrupted lord, great corrupted god, what do you desire from this mere human servant?" But the eye paid no attention to Moon's trembling. In fact, the entity perceived that the human desired power. Several other smaller eyes manifested around the main one, all focused on Moon, who, with a foolish expression, replied, "Ah, power? For what?" He looked back and asked the Black Book if that was truly the plan to save him, then commented that the book was useless. However, the Black Book had hit on one one point. One can only defeat magic with magic itself. So, perhaps the only way to defeat Urka was indeed with the power of another evil god. The idea is very dangerous, but Moon, even trembling slightly, thinks to himself that, in the end, who doesn't like power? At that moment, the black book tears out one of its own pages. Moon wonders what the book is doing. The page floats towards the giant eye, the corrupted king. The entity reads what is written on the page, and Moon is terrified, realizing that the eye did not like what it read. Even though it's just an eye, Moon clearly notices that the corrupted king is irritated by the message. Despite this, the eye tells Moon, the deal is done. Moon is confused. What do you mean, the deal? The eye then says, my power. I can lend you my power, without any cost, but will you truly accept it? Will you accept the power of what humans call an evil god? Moon thinks he needs to save Anne and everyone else, so he doesn't have many options. He is willing to accept this power, because outside, there is a beautiful maiden with voluminous breasts and long legs, who not only adores him but loves him deeply, and on top of that, wears any outfit he desires. Because of her, Moon finally accepts the corrupted king's power, asking him to unleash all his strength upon him. The eye, which is the manifestation of the corrupted king, replies to Moon, interesting. Even if you are human, I will make the pact, but let's see if you can endure it or not. The king then explains that everything will depend on Moon's ability to withstand the pain of the entire transformation he will receive. The corrupted king literally throws all his powers at Moon. The way this energy is transferred, however, is brutal. He simply sets the MC's body ablaze. Moon is burning alive. He realizes that he won't pay a price in soul to the entity, but he will feel excruciating pain in the process. However, the pain doesn't matter. His only goal is to save Anne and everyone else, so he is willing to feel pain to the point of death for her. Moon endures as much as he can while his body is consumed by the flames. Almost completing the transformation, he thinks to himself that, as a young master, he will never lose to that woman, to that mere evil god. The scene shifts, and we see a blue fire advancing towards the monster that is Urka, possessed by the evil god. The entity perceives the approaching attack. From a distance, we see that it is Moon, now holding Anne in his arms. He has already saved her. The evil god senses that something is wrong. He feels a very powerful energy emanating from Moon. The evil god observes him from afar, thinking that perhaps it is the same man who was bothering him earlier. Moon gently places Anne near a tree, telling her to wait for her young master will return soon. The evil god asks Moon if he is the same man who declared his love for Urka and acted like her little dog. Moon, however, doesn't even bother to respond to the provocation. Instead, he states that the evil god is very weak. Shocked, the evil god thinks it can't be this power. It's the power of the corrupted king, Moon responds with disdain. If you, an evil god, could give power to Urka, what's so impossible about this? He continues, staring at his enemy. God of love, aren't you? You're a joke, quite a joke, and your joke ends here. As the corrupted king watches him from above, Moon prepares his magic, concentrating a large amount of energy. He unleashes it, and the attack covers a giant area, hitting the evil god squarely. The entity screams in pain and despair as the magic begins to vaporize it. Moon was impressed. He hadn't expected the corrupted king's magic to be so powerful as to defeat the evil god with a single attack. However, the entity wasn't completely dead. A final breath escaped, and Moon realized the fight wasn't over yet. The evil god spoke, its voice weak, saying it found it incredible that all its plans had been ruined by an insignificant insect like Moon, and on top of that, an insect who had made a contract with the corrupted king. The entity continued, saying it was a pity, as it was impossible for the corrupted king to be content with merely observing a human for long. Looking at Moon, the evil god warned him to remember it, for it would return next time to hunt Moon Campbell. Moon was paralyzed, not knowing what to think or say, and complete panic seized him. He hadn't expected to make a god reveal its full name. The entity might have been defeated, but it could return in the future, and if it did, it would probably come after him. In a desperate attempt, Moon shouted to the evil god that his name wasn't Moon, but Ariel, trying to deceive it. After a few moments, the smoke dissipated from the spot where the evil god had been. What remained there wasn't the entity, but Urka's body. Moon, however, didn't even notice this. He was consumed by the fear that the evil god would appear in the future to hunt him. He reassured himself by thinking that the black book had always helped him, and that if the entity returned, the book would help him again. Of this he had no doubt. Suddenly someone called out to Moon. The one calling him young master was none other than Anne, who was running towards him. She was crying, as she had thought Moon had died. In tears, Anne told Moon that she couldn't believe it, that she truly thought he was dead, and that she felt she wouldn't be able to do anything else with her life. Moon, however, reassured her, saying that everything was fine, and that the fight was over. The evil god had been defeated. It was over. Everything was over. Anne recounted that, amidst the battle, she had only managed to see Moon from afar, car and noticed that the evil god had disappeared. She then asked if he was the one who had resolved everything. Moon pondered that if he told Anne about the contract he had made with the evil god, she wouldn't react well at all. Therefore, he decided it was better to tell a small lie. He explained that he had managed to find and destroy the core that was in the Terka heart, and because of that, they had solved the problem. However, he added that it wasn't the time to talk about the evil god. Moon told Anne that she had something very important to do now. Anne was confused, wondering what important task that could be. Moon simply pointed to the area where the evil god had been, and there they saw Urka, still alive. He explained that Urka was alive, but didn't have much time left and would soon die completely. Therefore, Anne should take this moment to talk to her. Anne approached Urka, who asked if she was her master. Anne confirmed that she was. Urka then wanted to know if everything was finally over. Anne replied that yes, the evil god that controlled her had been eliminated. Urka said she understood and thought that was very good. She apologized for everything she had done and confessed that she had deceived Anne all this time. Confused, Anne asked what she meant by deceiving her. Urka explained that the fact she had been controlled by the evil god had nothing to do with Anne. The conversation they had, in which Anne gave her advice, wasn't what destabilized her. The truth was that Urka had never had a friend and just wanted someone who wouldn't abandon her again. Urka also revealed that she had had a certain connection with the evil god for a very long time. Years ago, she made small contracts with it to become stronger. She only did this because Ruchi was very skilled and evolved too quickly, and she couldn't keep up with him. It was only with the help of the evil god that she managed to grow stronger. After her conversation with Anne, she gathered her courage and confessed her feelings to Ruchi. Anne asked if Ruchi had rejected her, but Urka denied it. In fact, Ruchi also wanted to be with her. Urka recounted that night, Ruchi said he also liked her very much, but that they couldn't be together. Terrified, Anne asked why, since two people who loved each other should be together. Urka replied that the reason was because the aunt was pregnant with his child. Yes, Ruchi's aunt was pregnant. Urka continued, explaining that Ruchi liked her very much, but never had the courage to confess his feelings and spent every night sad and regretful for not being able to express himself. With the aunt, it was different. Every time Ruchi was drunk, she helped him, giving advice and trying to support him in the best way she could. One day, Ruchi discovered he had gotten her pregnant. Being a good and responsible man, he wouldn't abandon his child with her. Anne commented that the aunt's pregnancy seemed very quick, since the two had known each other for a short time, and asked if Urka hadn't been suspicious. Urka confirmed that she was very suspicious. That's why, that night, she fully invoked the evil god, because she wanted to know if the aunt was truly pregnant. When Urka finally recovered her memory, after the evil god controlled her body, the aunt was already dead. It wasn't Urka who killed the aunt or the people of the village. It was the evil god who controlled her body for a time. That was the way the entity found to show that the aunt wasn't pregnant. Urka reported that the evil god told her that the story of the baby was a complete lie, a way for the aunt to manipulate Ruchi. Urka concluded, telling Anne that love is something too fragile, so fragile that a single lie can easily separate two people destined to love each other. She said that she had undone her aunt's lie, but her actions could no longer be reversed. Ruchi saw everything. He saw her kill his aunt with her own hands. He realized that Urka was being controlled by the evil god and tried to stop her. Then, to save Ruchi, because the evil god was going to kill him, Urka used a spell on him that transformed him into a puppy. That way, the evil god did not perceive Ruchi as a threat, but the spell became irreversible. After everything happened, there was no turning back. Urka's body begins to crumble into several pieces, as she says that she deeply regrets everything that happened. She laments, stating that she did not want things to have ended that way. Urka says that she wished she had known her aunt much earlier, so that she could have prevented the entire tragedy, as she believes her aunt was not a bad person. In her last words, Urka laments that if she had gathered the courage a few days earlier, she could have confessed her feelings to Ruchi, and none of that would have happened. However, she acknowledges that there is no what if, there is no other path. Then, Urka utters her last sentence. She wishes Anne to be very happy, and not to make the same mistake she made with Ruchi, because love is something very fragile. Anne is crying as the scene ends with her and Moon watching the sunrise. The fragments of Urka's body fly through the air, symbolizing a new beginning, but also a great loss. Hours later, at dawn, on the plains of Parent, Moon and Anne bury the bodies of Urka and Ruchi. Moon notices that Anne finished quickly, while he takes a little longer to cover the grave with earth. After a while, the two finally conclude the burial, leaving them under a tree with a plaque wishing them a well-deserved rest. Moon and Anne kneel, showing respect to the two. Moon then tells Anne that, with this, they can finally conclude all the confusion and return to hunting, starting over the right way this time. However, Moon notices a strange look on Anne and asks what happened. She replies that she was thinking about how all of that revealed the wrong side of her own love. She reflects that all the love she felt for the young master was wrong and that she should not have loved him that way. As a consequence, Urka, Ruchi, and everyone in the village died. Even thinking about not loving Moon anymore because of all the mistakes she made, she cannot suppress her feelings for him. Then, she asks Moon if he, the young master, truly loves her, even after everything that happened. Moon replies that Anne might have confused the desire to possess with true love. He explains that the desire to possess is often an extension of love and resembles it, but in essence, they are completely different things and easy to confuse. Anne agrees, saying that she probably confused the desire to possess with love. However, Moon thinks to himself that in truth, he is not sure about that. He reflects that each person is different, with their own unique way of loving, and that only Anne can know exactly what she feels. He ponders that since Anne is no longer an Iantari, they can try to make the relationship work this time. Moon looks at the sun, thinking about what love truly is, what it means to love someone. While Moon is immersed in his philosophical thoughts, Anne interrupts him with a question. She reminds him that when they were in the basement, he had said he wanted to have a normal relationship with her, without her being an Iantari. Given that, she suggests they could start over. The word start over echoes in Moon's mind. He asks Anne to wait a moment, as he wants to clarify a few things before proceeding. Moon then asks if her intention is to take him back to the mansion or imprison him there. Anne replies that she wants them both to return to the mansion because that's where they live. She emphasizes that it's the only place she grew up, therefore the mansion is also her home. She assures him that she has no intention of imprisoning him again. Anne continues, explaining that she wants to start from scratch, not as Moon's girlfriend, but as a simple maid who will attend to his wishes. She hopes that, little by little, they can build a normal relationship. She becomes a little shy and asks Moon if she can truly serve the young master once more, questioning if that would be possible. Moon then holds Anne's hand tightly, leaving her confused. He replies, asking if she really needs to ask a question like that, and states that he wishes for her to continue serving him and attending to his desires. Even though she is no longer the yandere, he still wants her. Moon feels like a missionary. He then tells Anne that they should go home immediately, as they are very tired. Anne, with a mischievous smile, agrees. Given that, Moon reasoned that if he managed to make a yandere stop being a yandere, then he was an incredible person. After all, most men who tried that in other stories did not survive. Moon thinks that, now that Anne has returned to normal, that horrible fate the Black Book predicted, that he would one day be murdered by her, will probably no longer happen. In his head, Moon believes everything is resolved. However, 2 days passed in the story. They returned to the Campbell mansion. But when Moon arrived home, he ate, and suddenly, everything went dark. The dizzying sensation was familiar to him, as was the ceiling he was seeing. And yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. Moon was back in Anne's small room. All that progress was for nothing. He thinks to himself, where did I go wrong? Probably some inevitable force of the original story forced him back to Anne, and perhaps to her semi-yandere version. Suddenly, the handcuffs on his wrists opened, followed by those restraining his feet. A voice calls him, Young Master. As you might imagine, it was none other than Anne. She had returned. Anne explains to Moon that he fainted from exhaustion after eating upon arriving home, and that she wanted to play with him a little. The only place where the maids would never find them was her small room. Moon is terrified. He doesn't understand why Anne took off his clothes and handcuffed him again. Anne apologizes, explaining that she thought that upon waking up and seeing the room, the young master would get scared and try to run away once more. To prevent that from happening, she temporarily restrained him. But Moon asks one more thing. Why did Anne bring him here? She replies that the young master probably doesn't remember, but that night before he ran away, she was going to show him something he really wanted. Moon then recalls what Anne wanted to show him before his escape from the mansion. If you remember, Anne was going to show him an outfit, but he ended up escaping using the spikes he had placed on the door. As Anne puts on a bunny outfit, Moon remembers everything. She comments that she is adjusting the outfit, as it is quite tight. Soon after, Anne announces that she is ready. She has finished getting dressed. She says she knows the young master likes black and the sensation of soft alcohol, so she bought that lingerie to wear for him. And yes, we see Anne in the bunny outfit. She even asks Moon how he feels seeing her dressed like that and if he liked it. He is just processing, but soon after, a little blood starts to trickle from his nose. He probably didn't just like it, he loved it. Anne lies down near Moon, saying that she hadn't considered the young master's feelings the last few times and that was her mistake. Now, she will always consider his feelings. She gets closer and closer, while blood continues to trickle from Moon's Moon's nose. Anne asks him if today they can do it however the young master wishes. He can do anything with her. Then, Anne lies down, waiting for any command from Moon. I hope you understand that I cannot show many details of these parts, as the situation gets quite intense. I know how you are, so I'm only showing a little. The scene changes after these events. It was very good. It could have even continued a little longer. Anne is waking up. She barely opens her eyes and already says, "I'm sorry, young master. I ended up falling asleep. By this time, we should already be..." Before she can finish the sentence, she realizes that Moon is not there. She shouts the young master's name. Meanwhile, she is not wearing. That's right, you understood. And after a little while, Anne is already dressed, and while still getting ready, she hears a drawn-out meow. Noel then asks if Anne is already awake. Yes, the newcomer's name is Noel. At this moment, we see Noel, a little girl, accompanied by several kittens and another maid. She asks if Anne is feeling well. Anne is confused and asks, "What do you mean, how am I?" Noel then replies, she explains that this morning, the young master said Anne had a bit of a cold and was feeling unwell. Therefore, it would be good for her to rest in her room, and he asked that no one disturb her so she could have a good sleep. As they talk, we notice that Noel is holding a short-haired kitten. Anne asks whose kittens they are, and Noel replies that the young master bought them this morning at the market from Little Wine. Noel begins to tell more about her. Wine is a simple girl from the city whose neighborhood works with shoes. In her free time, outside of school or home, she usually takes care of stray kittens. Besides caring for them, she also fed them. However, Wine's parents were allergic to cat fur and absolutely did not allow the animals inside their house. Furthermore, Wine's classes would begin soon, and she would need to study at a boarding school, meaning she would live at the school. Because of this, she would have neither the time nor the means to care for the kittens. So, she sought out several noble families, hoping someone would adopt the animals. After much searching, a man appeared at the market. It was none other than young Master Moon, and he bought all the kittens she had. Wine recounted that Moon even gave her 200 Manwha, the local currency, to cover her studies. She concluded by saying that he was a very kind man. Anne began to realize that everything now made sense. However, she reasoned that 3 kittens were already quite a lot. Noel whispered into Anne's ear that there were actually 4. Initially, the young master only wanted 1, but Little Wine said that if he were to adopt, he should take the entire family, meaning the kitten's mother, as the family should remain united. Young Master Moon found Wine's condition very fair and ended up accepting, bringing all the kittens with him. Wine then asked Monica, the other maid, if she could see the kittens from time to time. Monica replied that the young master said Wine was always welcome at the Campbell household and could see the kittens whenever she wished. Wine commented that young Master Moon was an incredible man. After this conversation, Anne asked Noel where the young master was. Noel replied that he had returned from the market a short while ago. A short while later, Anna knocked on Moon's bedroom door. He replied that the door was not locked and that she could come in. Anna slowly opened the door and noticed Moon playing with the kittens. Moon explained that he had seen her very tired and didn't want to disturb her, which was why he let her sleep in. However, Anna barely heard what he said. She simply jumped on him, hugging him as if she hadn't seen him in years. Anna said she had been terribly startled. Since Moon needed to go to the academy, she thought he had already left without saying goodbye, which would have made her very sad. Moon replied that although it was already time to register, he would never leave without saying goodbye to her. He reassured her, telling her she could rest easy about that. Recovered from her fright, Anna asked how the young master had gone to the market and returned with so many kittens. Moon replied that on his way back home, he remembered Anna had asked if he liked cats and thought perhaps she wanted one for herself. So, when he was passing by the market that morning, he saw a pet shop and inside found this little kitten that was now lying on the bed. Moon revealed that he had named him Moon Segundo, or Mumu, and asked what Anna thought of him. He commented that the cat was very much like him, even having eyes and fur color similar to his hair color. It was practically another version of himself, just in kitten form and very adorable. Picking up the kitten, Moon offered it to Anna, saying it was a gift for her, a miniature version of himself. He commented that when the academy began, he intended to return as quickly as possible. He knew Anna would probably like to go with him, but the institution's rules did not allow it. Furthermore, Anna's role during this period was to take care of the Tutuki family's affairs at the mansion. Therefore, while Moon was at the academy, he would leave little Mumu to keep her company, as she would miss him greatly. He then asked if she liked the gift. It was clear that Anna found the idea incredible. She said she adored Mumu and promised she would take very good care of him. Many hours later, already at night, Moon lay on his bed, deep in thought. He reflected that his dark assassination techniques had risen 3 levels, which was excellent. However, he had not gained any magical benefits from the fight he had with Urka. Despite this, in that confrontation, he had achieved something very important, making Anne return to normal, pulling her out of the apathetic state she was in. Moon also thinks about the prophecy that Anne would kill him would probably not come to pass anymore, as she was now acting normally. Now, he just needed to be careful at the academy not to bother the arrogant heroine Ariel. If he did everything correctly, things would be fine. However, someone knocked on the door. Moon wondered who it could be, as it was quite late. It was none other than Anne. Moon asked if she hadn't gone to sleep. Anne replied that she couldn't fall asleep because she was thinking a lot about the fact that the young master would be going to the academy the next day and would be away from her for a long time. Moon replied that he understood and invited her into the room. With a slight smile, he asked Anne if, since it was his last night in the mansion for a long period, she wouldn't like to sleep with him, seeing as she wasn't able to rest properly. She, in turn, asked if they should do as they had done the last few times and began to take off her clothes. However, Moon interrupted her, asking her to wait and not do that. Confused, she questioned, "What do you mean, young master?" With a smile, Moon explained that tonight they would do something completely different. Something completely different? Anne repeated, curious. Moments later, the two were lying in bed, side by side. No, they did not have any intimacy. They were just lying there, talking. Anne asked if Moon was enjoying just lying there in bed without doing anything. He replied that this was also important, as love was not just about physical intimacy. Love was also about talking, having an emotional connection, and knowing the essence of the person you care about. Anne moved closer to Moon, saying that she didn't want to be separated from the young master. After everything they had been through, just now that things had been resolved, they would have to be apart for a while. Moon replied that a semester at the academy only lasted 4 months, and that, at the end of that period, the holidays would arrive, and he could return to Mansenburg. Anne, with a sad tone, retorted that 4 months was a long time, and that she didn't want him to leave. He then suggested that if she missed him, she could write letters, and he would make sure to answer them immediately. Anne called his name once more, and he asked, "What is it, Anne?" She replied that she was feeling the warmth of the young master's body so close, his breath. Anne confessed that she could no longer hold back, and asked if they could have a moment of intimacy, at least that night, since he would be away from her for 4 months. Moon closed his eyes, thinking that it was fine and that they could do what she asked. He reflected that he also couldn't control himself, as he liked Anne very much, especially after what had happened with the bunny outfit. He had wanted to handle the situation more delicately before they moved on to something more serious, but since Anne had brought it up, there was no longer any way to escape. Then, Moon began to take off his clothes and commented that this time, he would be on top. Anne just remained there lying down. She then said that she would do exactly as the young master wished. The scene focuses only on the black book while they are occupied. We see a page of the book with some important notes. Jealousy process, 100%. Destiny intervention activated. Partial memory erasure processing completed. And at the end, the phrase, "Keep striving, Moon Campbell." The meaning of this is still a mystery, but it is certainly something important for the story that will be discovered later. The scene then shifts to St. Mary's Academy, a completely different place. This is where Moon will study for the next 4 months. We see the Academy's pool and then a person's foot. It's none other than Ariel, announcing her return. Finally, a secondary character from the beginning of the story reappears. Ariel jumps into the pool, splashing water everywhere. She is very happy, as it was worth arriving a week before everyone else to have the Academy's giant pool all to herself and her sister. She asks if Leah is enjoying the pool. Then, we see Leah, Ariel's sister, who looks completely different from the beginning of the story, having grown quite a bit. Leah replies to Ariel that even though classes haven't started yet, there are already some teachers at the academy, as they arrived a week early. She fears that if they make too much noise in the pool, they might get into trouble. But Ariel tells her to relax, explaining that she already asked most of the teachers, and they all allowed her and her sister to stay in the pool until later. Suddenly, Ariel rushes towards Leah in the pool, startling her, unsure what to expect. Then, to Leah's surprise, Ariel squeezes her bust. Ariel comments that even though only a month has passed since they last saw each other, her sister's breasts have grown much larger. She continues to fondle them while asking how long they've been so big. Ariel then notices that her sister's hair is getting lighter, as it used to be much darker. Leah replies that she hadn't even noticed the change, and wonders if it could be the blessing of some deity. Ariel notices that her sister is getting quite nervous, which is unusual. Leah replies that she's afraid her hair will turn blonde, as she knows Ariel doesn't like that person with blonde hair. Ariel asks, "Are you talking about that guy?" She answers herself, stating that that scum doesn't compare to her sweet and gentle sister. Ariel tells Leah not to worry so much, because no matter how she changes, she will always like her. Leah is relieved, as she was genuinely worried about it. Ariel replies that Leah is a bit silly for having been completely worried about it the whole way. However, Ariel suddenly remembers Moon, and her expression fills with anger. She remembered how that imbecile had already made her very angry, especially for turning her own coming-of-age ceremony into an assassination attempt involving Princess Celia. It was on that occasion that Moon saved Celia from being stabbed by an assassin. Ariel continued, saying that he almost hurt Celia in the process. She then told Leah that it would be better for her to stay far, far away from that guy to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Leah replied that the assassination incident involving Celia was not Moon's fault. According to the official statement from the royal family, it was thanks to Moon that the princess managed to survive that day. Leah continued, explaining that after that incident, it was Princess Celia herself who called her to help with Moon's emergency treatment. Ariel then realized that was why Leah had disappeared for a whole hour, and Leah confirmed it. She spent an hour taking care of Moon, as she needed to wait for the royal physician to arrive, and did everything to keep him alive until help arrived. Leah added that he risked his own life to save the princess, and, at least on that point, she thought young Moon was a very brave and righteous man. But Ariel interrupted her, saying, Hey, don't say that guy's name. He's not young or anything, he's just an imbecile. Ariel continued, admitting that she didn't deny he had the courage to save Celia. However, she didn't like him as a person. To this day, she couldn't understand how Moon's parents, with his mother being a very intelligent person and his father as well, could have such a foolish son. However, Ariel became more serious as she ended up agreeing with her sister. Leah was right. It seemed that Moon Guy had changed a bit. In the past, he wouldn't even look at Ariel's face or remember her name. This was very strange because that guy had a very weak and impulsive personality. He would never risk his own life to save someone. Ariel then stretched in the pool and said that was enough talk about that unpleasant guy. She wanted to stay in the water a bit longer, then take another shower and leave, and she warned that if Moon showed up to bother her, she would break him in half. The two continued talking, and Ariel said she had wanted to ask Leah something for a long time. Leah asked what it was, and Ariel wanted to know how her sister managed to make her mountains grow that way. She asked if there was any secret method to increase the size of those things, and said she would be very happy if her sister could teach her. However, Leah replied that it had nothing to do with the church or any secret method. In fact, what she did was simply drink a lot of milk. 3 days later, classes at the academy finally began. The academy, seen from afar, was immense. At the entrance, there was a statue of 2 knights, and students were already entering through the gate. It was then that Moon arrived, very well dressed. He was surprised by the size of the Empire's magic academy, which was much larger than he had imagined. While Moon was immersed in his thoughts, while the other students rushed because they were late, Moon walked calmly. He thought that he shouldn't provoke the arrogant heroine Ariel, and that the academy would probably be a completely safe place for him. Speaking of studying, it had been over 10 years since he had done so he even felt a little excited about the idea. He was determined to be the best in that academy. However, Moon noticed that a group of people in the center of the courtyard was attracting a lot of attention. Everyone was commenting about a show, which made him curious. A show? He adjusted his backpack and decided to approach to find out what the commotion was, as he also wanted to watch. The commotion was, in fact, Ariel arguing with a young man. This young man was Ammon, one of Moon's future henchmen in the original story. However, Moon didn't know him yet. He would literally meet him at that moment. Ariel treated the young man very poorly, but he returned the treatment in kind. She told him to disappear if he had nothing else to do there, as she was not like a dog. That young man, according to her, was Moon's dog, and she didn't want to be bothered with such senseless nonsense. The young man gave a mocking smile, saying that Ariel was being very foolish, and challenged her to a fight. Ariel seemed uncertain about what to do. Around them, everyone in the academy watched, commenting that Ariel was pitiful for always being harassed by those guys. A girl with glasses and green hair even said, "A fourth-year student challenging a second year? How shameful." Meanwhile, Moon ate a sausage and analyzed Ariel. He realized that this was the perfect time to observe her abilities and begin preparing for his future confrontation. Ariel, for her part, was very calm, as those young men had challenged her many times before and always lost. Probably this time would be no different. Ammon spoke, saying that last time it was a mistake to send someone like Crew to attack her. He admitted that he hadn't expected Ariel to be able to defeat Crew, but that this time would be different, because he, Ammon, the madman of Campbell, would attack and completely crush Ariel. Upon hearing the title Madman of Campbell, Moon realized that this young man was one of his future allies. Ariel replied that it was fine if Eamon wanted to fight, as she would make him fall to the ground once more, if that were the case. However, Eamon clarified that it wasn't he who would fight her. The one who would face Ariel would be Moon Campbell. At that very moment, everyone around turned and looked at Moon, who was left without understanding what was happening. He realized that his future ally was an idiot. Moon had just arrived and didn't even know about the situation. He thought that young man was truly very stupid. Everyone observing the scene realized that it was the real Moon Campbell. They couldn't believe he actually existed. The rumors about Moon were incredible. The girls whispered that just by looking into his eyes, there was a chance of getting pregnant by him. What kind of rumor was that? How could someone get pregnant just by a look? Another girl replied that if Moon Campbell took her home, inappropriate things could happen during the night, and the situation wouldn't end well for her. Moon's reputations were truly impressive, and the rumors continued. Some girls said that he had been involved with so many women in the past that he could fill an entire class of 40 female students. Moon then realized that the original character of that story was a terrible person. The reputation he had at that academy was that of a complete womanizer. Suddenly, Pessim and Ariel entered the scene, assuming a combat stance. Ariel turned to Moon and said that she already knew he would appear. She then replied to Moon, "What is it? You're still the same as always. You have no talent and just send your street dogs to attack others, don't you? You're still as useless as ever." Moon realized how harsh Ariel's words were. Ariel continues, "Oh, you think that was harsh? That's exactly what you deserve, you idiot." Another sharp retort. Many people around began to gather, expecting a fight. After all, the young master of the Campbell family was known for being troublesome. The crowd wondered who would emerge victorious, if Moon would destroy Ariel or if Ariel would tear him apart. Going against expectations, Moon shouted Ariel's name loudly so everyone could hear. The shout startled even Ariel herself. Then, to everyone's shock, Moon apologized, saying he didn't want to bother her. The crowd was left speechless. After all, he was known for causing a lot of trouble and hurting others, and now he was apologizing. Even Ariel was perplexed, as Moon had never acted this way towards her before. Iman appeared and interfered, saying that young Moon couldn't apologize to an idiot like that because he belonged to the noble Campbell family. Moon turned to Iman and asked what he thought he was doing, putting on such a spectacle. Iman, along with two other subordinates of Moon, replied that because of the public humiliation, they must destroy Ariel. They argued that Moon was being demeaned in front of everyone. With a serious expression, Moon asked if anyone had given Iman the order to do that, as he hadn't asked anyone to hurt Ariel. Iman was speechless. He stammered and ended up replying that the idea of hurting Ariel was his own, that no one had forced him to do anything. Moon then stated that such behavior, picking a fight without receiving orders, deserved a good scolding. Afterwards, he dragged Iman to a corner to talk in private. Moon told Iman never to make a scene like that again, as he had an important plan in mind. He instructed Iman to take some men and offer sincere apologies to Ariel. After the apology, Amon was to take the money Moon was offering him and lead the men to buy something delicious at the canteen. Before all that, however, Amon needed to help him disperse the curious onlookers who had gathered. Moon also commented that it was all his fault, and that Amon had ended up getting the worst of the situation. To his subordinate's surprise, Moon apologized, calling him brother. The gesture touched Amon deeply. His master had not only given him money to buy food and taken full responsibility for the mistake he had made, but had also called him brother. A few seconds later, Amon and Moon's two other subordinates approached Ariel. She prepared for combat, ready to finish them off if necessary, and asked what they were trying to do. To everyone's astonishment, the three bowed and apologized to her. Their actions shocked the crowd. Everyone thought they would attack Ariel, that they would beat her up, but none of that happened. Even Ariel was visibly startled, as it was something she hadn't expected either. Afterwards, the three told the crowd to disperse, announcing that the show was over. Moon stood beside Ariel, who stared at him and asked what he was up to and what he intended to do. He apologized once more, insisting that he never meant to hurt or bother her, and then began to speak. Moon explained that he wanted to seek her out privately to sincerely apologize for the foolish things he had done in the past, but he feared that perhaps seeking her out alone might cause misunderstandings. And now, at this very moment, a perfect opportunity had arisen for him to apologize to her publicly. With so many people as witnesses, Ariel ended up asking if he was serious. Moon was a little confused and questioned how she wasn't realizing that he was speaking seriously and sincerely. He asked if that wasn't enough for her and ended up apologizing once more. Ariel even became shy, not knowing what to do. Moon reiterated his apology for everything he had done to her in the past and assured her that he no longer wanted to do such things. He even ended up asking if she wanted him to kneel to show that he was truly offering a sincere apology. Ariel, still a little shy, moved closer to him, saying that she understood everything. She said that Moon wanted her to lower her guard so he could get closer to her and consequently get closer to Leah, her sister. Ariel stated that she knew knew Moon liked her sister very much because he had often stared at Leah. Ariel ended up replying that Leah's breasts belonged only to her own sister, and not to him. Ariel continued to emphasize what she was saying in a very serious manner, warning Moon Campbell not to even think about it because her sister's magnificent breasts, Leah's magnificent breasts, belonged only to her. Moon became a little shy. He even stammered a little and ended up saying that since they had reached this topic and this point, he would clarify something for Ariel about this misunderstanding between him and Leah. He promised that today he would be completely honest with Ariel. Moon ended up replying that, in fact, he liked the small ones, not the large ones. Speaking very seriously and with great conviction, Moon replied that those that were soft and large didn't even fit in his hand, and because of that, didn't interest him at all. He said he preferred those that were small and normal. The ideal for him would be something completely flat. Ariel reacted by punching him right in the face. She was visibly shy and ended up saying that she knew him very well. In the past, he had mistreated many girls with ample breasts and never approached a girl with small breasts. And now he was saying such nonsense. She questioned how he could say such a thing. Ariel continued to argue that he was probably saying this just to mock her, and that it showed he hadn't changed much at all, remaining the same as always. However, Moon ended up replying that what he said was just a joke and that Ariel shouldn't be angry. He emphasized that it was true and apologized sincerely. Moon even commented that, regarding Leah and Ariel herself, he would not touch them, nor did he intend to do anything bad to them. He assured them both that they could rest easy in that regard, because he would order his people not to lay a finger on them. Moon ended up standing up and revealed that when he returned to school, he thought about preparing a gift as a way to apologize to her, but before concluding, he ended up speaking. Unfortunately, at the moment, he hadn't bought anything for her because there wasn't enough time. He only had the money he received from his allowance, 1 million Emilios, which was in his pocket. Since he thought the money would end up insulting her, he asked that instead she heal the sausage he was eating. He continued quoting a proverb. "The friendship between knights is precious like water. A feast can end any grudge." Moon started running, saying that when he had free time, he would buy her a very good gift as an apology, but that at the moment he needed to study. As he ran, Moon thought that Ariel didn't need to accept or forgive him. Whether she accepted him or not, he would continue to improve and evolve as a person. If Ariel truly didn't want to accept him, he would simply apologize, as he recognized that he had made many mistakes in the past, even if it wasn't him in control of his own body. With a determined tone, he bid farewell to Ariel Poincaré, her full name. He reflected that their relationship could be good, but he didn't want to have any more enemies in this life. Ariel stood still, not knowing what to do, and understanding nothing. Suddenly, she realized she was still holding Moon's sausage and screamed, not knowing how to react. Then she yelled for Moon to wait, calling his name. Moon, who was still running, looked back and saw Ariel coming at him at full speed. The scene focused on a girl's leg, positioned in a high place. In the distance, the conversation between Moon and Ariel could be heard. Ariel said that the gift Moon could give her could be money, stating that she found the 1 million coins he had in his pocket very interesting. Moon, however, told her not to come any closer, refusing to give 1 million coins as an apology because it was too much money. The girl who was observing them was revealed. It was the same one who sold black market potions to Moon. Who would have thought she would appear here? She thought it was crazy for Moon to be apologizing to Ariel using money. She noticed that after the incident where he saved Celia, Moon had become a completely different person, as his behavior had changed a lot. With a malicious smile, she noted that Moon was a golden child of the Campbell family. He was quite naive, but rich. She wondered if she should bother Moon a little to be with him. She reflected that there would be no problem, as she believed Celia would also end up with him, and that Celia probably wouldn't mind if she got to him first. Would Moon have this girl chasing him, in addition to Anne? The scene shifts, showing two older men who are apparently the Academy's directors. One of them comments that the crowd has finally dispersed. They won't need to intervene. One of them introduces himself as Prek, the director of the magic department at St. Mary's Academy. Seeing that the commotion has ended, Prek questions why those two are still so close. He then asks his companion if he can read lips from a distance to know what they are discussing, even without hearing anything. The old man in question is none other than Professor Krent, from the potions department of the same academy. He replies that the boy is apologizing to Ariel, offering half a roasted sausage as compensation. Krent ends up laughing at the situation, finding it comical that Moon is offering a sausage. He continues, admitting that apparently the young man from the Campbell family has changed quite a bit, as his attitude is rather amusing. However, Director Prek retorts, stating that this is impossible. According to him, Moon Campbell would never change his behavior. Prek goes on, saying that the boy always considered himself superior, using the fact that he was a duke's son to do exactly as he pleased at the academy. The following scene illustrates this, showing Moon walking while some girls, frightened, hastily flee from him. Prek continues telling the professor that Moon Campbell has caused many disturbances in the past. He emphasizes that he doesn't believe Moon apologized to Ariel, as he always heavily criticized her for being the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy and noble family. However, Professor Krent from the potions department insists. He states that, from his lip reading, Moon truly said something that seems to be true, indicating he is being sincere. Director Prek, however, reacts with great anger, saying that all of it is nonsense. He declares that if Moon truly changed, he would be able to eat the entire table. The other professor comments that it's clear he really dislikes Moon Campbell, but the director replies that it's not a matter of liking or disliking. He states that the young man is a disgrace to St. Mary's Academy. The reason for this is that last year, Moon took an entire year to learn nothing more than a simple illumination spell, a basic light spell, which is unacceptable for an academy of such high prestige. However, Professor Krent comments to the director that, as the head of the magic department, he could simply dismiss Moon. But they cannot do that so soon, because Moon needs, at the very least, to have a chance to show that he has changed and improved. If he were to leave, they could use the justification that the boy is not good at magic, but rather at fighting, just like his father. Moon's father is very skilled in combat, not magic. The director, for his part, still cannot believe that Moon only gets low grades and has such a bad reputation, as his father and mother are incredible and very intelligent people, and even with low grades, Moon has never broken any academy rules. However, the two men comment that they won't be able to expel Moon from the academy so easily, because his family is very important to the Empire. And it's not just about his father and mother. Moon has several uncles and other relatives who work in different sectors of the Imperial government. Therefore, if they tried to remove Moon from the academy, his family's politicians and other related individuals would likely intervene to ensure he wasn't expelled. In other words, in a way, Moon is untouchable. He cannot be removed from the academy merely by the will of the director, who dislikes him. The professor then comments that he has been observing Moon for some time and noticed something. When Moon entered the academy, he picked up some trash that was lying on the ground and put it in the bin, something no other student who passed by there bothered to do. Furthermore, he saw a bird's nest that had fallen to the ground and put it back in the tree. And the most curious thing was that the birds didn't seem afraid of him. In fact, they seemed very comfortable in his presence. The older man even smiles as he realizes that Moon has changed a lot. He recounts another situation that shows this change. When Moon entered, he found a crying girl and offered her a handkerchief to calm her down. However, the girl was startled to see that it was Moon Campbell and fled, as he has a terrible reputation among the students. Despite this, the professor observes that Moon is doing something very different. He notices that he was doing nothing more than making a reference to the statue of the Academy's first founder. Director Prek becomes completely startled, because in recent years, no one had made any reference to the founder's statue. We then see our MC Moon thinking that he needs to be a much more polite person to improve his reputation. Therefore, he was doing something he knew would please many teachers. However, Moon notices that the statue has a mark on its neck. This was because the statue's head had fallen off the previous year, when the MC was at the academy, and the one who made it fall was none other than Moon himself. In his past life, he was also the one who put the head back in place. Moon then offered a kind of prayer, promising himself that he would never do those horrible things again. The two gentlemen observing him noticed that Moon had changed a lot, and that his behavior was now excellent. After all, not even they, when they first arrived at the academy, had ever revered the founder's statue. It was something they never did, but Moon was doing it. The elder, a man with a long white beard and hair, commented to the director about when he would fulfill the bet and eat the entire table, since Moon's behavior had changed and he had lost. The director left in anger, stating that it was nothing, as just one day didn't prove his behavior had improved. It would take a few more weeks for him to be sure. The director continued, saying that it's very difficult to change a person's nature and character, being almost impossible in such a short period of time. Probably that boy from the Campbell family was planning something bad, and he, the director, would be watching Moon in the coming days to prove he was right and that the young man was up to something. The other gentleman from the potions department commented that the director remained stubborn. Furthermore, he felt that this year at the academy would be much more interesting than the previous one. The scene changes, and we see the dormitories of St. Mary's Academy. A woman is handing Moon the key to his room. number 526. In a very affectionate way, Moon thanks the woman, saying, "Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope you have," the woman replies, wishing Moon a great day as well. However, she finds him familiar and remembers that he is, probably, that famous boy who causes a lot of trouble. She recalls that the other women don't like him very much, and that he belongs to a very wealthy family. However, the way he spoke to her and the politeness he showed moved her, making her a little emotional. She found him very polite and charming. Moon enters his room and notices that the space is quite large, considerably bigger than his room in the Campbell mansion. He realizes that this will be his happy corner to train, study, and do everything necessary to become a better and stronger person. He jumps onto the bed, noticing that it's very soft, but concludes that it doesn't even come close to his family's bed, which is much more comfortable. Moon then thinks that the year's opening ceremony and classes only begin tomorrow. Since he has nothing to do during the afternoon, he decides to take a shower, change clothes, and relax a bit. After his shower, emerging completely clean, he notices that his physique has changed quite a bit. He reflects that the training in the Black Book dimension, combined with his normal training, is truly making a big difference in his body. He genuinely feels the change and the increase in his strength. However, he notices something on his back. It was none other than the mark of the corrupted king. It's worth remembering that Moon received that power from the corrupted king to kill the god of love, who was in the Ark. This power still remained within him, having been marked on his back. He had already asked the Black Book if the ability had left his body, but he received no answer, which he found quite strange. Then, he realized that perhaps the corrupted king's ability was still within his body. Moon tried to ignite a spark with his finger, and succeeded. He felt that he possessed the corrupted king's magic, but at the same time he felt that he didn't. This confusion arose because the Black Book never confirmed that he still had the magic. It was a paradoxical sensation, feeling that he didn't possess it, even knowing it was there. While Moon was still pondering this, he reasoned that he could still use the corrupted king's power, but he noticed that it was very weak now, so weak that he could extinguish the small flame with just a light breath. He then pondered whether he truly wanted to use this power. To use the corrupted king's power, he would probably have to train more, because the Vokasu magic he had just used was worse than a simple illumination spell. However, Moon reflected and decided that he no longer wanted to train this power. The evil gods he had faced so far had only brought him trouble, and he didn't want to get involved in the lives of those crazy beings again. He also believed that no god would bother him, as he was now at the Santa Maria Imperial Academy, the most prestigious academy in the country. There, the nation's most powerful mages studied, and Moon intended to spend the next 3 years studying there to become a better and stronger person. For this, he would use the Black Book, which would help him during this period. His goal was to become very, very strong indeed. So strong that not even an evil god would be a match to defeat him. He agreed with himself that this idea was brilliant. However, as he lay on his bed, Moon realized that he was very weak and needed to start taking things more seriously, both his studies and the improvement of his abilities. Determined to start immediately, the Black Book literally fell onto his face once again, as it was accustomed to doing. The scene transported us to the Black Book's dimension, a place we hadn't seen in a long time. Inside, Moon was much stronger and fully prepared to train. He thought it was much better to leave certain training matters to the book, as the object always assisted him in such times. Very happy, Moon commented that it had taken 197 deaths to evolve to level 2 of the Black Book. Yes, he had died 197 times to reach the second level of the dimension and be able to train more intensely. Because of so many attempts, he had learned many new moves and now knew how to take care of himself very well. It was revealed that, in the story, every time a character died, they became a Crow Knight, a type of ghost, within the Black Book's dimension. We then saw Roach, Urka's husband, who fought with a sword and shield and represented the challenge of level 2. The scene abruptly shifted to the female dormitory of Santa Maria Academy. There, we saw Ariel in her room, and the one who appeared at the door was Leah, her sister. Leah wanted to talk to Ariel, as she had just heard some rumors about her and Moon. Leah wanted to know if it was really true. Ariel replied to her sister that the news had spread very quickly, which caught her completely by surprise, as she never expected Moon to apologize to her. At this, Leah was startled, as she didn't think this rumor about the apology was true. She thought it was just a rumor. Ariel then commented that it wasn't a rumor, but rather something that had actually happened today, just a few hours ago. Leah then concluded that it was indeed true that Ariel and Moon had a child. Ariel was completely bewildered, questioning how she and Moon could have had a child in so few few hours. But Leah, her sister, explained that the school newspaper had published a story that Ariel was pregnant with Moon since the two had fought earlier. As the two talked, the scene focused on Ariel's ring that lay on a small table, an item of great importance. Ariel picked up the school newspaper and read everything written, wondering aloud who the idiot was who wrote such a thing. Her, pregnant with Moon Campbell, would be a colossal absurdity. Leah commented that the newspaper had used some real facts about what happened and mixed them with false information. This newspaper rumor was spreading throughout the entire academy. Furthermore, it stated that Moon was dating Ariel and 13 other girls from different families. Ariel tells Leah to stop saying such absurd things and states that tomorrow she will walk right in front of the room of the people who made the newspaper to have a very close conversation with them. There's no way she will allow them to spread rumors that she is pregnant with Moon, or that she is his ex-girlfriend, or the mother of his child and things like that. Leah corrects her, saying that the rumor isn't about being an ex-girlfriend, but rather an ex-girlfriend with a child. Ariel replies that her sister is very silly, as that's not true, and asks if Leah is mocking her. Then, Ariel jumps on Leah in a playful manner. She calls her sister a damn funny one and asks if her breasts have grown a bit more today, commenting that she loves her sister's breasts. Ariel continues, asking if Leah will still dare to keep joking with her. Leah starts laughing and asks her to stop, saying that she gives up and won't do it anymore. After the playful moment, Leah comments that it's a good thing Ariel wasn't too bothered by the facts, as tomorrow is the Academy's opening ceremony. She says she's going back to her room to sleep, as the next day will be very important. Ariel asks if Leah doesn't want to sleep with her, since tomorrow is also an important day. However, Leah replies that she can't, as she needs to take a bath and practice some of her healing magic, which is her focus. She wishes Ariel good night, and Ariel returns the gesture. The scene ends in Ariel's room. As she lies down on her bed, she becomes thoughtful, reflecting that the black market no longer exists. It was through it that she earned money to pay her bills, and now, even on the eve of the ceremony, this concern comes to the forefront. She needs to find a new way to make money, but she has to balance that with her studies at the same time. She realizes that this year will be very demanding. Ariel is very angry because she spends a fortune to study magic and is now running out of money. Furthermore, the school newspaper has been spreading rumors about her everywhere, which deeply bothers her. Now, a little calmer, Ariel asks her master if there's another way to get money outside the black market, since it no longer exists. At that moment, Ariel's ring, which I've already mentioned is very important, begins to activate as she complains that she's starving due to lack of money. From the ring emerges the ghost of a woman, apparently a witch, who reveals herself as Ariel's master. The master explains that Ariel has reached a much higher magical level, and that because of this, there are now other ways for her to earn money. Ariel comments that all of this is her master's fault, for teaching her very ancient spells. These spells attract too much attention from people, as they are not common. Ariel used to sell magical scrolls in the underworld, which was how the black market was known, but now that it no longer exists, she is full of headaches. Her master then asks if she doesn't want to learn common and basic magic, since Ariel has no knowledge of them. But Ariel replies that she doesn't want to know about basic magic. She only wants to learn the most powerful spells. However, Ariel admits that, in truth, she bears some of the blame for the situation. She recognizes that she should have learned other forms of magic and ways to earn money a long time ago, as it was inevitable that the black market would fall sooner or later. And it ended up falling due to the assassination of Celia, the Empire's princess. She then remembers that time when she was in the mansion's corridor and felt something strange near Princess Celia, but didn't warn anyone. If she had warned them, perhaps the black market would never have been closed, and she would have fewer headaches now. Her master interrupts her, saying that she just remembered a great way to earn money. Simple, fast, and effortless. Ariel becomes very happy, as she needs money. The master reminds her that Moon Campbell had said he would compensate her with a very expensive gift. She suggests that Ariel could ask Moon for no less than 1,000,000 coins, and that way she could go a long time without worrying about finances. However, Ariel replies that she will not do that at all. She states that she will not sell her principles for 1,000,000 coins, although she knows many people would. Ariel continues, explaining that for her to accept the money, it wouldn't be enough for Moon to give her 1,000,000 coins. He would have to prove that he has truly become a better person. Otherwise, she will never accept anything from him. Her master, however, approaches and insists, saying that, on second thought, 1,000,000 coins is a lot of money. She then provokes her, imagining if he offered 2,000,000. Ariel firmly replies that she will not accept, even if it were 2 million coins. She emphasizes that even if it were 10 million, she still wouldn't accept, as it's a matter of principles and attitude. The master seems disappointed with the answer. "What a shame," she laments. The master continues, commenting that she thinks that boy, Moon Campbell, was very sincere with her earlier. The scene cuts to Moon, with the black book open on his face. Ariel's master's voice continues, saying that Moon Campbell truly seems to have changed, while the image shows Moon completely exhausted from his training with the black book. The scene returns to St. Mary Academy. A few hours have passed, and it is already morning. Professor Pronk, who was very accustomed to morning walks, was thinking about the saying he always told everyone, "Effort is always rewarded." He noticed that there was no one in the Academy's exercise and running area. The true prodigies of the Empire normally woke up before sunrise to train. However, no one from this latest generation had done so yet. This new generation is very different. The professor still thought that there were only 2 hours left until the Academy's opening ceremony, and no one had even gotten out of bed. This was truly regrettable. Just as he was thinking about this, someone ran past him. It was none other than Moon, doing his cardio workout. At first, the professor didn't recognize him, and was surprised that there was a student training so early. He thought to himself that discipline is always an essential quality of the strongest. A student who trains early in the morning deserves all the praise from a professor. He continued thinking that if there was time later, he would call this student to the stage for an honor. It would be a way to make the lazy students of recent years realize that there are still people who put in effort. This type of person motivates other students to become better. Then, Professor Pronk asked the student who he was, calling out to him. Moon replied, "Good morning, Professor Pronk." The professor, surprised, said, "Good morning. Is that Moon Campbell?" It was then that he realized it was Moon, the person he hated most in that academy. He yelled, "What are you doing here, you brat?" Moon calmly replied, "As you can see, Professor, I'm running early in the morning doing my morning cardio." The professor asked incredulously, "Running?" Moon continued, "That's right. Although this amount of exercise won't help much to improve my body, running and then taking a cold shower makes me fully awake for the first classes of this year, and I want to pay close attention." The professor then questioned if that was really all he was running for, just to pay a little more attention in class. Moon replied that he still had 3 kilometers left to finish, and that he would have the opportunity to talk to the professor later, as he needed to finish his workout first. The professor simply replied, "All right." As he watched Moon walk away, Professor Pronk thought, "How can that be Moon Campbell? How is this possible?" As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there's always something behind it. Given that he was from the noble Campbell family, this boy needed to be watched closely because his behavior was very strange. The scene then changes. We see a girl running desperately through the academy. She tells herself that she finally arrived on time, as she almost ran late. She opens a door very slowly, thinking that there were only 5 minutes left until she was supposed to start what she had to do. So she was, in fact, a little late. Upon opening the door, she comes face to face with none other than Celia, the princess of the Empire. The girl says that she was a little late. Celia replies that it was very good that she had arrived, and that they should start working as soon as possible. The princess also reminded her that she had told her many times to stop calling her Your Highness or Princess, because here at the academy she was just another student. The girl then replies, "Here is all the basic data for all the new students this year." It was Princess Celia herself who had asked for all that data to be brought. The girl then said her name once more, and Celia asked her to leave everything on the table. However, the young woman asked what the class president was planning for the day. Celia replied that she was just adjusting the speech for the opening ceremony. Then, she observed that the girl's dark circles were quite prominent, deducing that she had probably stayed up late. Celia continued, speculating that the other girl was reading a type of romance between boys, with a kind of poorly made yet powerful god who fell in love with the reader. The girl became a little scared, as Celia had noticed all of that just by observing her. And yes, this girl is an otaku, just like Moon. She reads stories, but in this case, she herself is a character in the story. That's the point, Celia continued, saying that she couldn't understand that type of romance with men, villains, and even gods. She warned that if the girl kept reading those stories at night and didn't sleep properly, it would greatly hinder her magic studies, and, in that case, she would have no choice but to forbid her from reading the books, since they were stealing her sleep. The girl quickly replied, taking the blame and saying that she didn't want to be forbidden from reading her romances. Celia then stood up and opened a window, feeling the strong wind blowing outside. She commented that spring that year had arrived much earlier than the previous year. The other girl agreed, mentioning that when she returned to her hometown, it was already starting to snow there, which was very strange. Soon after, she began to dust the books with some kind of duster. However, she noticed that Celia had been looking out the window for a long time and asked what she was doing. The girl approached and saw that Celia was looking at none other than Moon Campbell. Yes, Moon Campbell himself. The girl's expression hardened, showing anger towards Moon. Celia noticed and asked if he had caused more trouble. The other replied, yes, a very big trouble, and that the president still didn't know anything. Celia confirmed that she didn't know, and asked the girl to bring her the newspaper so she could understand what was happening. After a while, the girl picked up the newspaper and began to explain everything to Celia. The princess commented that the controversy was because Moon had apologized to Ariel. The girl, however, replied that wasn't the point. In fact, the newspaper said that Ariel was abandoned by Moon Campbell after they had a child together. She continued to read, stating that wasn't all. The article said that Moon Campbell was involved with 3 women at the same time, and that Ariel was known as the fearless battleship he owned. According to the article, she suffered 50 miscarriages because of him and tried to commit suicide 375 times. At that moment, it was visible that Celia's hand was ready to strike the girl's face, and true to form, Celia struck her head. The girl screamed, "President, why?" Celia replied that such exaggerated language and such an absurd number of suicide attempts made no sense at all. Besides, she concluded, didn't you notice? At the end of the article, there were some very small letters saying something very important. The girl then remembered that, in the newspaper, there was a part written exactly like this. All the content above is mere speculation by the editorial staff, made only for entertainment. It does not reflect the real situation. Celia then told her that she hadn't read the newspaper to the end. Then, Celia took the newspaper and hit the girl on the head with it, saying that next time, she should read much more and talk much less, because if she continued like this, she would become increasingly foolish. The girl replied that she would remember that. She asked Celia if, since that was clearly a rumor, she, as class president, shouldn't apply some punishment. Celia replied that she would see to that later. Celia reflected that, as the student council president of St. Mary's Academy, she could not allow this type of information or mess in the institution. Likewise, she could not allow anyone to use another person's image to intimidate or spread false information. That was totally wrong, and Celia was against the dissemination of fake news. But that wasn't all she was thinking. She also remembered that Moon had saved her and didn't want him to be labeled as an inferior or problematic person, since he had shown that he wanted to change. Celia continued thinking that if Moon wanted to earn her recognition, he would have to try much harder than he was trying now. She would only accept his friendship back if he truly proved that he had become a better person. We then see our MC Moon finishing the 3 kilometers of cardio he needed to complete. Meanwhile, Celia thought that Moon Campbell, that man, really needed to prove that he had changed. After a few hours, the scene changed. We were in the Great Hall of St. Mary's Academy, where we saw several students gathered for the opening ceremony. 2 female students were gossiping about a very handsome young man who had just passed by. This young man was none other than our MC Moon. They commented that he was probably a senior, and that he was truly very handsome. So handsome that when he looked at them, they found him to be a very polite, kind, and cute guy. Moon is charming everyone who doesn't know his reputation. He then thinks that these girls find him so amazing and handsome because they are this year's new students. This is already Moon's 2nd year at the academy. He was on vacation at the beginning of the story. Therefore, these new students don't know his reputation, which is why they thought he was a good person. Little do they know that, according to rumors, Moon has already been involved with more than 3 women. While Moon was lost in thought, Eamon and Gru called his attention, asking him to sit there. Eamon then asked, saying Iman said he didn't expect Moon to show up at such a simple ceremony. Even Gru, who had appeared earlier in the story, commented that he arrived very early. However, Moon replied that the opening ceremony isn't that important to him. He only came because of his 2 friends. This made Gru and Iman very embarrassed and shy. They didn't expect to have such a good friend, and, moved, Eamon and Gru started crying. They know Moon is a very good person, and promise they will stay with him until the end. However, the scene ended up irritating Ariel, who told the 2 to shut up as they were making an embarrassing scene right when the ceremony was about to begin. Amon got so angry at Ariel that he started cursing her with every possible word. Moon quickly put his hand over Iman's mouth to make him stop, and also apologized for his friend's behavior. Ariel just stayed quiet, accepting the apology. At that moment, someone from the student council called everyone's attention, announcing that the students and teachers were already present and that the opening ceremony was about to begin. We then saw Celia's friend on stage, who announced that everyone would receive the representatives of St. Mary's Academy and the current student council president. It was none other than Princess Celia, who would deliver the welcome speech for the new students. Celia was very beautiful. The new students immediately realized that Princess Celia was indeed very beautiful. For some of the girls, it was the first time they saw her in person, and they found the experience incredible. But it's not just the girls. The boys also noticed her beauty and agreed that she fully deserved the title of Her Highness. Meanwhile, Moon thought he didn't know Celia was the student council representative. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Celia was staring fixedly at him with a cold gaze. Moon confirmed that the gaze was, in fact, directed at him. Moon shifted in his seat, uncomfortable. Emon and Gru asked if he was feeling unwell, but Moon replied that he wasn't, that he was fine. Celia let out a soft sigh and finally began her speech. She introduced herself as Celia, the student council president, and welcomed everyone to the start of the new semester. On behalf of St. Mary's Academy, I welcome all new students. Meanwhile, Moon thought that Celia's speech was, in fact, quite ordinary. He expected something different since he's in a magic academy, but the speech was as generic as one from a normal college, school, or academy in the real world. As Celia spoke, Moon reflected that he didn't want to attract the attention of the student council or the teachers. The right thing to do was to train and study hard to become the strongest person he aspired to be. Celia finally finished her speech, saying that these were the student council's final guidelines for all new students. Now, they would finally call the school administration's representative, who would be this year's new director. All the students were a little terrified, as the director could either be a very good person or a complete scoundrel. However, something caught Moon's attention, the new director's voice, which ordered all students to remain seated and for no one to go to the restroom. Then, the new director was revealed. It was none other than Pink Bear. And yes, he was a bear, a pink bear, who would be this year's new director. He commented that apparently all the students were well behaved. Therefore, he said, "I won't take up any more of your time. I'll make a very quick presentation." He introduced himself, stating that his name was Pink Bear, and that he was the new director of St. Mary's Academy for this year. He explained that Director Hathaway, for certain reasons, had been temporarily transferred to other duties. Until her return, he would assume the position, almost like a substitute director. He then asked if anyone had any questions, but apparently no one spoke up, which he considered great. He continued, stating that he also had nothing more to say. However, before concluding his presentation, he added, "If any student has any problems in life, at school, or in classes, remember, don't come talk to me. It's your problem." He finally ended his presentation by saying goodbye to everyone and wishing the new students good luck because, according to him, they would need it. This director is completely crazy. Even now, I'm trying to understand what he just said. Moon was somewhat startled, as he hadn't expected that to be the director of St. Mary's Academy. This was because, in the original story he had read, the Academy's leader was a female director, not a male director. He remembered the director who was supposed to appear, a very beautiful, dedicated, intelligent woman, an example of perfection in education, an imposing woman with great mountains. But Moon thought, shocked, that he hadn't expected a fucking bear to appear. And just to be clear, I'm not the one saying this. It's written exactly like that in the original text. He really thought, this fucking bear. After a few moments, the scene changed, and we saw the mermaid talking with Pinkie Pie. The mermaid told the director that the Emperor, her father, had sent him to control the academy. She questioned if they weren't afraid he would cause any problems or confusion. Pinkie Pie, a little shy, replied, "Confusion? No way. I would never make any mess. I've always been a good person who loves peace and tranquility." "Is that so?" the mermaid replied, looking at him with a cold expression. She then asked the director what important event had caused Director Hathaway herself to abandon the academy she loved so much. Pinkie Pie suggested that perhaps she had gone to meet a secret lover or something of the sort. The mermaid responded to Pinkie Pie, "That's probably a non-disclosure agreement, right?" He confirmed that it was. He explained that he couldn't reveal what had happened to the director, only that something bad had occurred and he was forbidden from giving details. The mermaid thanked him for the information, saying she already had an idea of what had happened. The director commented that he found her attempt to solve everything on her own incredible, but insisted that all the confusion involving the director had nothing to do with him. As she walked away, the mermaid reflected, that man, Pinkie Pie, was one of the Empire's strongest and most loyal warriors. Therefore, he probably wouldn't tell her anything. And precisely because he was so loyal, she deduced that something bad must have happened to Professor Hathaway over the years. The mermaid continued to think that something very serious must have happened to the director, something so serious that the information could not, under any circumstances, become public. She concluded that probably an evil god had done something to the director. Hours later, the scene changed changes. We see Moon with some papers in his hands. During the opening ceremony, the professors announced the subjects he would be taking, and the list was extensive. Moon thinks it's not worth delving deep into general studies. The most important thing for him now is to fully recover his knowledge of magic, as he learned almost nothing the previous year, with the exception of that one illumination spell. As he reflects on this, he notices that almost all the girls around him are watching him, attracted by his handsome and striking appearance. They, however, do not know his reputation. He searches his papers for the day's subjects and sees that all of them are about potions and magic. The list included potion development for beginners, classification of magical minerals, introduction to Fran's magical theory, mana mobilization and amplification, and introduction to the art of focusing, all related to magic. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he would have the introduction to magical theory class with Professor Fran. Moon thinks this is good. An introductory class on magical theory would likely cover basic content, exactly what he needs to strengthen his foundations. Meanwhile, Aman is seen scaring away the girls who were interested in Moon, oblivious to his reputation. Moon is very fearless, as this will be the first class he has at the academy. It is a class about magic, and Moon plans to study and practice so much that in 3 years, he will show the entire world that Moon Campbell has completely changed. The scene then shifts to the classroom where the magic class will take place. We see that Moon is paying attention to his class, however, he isn't understanding anything. The professor explains, as long as the two spells have mutually reinforcing attributes, it is possible to seamlessly transition the incantation of the second immediately after the first one ends. This not only increases the casting speed, but also grants a small boost in the spell's power. Therefore, when casting magic, the professor is explaining in such a complex way that he cannot understand anything. He becomes completely desperate, as he did not expect his first class at the academy to be like this. Moon understands the words the professor is saying, but he cannot grasp the meaning behind them, what they truly intend to convey to him. He then thinks that he will probably have to raise his hand to ask some questions, since he hasn't understood anything so far. And that is exactly what he does, catching the professor's attention to say that he has a question. Finally, we meet Professor Fran, a new character. She is an intern instructor for Introduction to Magical Theory. She addresses Moon. So, you are Moon Campbell, right? At the same time, she thinks that this young man, Moon Campbell, is the famous troublemaker, known throughout the school for causing many problems. And precisely in her very first class, this boy appears. What luck for her, isn't it? It must be said that the professor was impressive. However, the professor realizes that she was so focused on preparing the material for the classes that she didn't notice that none of her students were understanding the subject matter. She becomes scared and completely distressed, because if Moon Campbell reports her as a bad teacher, incapable of teaching, she could literally lose her entire career. This is because Moon's family holds great power in both the academy and the empire. Moon then asks the professor if she is all right, since she simply froze. She replies that she is fine, and asks what Moon would like to know. Moon then asks why they started with such an advanced topic as the multi-stage continuous incantation technique. He points out that this topic is at the end of the book, not the beginning. The initial part, which they should have learned first, contains a lot of foundational content and key concepts for them to understand the current subject, but none of that was explained to them. The professor replies that regarding the content at the beginning of the book, they should have already learned all of that during their first year at the academy. This response freezes Moon, because in his first year at the academy, he learned absolutely nothing. However, it wasn't just Moon who didn't understand or learn anything in the first year. His other friends and classmates hadn't learned either. Moon then realized he wasn't the only one. In fact, most of the class hadn't learned the content either, and the professor, now in a calmer tone, the professor said that if there were no more questions, they would continue the lesson. However, Moon caught the professor's attention once again, and she became terrified again. The professor was very afraid that Moon would report her and she would lose her career. Moon said he was sorry for interrupting the class again, but he wanted to know if, later, after hours, he could hire her for private tutoring. The professor became completely embarrassed, repeating the words, "private tutoring?" At that moment, we see some female students talking. They commented that they found it very strange that Moon had shown up for the first class of the year, as he normally didn't attend. Now, they believed they knew exactly why. In fact, they concluded that Moon was interested in the professor, not the subject matter. Even the boys in the class agreed, saying that he had only come to try and win over the professor, not to study. They found his attitude to be an exaggeration. Professor Fran, however, overheard the entire conversation, which made her extremely embarrassed. She then spoke up, saying that they couldn't do such a thing. Moon replied, confused, "What do you mean, can't? You can't give extra lessons? Is that abnormal?" The professor tried to explain why private lessons weren't possible, saying, It's just that, however, before she could finish, she fainted on the floor due to the pressure. Yes, she really did faint. Realizing she had fainted, Moon rushed to help her, asking what had happened and if the professor was all right or feeling anything strange. Still weak and very embarrassed, she murmured that they couldn't have any kind of relationship. She continued, saying that she found the idea of becoming Moon's wife very interesting, but that she couldn't marry a student, as that would be very wrong. However, ladies and gentlemen, at that exact moment, none other than Celia, the Empire's princess, who was destined to be with the MC, arrived. She arrived at the worst possible time. Celia announced that their routine patrol happened to be passing through the student area. Moon realized that Celia had appeared at the worst imaginable moment. The princess stared at him with a frosty gaze and asked, "Moon Campbell, what exactly are you doing here?" Sometime later, the scene changed. We see Professor Fran apologizing, explaining that everything had been a big misunderstanding. She admitted that it was also her fault, as she had interpreted Moon's request in a completely different way. Moon also apologized. Meanwhile, Celia warned that what had happened between them could not be repeated. She also asked Professor Fran to resume the class, as the students couldn't be without a professor for so long. The professor agreed, stating that she would resume teaching immediately. Meanwhile, we see Moon, Princess Celia, and the young woman who is her assistant. Celia's friend asked Moon if he really only wanted private tutoring with the professor and not other things. Moon replied that it was only for the tutoring, as he had practically not studied anything last year. He wanted to find a professor who could truly help him catch up on the lost content. However, he didn't expect Professor Fran to misunderstand everything so completely. Celia then said that, according to school rules, causing a disturbance in class without reason should result in punishment. However, since it was all just a misunderstanding, the student council did not intend to hold either Moon or the professor accountable. They only asked that, next time, both pay more attention to the details and to what each one says and does. She continued, explaining that, regarding the idea of private tutoring, unfortunately most professors were completely busy. They had more classes than usual, and furthermore, most also had individual projects, which prevented them from spending time reinforcing student content. However, Celia told Moon that she had a very good idea. He could simply attend, as an extra, the first-year students' classes, since he was in his second year. After saying that, Celia finally left. We then see the other girl stick out her tongue at Moon before leaving. Moon became thoughtful, as what Celia had just told him made a lot of sense. Repeating the first-year classes would be the quickest way to solve this problem. However, he realized that if he went back to the first year, he would spend a lot of time on it, which would delay him significantly. A tutoring session would be much faster and easier. Moon then has an excellent idea. In his thoughts, he recalls that the Black Book possesses the ability to record information from other books. Moon thinks that if he takes all the Academy's books and merely reads the cover of each, he will be able to extract the information and store it in the Black Book. This way, when the day ends and he returns to his room, he can enter the Black Book to practice everything within, as well as read any Academy content stored in the book's dimension. Thus, he wouldn't have to spend much time attending first-year classes. Moon realizes he is probably a genius for having thought of this on his own. If it truly works, this will help him immensely. The scene then shifts to the St. Mary Academy Library, where a girl is seen closing a book. She says that with the cold, she can no longer concentrate on her books and is also feeling sleepy. A new character is introduced into the story. Suddenly, she notices something very peculiar in the library, the presence of none other than Moon Campbell. Apparently, the girl has some interest in him. She thinks to herself, "Isn't that rich, blonde idiot from the Campbell family?" Since she has nothing else to do, she considers it would be quite interesting to provoke him a little. From her expression, it's clear that this girl might possess a somewhat malicious nature. The scene shifts once more, still focused on the library, where Moon is seen studying. He reflects that since no teachers are available, he will have to learn on his own. His plan is to utilize the Black Book's properties to record all the knowledge from other works. Afterwards, he will enter the book's dimensional space and use his remaining time to study all that content within. This way, he will become unstoppable. However, after 5 minutes, the only thing visible is the Black Book fallen across Moon's face. He is, in fact, inside the book's dimension, testing his new method, absorbing information from the library's books to study within the dimensional space. However, he is terrified, as the plan isn't working. The training space indeed has a different time flow from the real world, passing much slower. The problem is that the location is also dark, and there are no illumination spells, which prevents Moon from being able to read the books. And that's not even the biggest obstacle. The main problem is that Moon cannot use much magic within, as the environment makes it more difficult. Furthermore, every time he moves, the Black Book summons a character for him to train against. Moon cannot control this power, so whenever he tries to read, someone appears to attack him. He even tried to read while fleeing during training, but it's impossible to learn that way. We then see that the adversary pursuing him, be it Roach or Colt, is trying to kill him. Moon then reasons and comes to the conclusion that he will need a real teacher, but he wonders who he could approach to take on that role. He remembers that the Academy's rules are clear. Teachers are forbidden from giving private lessons in secret. Moon considers the possibility of hiring an outside teacher and even leaving the Academy occasionally for tutoring. However, he knows that if he leaves the Academy grounds, some evil god will likely try to kill him. Since he is on the evil gods list, Moon has an incredible, brilliant idea. His idea is merely a theory, but a very good one. He reasons that he needs someone to give him tutoring, but who said it necessarily has to be a teacher? It could very well be a very intelligent student. Analyzing this possibility, he now needs to find someone capable. Moon looks around and soon spots a girl studying. She is the perfect target. He notices that the girl wears round glasses and has her hair tied in neat braids. She is reading alone, in silence. Even from a distance, it is possible to feel the aura of an archetypal studious student emanating from her. She is the perfect example of a girl truly dedicated to her studies. Moon gets excited by the prospect and decides it will be her. This is the girl he will approach. He thinks that quiet girls are usually very studious and disciplined. Moon believes he knows the perfect way to persuade girls like her and goes straight to the point. He approaches the girl and says, "Hello, classmate." We discover that she is a second-year student named Sally. Upon realizing that the young man is none other than Moon Campbell, she immediately apologizes, saying she was already leaving so as not to bother him. However, Moon asks her not to leave because he has something very important to tell her. He reassures her, stating that he doesn't want to harm her and that she doesn't need to be scared. He explains that he only approached her because he needs very important help. She replies, curious, "Help with what exactly?" He moves a little closer and says, "Do you need money? I have a very good side job that might interest you. You just need to give me some private lessons after hours or on weekends and I'll pay you a very generous amount every month." "What do you think?" Sally becomes confused. Moon Campbell wanting private lessons? She thinks. Her mind immediately imagines that these lessons might have something to do with indecencies and perverted things, something she definitely doesn't want. Then, Moon speaks with confidence, asking her to name the price she desires. He states that the amount doesn't matter, as he will pay, but only if she accepts the lessons. In response, Moon receives a strong slap across the face, not understanding anything. The girl replies that money isn't everything and that, within the Academy, the Campbell family holds no power, calling them corrupt. She continues, accusing Moon of being a pervert and claiming to know that he already has 13 girlfriends. Declaring that she doesn't want to be a part of it, she leaves, very angry at him. Moon thinks there's no problem with being called a pervert, as he admits to being a little bit of one, but not as much as she suggests. However, he is confused by the story of having 13 girlfriends at the same time. What kind of story is that? Not even Moon knows where that came from. While he is still on the ground, someone calls out to him. A girl approaches, coming very close to him. She warns him, saying that fights or noise are not allowed in the library. Moon then realizes that the girl is Anna, the librarian of St. Mary's Academy, and asks, "Anna? Anna Senpai?" She confirms that he is correct. At the same time, Moon notices that Anna has a very pleasant scent. In a somewhat provocative manner, Anna asks Moon what happened. "So, can you explain what happened just now, Moon?" He replies that he will explain without any problem. After a while, the scene changes, focusing on Anna's legs. She then says, "So that was it. Apparently, I completely misunderstood. I thought you were harassing the girl, you know? I was in doubt whether I should call a teacher or simply deliver a swift blow of justice from behind." Terrified, Moon defends himself. He swears he is innocent and that in fact, he only wanted to ask if the girl would agree to tutor him, but she treated him like a criminal. He continues, stating that in the end, he was the victim, not her. Anna replies, I can see that it really was a misunderstanding." As she speaks, she places her hand on Moon's face, which was marked by the slap, and uses healing magic on him. She says it will be very quick, and that, in this way, he is doing very well. "He's a good boy," she comments. Moon is impressed because Anna can use healing magic without uttering a single word. Normally, to use this type of magic, one needs to cast a spell, but she managed to do it in silence. He genuinely thanks her, saying she didn't need to heal him since it was just a slap. Interrupting him, she places her index finger over Moon's mouth and says, "It's always important to take care of one's body, even if it's just a little tap." She
continues, telling Moon that without a strong body, he will remain weak, and that he needs to be strong. Surprised, Moon asks how she knows so much about him, and Anna replies. She replies that it's obvious she knows a lot about him. After all, he's very famous at the academy. Moon, a little suspicious, asks why she suddenly approached him, given that she knew his reputation. Normally, girls get completely scared and run away when they hear his name, but Anna didn't do that. Anna replies that it's obvious they run away because he has a reputation for being a very bad guy. Girls are afraid to date Moon Campbell, and because of that, keep their distance even if they find him handsome. However, Anna moves even closer to the MC, bringing her body closer to his and saying that she likes him a little. She touches Moon's hand and asks very close to his ear if he really thinks he can fool her because she knows him very well. Then, Anna leans over him. If she discovers the truth, things will get very bad for Moon. Moon goes into shock, thinking to himself, it can't be. That girl, Anna, has straight black hair, wears beautiful black-framed glasses, and is also the Academy's librarian. She's simply the perfect combo. But there's one detail. She's extremely strong and, on top of that, masters the art of seduction. Moon continues thinking that Anna is in fact a senior, and her skill level is extremely high. Meanwhile, Anna watches him with a happy smile on her face. She moves closer and asks, Moon, why did you suddenly pull away? Are you embarrassed? Weren't you the famous playboy who had 3 girlfriends at the same time? Looking at you now, it even seems like you're quite innocent. Moon replies, it's because I was never the Moon Campbell that people know. That's just a rumor they invented about me. Anna replies, is that so? What a shame. In her characteristic way, she says that she finds bad men very interesting, but she's already met several. She wanted to know what it would be like to be close to Moon, since he's known as the legendary scoundrel of St. Mary's Academy, the scoundrel who makes most girls run away in fear just by hearing his name. However, she tells Moon, what a shame, because Moon Campbell isn't like that at all. He's just a polite and proper little angel. It's truly a waste. Moon coughs twice and says he'll be very honest with her. Although I may seem like an innocent freshman who probably never had a girlfriend, the truth is behind this handsome face, there's a true pervert. He continues, and knowing that you, Senior Anna, have this kind of concern, I, as a freshman, couldn't just stand by, so you can leave it to me. Having said that, Moon starts to take off his clothes, but Anna stops him with a flick. In his mind, it was to prevent him from doing that. Moon then says, Senior, you shouldn't have done that. All I was doing was simply trying to provoke and scare you. However, Anna interrupts him and says that she has also never had a boyfriend. She reveals that she only approached guys who were bad, but that she never actually wanted to date anyone. Moon yells at her, saying that she is a very bad senior, a wicked woman who is playing with his feelings. She, in turn, gives a small smile and confirms that she is indeed, that she plays with the feelings of the wicked. However, she is acting cute with Moon, and, according to her, cute girls win over any man. Anna then winks at Moon and states that bad girls, in fact, win any heart. Moon, however, retracts, saying that everything he said was just his first impression of her and not what he truly thought. He explains that, upon observing Anna's behavior, she doesn't seem to be a bad person. Anna questions him, is that so? And why don't I seem like a bad person? Moon then recounts that when he was looking for a book in the academy, he noticed that there were several small notes pasted on each shelf. He deduces that it was probably Anna, the senior, who did that because she was bored and had nothing to do. On the little papers, notes could be seen such as, in this section, all history books are located to the right and to the left, and in this other part, all materials for basic level magical artifacts are kept, and so on. Moon then tells her that she is, in fact, very kind. Surprised, Anna asks, kind? Are you talking about me? With a smile, Moon replies that yes, he is talking about her. You took care of my injuries even though I have such a terrible reputation. He continues, and you even left several cute little notes on the shelves to help others find the books they wanted. What's more, I also noticed that you were using the sound isolation spell all this time, simply to avoid making noise and disturbing anyone in the library. Moon concludes, that's why I think you are truly a very kind person, Senior Anna. Somewhat shyly, Anna replies that almost no one has ever told her that. With a more serious tone, Moon asks, is that so? And how do others describe you? Anna, however, interrupts his question and says, so you, Moon Campbell, are trying to make me talk, is that it? What a cheeky freshman. Meanwhile, Moon simply enjoys the touch of her hand, which is probably very soft. But Anna decides to answer, saying that since he asked and gave her such beautiful compliments, she will speak. She then reveals, people say I'm a snake. Moon is shocked. A snake? He repeats. Anna then teases him. So, are you scared? Because I'm a snake. Moon replies,
Scared? Not at all. In fact, I even think it's cool. After all, snakes eat rats, and I'm terrified of rats. If that was a pickup line, it was terrible. Anna then says to Moon, "It seems you really do have the potential to be a canary, but all this smooth talk, this attempt to understand my concept, deep down, you just want those private lessons, don't you?" Moon replies, "So, senior, does that mean you could, perhaps?" Anna interrupts him, asking if he has a lot of money. Moon replies that he has up to 1,000,000 coins and asks if that's enough, adding that if it's not, he can pay much more. Anna lets out a little laugh, commenting that it's quite funny for Moon to say something so naive. She asks him if he knew that even by hiring the best private tutor in the city, the 1,000,000 he possesses could easily last 3 to 4 years. She even seems happy as she asks if he's really going to give all that money to her. Moon shouts loudly that knowledge is priceless. He thinks to himself that she might be a bad woman, but she's a librarian and a very intelligent girl. She probably possesses a lot of important information that will help him. Therefore, she is certainly the most suitable person to give him private lessons. He then asks how much she will charge for the lessons. However, she tells him to leave the matter of money and business for another time. She adds that since he calls her senior, it would be very strange for him to be paying for her services in front of others. So, what would be the method of payment? Moon asks. "Just put it on my tab for now. We'll sort it out another time," she replies. "On my tab?" Moon asks as Anna moves closer to him. "Uh-huh, just put it on my tab. When I decide to collect, someday, we'll sort it out," she says, very close to him. "And you, Moon, as a very confident person, won't deny me payment in the future, will you?" With Anna so close, Moon, feeling a bit shy, replies, of course, you can count on it." "Then let's go," Anna says, taking Moon's arm and pulling him along. She says that the library isn't a good place for private lessons and that she'll take him somewhere else. The scene changes, and now we see the Ancient Potions Group room. We see Moon there, who asks, "Ancient Potions Group? I didn't even know such a group existed in our academy." Anna, as she takes off her coat, replies that yes, an Ancient Potions Group does exist. She says it's normal for Moon to have never heard of it, because after all, she's the only member. The scene highlights Anna's curves as she asks Moon to wait a little longer. Inside here, she doesn't need to pretend to be the perfectly proper girl. Anna then tells Moon, "Welcome to my territory, freshman Moon." Moon observes Anna, feeling completely embarrassed and intimidated as he finds her very beautiful. Anna approaches him and says, "Look at you, Moon. Are you embarrassed again? Even your face is a little red." Moon denies it, saying that's not it at all. He then asks, "Senior, since you're the only one here, shouldn't the Ancient Potions Group just close down? A group needs more than one student to remain active." Anna replies that, although it's not allowed, the deadline for a group to be officially disbanded is 1 year. This means that even without new members, she still has time until the group is closed. With a slightly sad expression, she tells Moon that a group with only one person is so lonely, so solitary, so easy, and so cold. In a somewhat cute and romantic way, she asks, "Freshman Moon Campbell, how about joining our Ancient Potions Group?" Moon, surprised, replies, "What do you mean?" After this conversation with Anna, the scene changes. Hours passed, and Moon is thinking about everything that happened that day, especially Anna's invitation to join the Ancient Potions Group. He feels very happy to have finally found someone who can truly help him. Senior Anna, a super qualified genius to assist him in any study. Moon doesn't care much about the group itself. What truly matters is having her help. While Moon was lost in his happy thoughts, a sound echoes through the school. It was a magic rune used to communicate with the academy's students. The rune announced that Moon Campbell should report to the student council room as soon as possible. Moon realizes that when the student council calls someone, it's usually not for a good reason. The scene changes to the student council room, where we see Moon and Celia. She is drinking a cup of tea, and the two remain silent. Moon notices that ever since he entered, Celia hasn't said a single word. That's just her way. Very cold, even too cold. She continues to drink her tea in silence. Moon breaks the silence and asks, "So, Celia, why did you call me here?" Celia apologizes for calling him and says she will be direct without beating around the bush. She then tells Moon that there has been a recently reported case of sexual harassment at school, and he is being named as a suspect in the incident. Moon is completely shocked. Sexual harassment, he thinks. He immediately realizes that, most likely, the girl who slapped him reported him. She must have misinterpreted his insistence on private lessons. Moon states that he hasn't heard anything about it and has no idea what's going on. He says he spent the entire night studying and knows nothing. Celia questioned him. "Are you serious, Moon? You spent the entire night studying?" Moon confirmed that he did. He affirmed that he had studied a lot and, with a determined air, declared that for a man to do something like that in broad daylight was an extremely criminal act. Moon guaranteed that he would help in any way he could. After all, he wanted to be a fist of justice and didn't believe that men should do such things to women. "Is that so?" Celia asked. touching her own hair. She continued, "But at no point, Moon, did I say that the victim of the harassment was a girl. I didn't specify if it was a boy or a girl. How do you know it was a girl?" Moon was left puzzled. Celia then handed him a document for him to see, which contained all the information. Upon reading it, Moon saw that it stated the incident involved someone's underwear. Celia explained that since Moon now lived in the male dormitory, she thought he might know something. That's why she called him, as he seemed to have many contacts. Moon replied that he had no idea this had happened, and that he truly had no involvement with the case, finding the whole situation very strange. However, he commented to Celia that it was relatively normal for the Academy's boys, after a while, to try and steal girls' clothes. According to him, it was a guy thing. Unexpectedly, Celia changed the subject and asked if Moon wanted something to drink. He was confused, as they were in the middle of a conversation about a complaint, and suddenly, she was offering him a drink. With her serious demeanor, Celia insisted, repeating the question of whether he wanted something to drink. She then added that, unfortunately, she didn't have that reddish-black tea from his family. Moon immediately apologized for what had happened that day when he offered her the tea. He said he would drink whatever Celia was going to drink as well. Celia decided they would have coffee. After a while, the drink was finally ready. Moon was very impressed, commenting that Celia's coffee was delicious. She, however, downplayed the compliment, saying that anyone could make coffee. You just pour hot water over the grounds and that's it. There's no magic to it. Next, she put 3 full spoons of sugar into her cup. Moon realized that she really liked sweet coffee. Celia commented that with that amount of sugar, there was no problem at all, as the coffee became very flavorful. Moon observed that for a girl who took such good care of her health, she used quite a lot of sugar when it came to coffee. He then simply took the opportunity to drink his beverage. He also thought that since Celia put so much sugar in her coffee, she probably liked sweet things. Next time, he would bring her some chocolate or another treat to eat. That way, he could get a little closer to her in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, Celia simply said, "Sorry, Moon." He was surprised once again. Sorry for what? Somewhat embarrassed, Celia explained that she was apologizing for having pulled him out of the room earlier that morning without first hearing his explanation. Moon, however, said that she didn't need to apologize, as what happened with Professor Fran had just been a misunderstanding. He also said that she didn't need to apologize for such a silly thing. However, Celia stated that she had done something wrong and naturally needed to apologize, as that was how she was raised. Celia then added that she had one more thing she wanted to tell Moon. She asked if he wanted to participate and join the student council. Moon, once again, was left puzzled. "Are you serious? You want me to join the student council?" Celia confirmed that she did, and Moon asked why. Celia explains that many people have enormous prejudice against Moon because of things he committed in the past, and that he is trying to change. In this way, if he participated in the student council, he would publicly become a much more respected person, as he would be part of the Empire's student council. Thus, people would realize that he had truly changed completely. It was Celia's way of helping him through this process of change in his quest to become a better person. Moon, however, argues that he read the entire school manual. It stated that for a student to participate in the student council, they would need to have several privileges, and furthermore be among the top 20 students in the entire academy to be eligible to apply. What Celia was offering was special treatment. She would simply be bypassing all the academy's rules if she placed him on the student council. Celia responds that all this academy bureaucracy doesn't matter. If Moon truly wants to become a better person, he has to demonstrate it, and if he does, she will accept his entry into the student council. Celia then directly asks Moon if he has truly become a better person. In response, Moon almost shouts at her, stating that he is becoming a better person, but that participating in the student council wouldn't help him much right now. He tells Celia that he is the most hated person in the academy, the worst student, known for being rebellious and a scoundrel. It took him an entire year to learn a single spell, and on top of that, a simple illumination spell. He also tells Celia that if he joins the council, he will end up tarnishing her image because, due to his reputation, he is seen as a person of bad character. Celia, while calmly sipping her coffee, asks Moon, "Do you think I care about what others think? They can say whatever they want. What matters is that I—" But Moon interrupts her, shouting that he cares about her very much, which surprises Celia. He continues, saying that on the day he poisoned her, it was something he didn't want to do, that it wasn't his intention. However, because of that, he ended up tarnishing her image. Moon continues, emphasizing that she is the heir to the Empire, the future queen, and that any connection with him would only bring her harm. He would end up attracting many problems, and the best solution would be to end the engagement they have, since they are still engaged to be married. After all, this engagement of theirs is fake and was not destined to last. Moon belongs to Anne. In a more sentimental tone, Moon pleads, "Please, Celia, I already involved you in a very big problem once. Don't let us cause more problems, and don't let me tarnish your image even further. I want you to be well. and being close to me won't allow that to happen. Celia watches Moon utter all those kind words, impressed by how much his behavior had changed. She coughs lightly and says, "This is just an invitation, not a literal order from the Empire. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. We can drop it." Moon thanks her. "Thank you very much for your understanding, Celia. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Yes, you may go, Moon," she replies. Then, Moon leaves the room. While sipping her coffee, Celia reflects in a low voice, "To affect me and make me feel guilty. You truly have changed, Moon Campbell." Outside, Moon sighs. The conversation with Celia was complicated. Her coldness created a suffocating feeling. And on top of that, she brought up the topic of him joining the student council. How crazy. He ponders that Celia's intention is genuinely good and that it could greatly change his reputation, but he will find other ways to achieve that. Moon also reasons that Celia and Ariel are the two main MCs of the story, possessing incredible luck that makes them unstoppable. He, on the other hand, is just the young master of the story, nothing more than a background villain, powerless and somewhat foolish. The only power Moon possesses is money, as his family is very wealthy. Little does he know he is the new Batman. While Moon was immersed in these thoughts, someone calls out to him, "Young Master Moon!" It was Crew and Iman asking if he was all right. Moon is surprised to see the two of them standing right at the student council door. Iman asks again if he is all right, since the student council members are somewhat difficult with him. Moon assures them that yes, everything is fine. He then asks, "Why did you two come all the way here?" Crew explains that at dismissal time, they heard the magical announcement summoning Moon Campbell to the student council. They were afraid something might happen to Moon, so they called everyone from Takong Tales. The plan was to go to the student council and forcibly remove Moon if necessary. However, most of the boys backed down, and only the two of them came. "Remove me from inside the student council room?" Moon asks, surprised. Amon states that the student council has already done many wrong things to Moon, and that they, as his friends, should do something. He adds that last year, the leader of the student council was someone else, the cruel second prince of the empire, who inflicted punishments on many who had done nothing wrong. Crew continues, explaining, "This year, Celia is in power. She became the president of the student council. But last year, that prince was the leader, and the student council was never a pleasant place for anyone." Crew even comments that if Moon had fallen into the hands of that prince, what could have happened would be unimaginable. Moon is impressed that his two friends came to invade the student council and forcibly remove him, even knowing the risks. Moon reasons that even though his two friends are a bit idiotic, they are true friends. Just in case, it would be very good to train them, as they could be very useful in the future. So, Moon takes Crew and Amon to another place. Amon asks what the young master is doing. Moon replies that it's too close to the student council there, and since it's not a good place to talk, they should keep walking. He then invites them to his secret base. Crew asks what this base would be, and Moon reminds him of the place where they used to meet in Acro, asking if they don't remember the name they gave the spot. Amon finally remembers, exclaiming that it's the place the young master had mentioned, and agrees to go. The scene changes, revealing that the so-called secret base is nothing more than an abandoned academy building, which is no longer in operation. Inside, we find Moon, who is impressed to discover that Emon's father was a war comrade of his own father. Both fathers knew each other, and this surprises Moon, as he didn't know that the reason Emon followed him was the friendship between their fathers. Emon says he thought young Master Moon already knew that. He corrects himself, explaining that, to be more precise, it was a relationship of subordination, not friendship. Duke Campbell was a great benefactor to Eamon's family. At his father's commendation ceremony, Moon's father not only thanked him, but also secured him an excellent title. Furthermore, Moon's father saved Amon's father several times during the wars that occurred over the decades. When Amon managed to enter the academy, his father had already instructed him to protect young Master Moon, to become his friend, and to treat him like a younger brother. Moon is happy to realize that Amon truly treats him that way, and wishes to continue this good friendship. Next, he turns to Crew and asks why he decided to follow him. Moon assures him that he can tell the truth, as there's no problem at all and he won't get angry or upset. Crew, laughing, says he already imagined Moon wouldn't remember how it all started. He reveals that their story began in a bathroom. Surprised, Moon asks how it started in a bathroom. Crew begins to recount that he was born into an ordinary family from a remote town. It was thanks to his talent with magical devices and alchemy that a professor noticed his great ability during one of the classes and sent him to St. Mary's Academy with a scholarship. When Crew arrived at St. Mary's mercenaries' academy. He was a simple person. He had no influential family, no kind of power, and not much money, so he ended up becoming a target for many people. And it was precisely on the day he was about to get a severe beating that Moon appeared. Moon appeared furious, saying that that bunch of good-for-nothings was hiding in the bathroom making noise, and he hated noise. The boys who were bullying Crew realized it was Moon Campbell, and they all froze in fear. Moon then said that if they knew him, they should leave quickly. The boys ran out, full of fear. In truth, Moon was only there to use the bathroom, which is why he told the boys to leave. It was then that he noticed something disgusting on the floor. It was Crew. Crew grumbled that that bunch of clowns only knew how to bother the weak. Moon addressed him. "Hey, shorty, look here. Next time someone bothers you, just say you're Moon Campbell's partner, and your problems will be solved." From that day on, Crew started saying he was Moon Campbell's friend, and no one bothered him anymore. Crew was very grateful, as bullying was something that deeply troubled him. Because of this, he decided he would follow Moon wherever he went. Moon thought, these two loyal friends of mine? One became my ally because of the bathroom incident, and the other because his father sent him to protect me, since my father helped his. These are reasons that actually make some sense. Even the bathroom one makes a little sense. Then, Moon said, "I completely understand, guys, but now we need to talk a bit about our planning." He continued, addressing the two. "Those people from our Kanki who were only there for fame or self-interest can be cut. I don't want anyone like that anymore. I only want you two, regarding magical combat. Crew, you're quite famous at school. From now on, focus all your effort on studies and training. Every Friday we'll meet here, and you'll be my training partner, helping me with combat techniques and magical practices. And now you, Kuro, I'm going to give you 500,000 in cash on the card. You can keep it." Kuro asked, surprised. 500,000? Moon explained, "You're a student specializing in magical devices, so you must know several other talented students like yourself. And these other talented students rely on scholarships, right?" Kuro confirmed, "Yes. Most of them are from common families." Moon replied, "Precisely. I want you to seek out common people who possess great talent. Get to know these other students when you have time, outside the academy. If you find someone of good character who wants to join our team, use this money to support them and yourself." Then, Crew asked Moon, "You want me to train with all my heart and soul, and you're also sending Kuro to find common people with magical talent?" Kuro also asked, "Are you trying to form a group with talents from all areas to then overthrow the student council and take control of the academy?" Moon replied, No, that's far too little. My brothers, let me ask you something very important. What is the true ultimate goal of our lives?" Moon touches both their shoulders and says, "The academy is just one stage of our lives. What will happen after this in 3 or 5 years?" One of them asks, "What is young Master Moon implying?" And Moon replies, "It's exactly what you're thinking." Moon thinks to himself that in the future, he will become Princess Karia's fiancé, and consequently, the Emperor's son-in-law. Kuro also reflects, starting to stand out here at the academy and then becoming a loyal person to Moon means that, in the future, he and Amon will be by his side. Moon is also thinking. He knows he needs to avoid the MCs, Ariel and Syria, as much as possible to live a peaceful life. However, the future might bring many problems. Befriending talented people who will become loyal to him means having new paths and more options to defend himself and secure a good life. Making few enemies and many friends is Moon's new strategy. He wants to become a great talent investor. Moon laughs, satisfied with his strategy. Kuro thinks to himself, no wonder Moon's behavior changed so much after he returned to the academy. So it was because of an ambition like this. Kuro then says, all of young Master's strange behavior makes perfect sense now. I just didn't expect that in the end, our Moon wanted to dominate the entire country, the whole empire for himself. We see Imon and Kuro completely shocked by this conclusion, while Moon remains clueless. He didn't expect the two of them to think he wanted to dominate the world. Moon asks, what are you two whispering about? Kuro replies, as Brother Moon's most trusted subordinates, this is something that can only be said between us. If this spreads, we'll go straight to the guillotine. Imon continues, young Master Moon, you don't need to say anything else. We already understand completely. Moon, confused, thinks, understood what? Did I hear that right? Or did you two mention something about a guillotine? Imon then declares, I know that, compared to Duke Campbell, my talent is ordinary. But since young Master trusts me so much, I will never disappoint your expectations. From now on, I will dedicate myself fully to my training. In the future, just as Duke Campbell does with His Majesty, I will protect you forever. Kuro also adds, me too. From now on, besides studying more about magical weapons, I will dedicate myself to economics and management to build a solid foundation capable of turning an empire upside down. Brother Moon Campbell, rest assured. Emon and I, even if it costs our own lives, will put you on that throne. We too will be Moon Campbell's most loyal right and left hands on his path to power. The scene shifts to an imaginary vision of Moon on the throne, with Kuro by his side as a wise counselor, and Imon wearing extravagant armor, Moon laughs with them, thinking, "Ah, the path of the Emperor." "So that's it," Kuro says. "Exactly." Iman adds, "Only an ambition like this would be on young Master Moon's level. Only then does Moon process what they are saying and thinks, alarmed, 'Hold on, when did I say I wanted to become an emperor?' Iman calls out to him, 'Young Master, young Master, we three know and you don't need to teach us anything more. Sending me to train hard, join the army, and build merits. Isn't that precisely so I can climb step by step until I replace Tuke and take control of the armed forces?' Kuro also agrees. Exactly. And what's more, young Master Moon, you finance those talented students at the school, bring them to your side, and train them as loyal men, willing to die for you. When the right time comes, overthrowing the Empire's current regime will be an easy task. This kind of ambition isn't for just anyone. I can only say it's just like you, Brother Moon. The two are thinking that Moon wants to dominate the Empire, and after that, dominate the world." Moon was a little startled. He finds it crazy that the two think he actually wants to dominate the Empire. He thinks to himself, "Me, who doesn't even know how to use a basic illumination spell. I don't even know how to use anything properly. How could I, a guy with a fried brain, manage to govern the entire empire? Are these two really serious?" Moon eventually realizes that the two are talking very seriously. He understands that even if he doesn't want to become an emperor, making them think he has this ambition will make them dedicate themselves and strive much harder. Thus, they will truly become two faithful, loyal, and good people. Moon then says, coughing lightly, "It seems you've understood everything. So, let's continue shopping. It's getting late too." He takes both of them by the shoulder and says, "Come on guys, let's go get something to eat now. I'm paying today." And Kuro replies, "Let's go." The three became new brothers. It's very interesting that Emin and Kuro, who were villains, have now become Moon's loyal friends. This represents a significant change in the story. The scene shifts to the Student Guild, which is the student council. We see two maids serving Princess Celia, who is eating a piece of meat. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, shouting, "President, it's an emergency!" It's Princess Celia's assistant. Celia asks, "What's all this urgency about? You didn't even knock properly." The girl replies, "Sorry, President, it's just that this is today's new campus newspaper. The people from the news department have been writing nonsense once again." Celia asks, "Didn't you go talk to the editorial staff this morning?" The girl replies, "As soon as the opening ceremony ended, I went straight there, but no one was around. So I just slipped the letter under the door." Celia asks, "And what did they write this time?" The girl shows today's newspaper to Celia. They even had the nerve to invent a rumor involving a professor. These people are getting too bold. We see that the news reads as follows. The greatest charmer stirs up St. Mary's Academy. Dissatisfied, he changes his taste. During class, he shamelessly flirted with the intern teacher and invited her to a private activity after class. Celia stands up. Her assistant asks, "President, what are you going to do now?" Celia replies that she will go out for a walk and that her assistant can eat the last piece of cake that was left. She also asks the assistant to take care of today's documents that have not yet been approved. Her assistant agrees. "You can leave it to me." The scene changes once again. Ariel is shouting at the senior Min Conti about the newspaper. So, now tonight, the newspaper finally decided to open its doors, didn't it? Don't you think you should give me an explanation about this Mung Campbell's ex-girlfriend headline? What the hell does that mean? And on top of that, you included mentions of an abortion and everything. Is this the kind of newspaper you run? A story like this with no responsibility whatsoever. We then see a new character, the green-haired senior, Min Conti. He replies, "Oh, that's just sensationalist gossip. Isn't that kind of news normal in newspapers these days? Besides, didn't I leave a very small note at the bottom saying that it's not true?" Ariel shouts at him once more. "That line is so small. How is anyone supposed to read that?" Min Conti replies impatiently, all right, I have more things to do later. I can't waste time with you here. So, just tell me, what's your complaint?" Ariel demands. "I want all of you to recall all the newspapers and publish an apology telling the truth. Otherwise," the senior Min Conti laughs. "Otherwise, what are you going to do?" He comments that if she wants a fight, she came to the right place. "I can promise you with absolute certainty that the newspapers will not be recalled under any circumstances. And if you challenge me, I'll always be ready to put you in your place. By the way, I still have to thank you. Thanks to your story with that blonde idiot, the circulation of this year's first newspaper is truly excellent. I was even worried about the title of the new edition I'll make tomorrow. Perhaps the name could be something like, Mun Campbell's ex-girlfriend threatens and intimidates the newspaper to alter the story." Ariel snarls, You human trash." Senior Min Conti even thanks Ariel for the compliment. "If you have nothing else to do or say, you can get out of here." At that moment, someone opens the door, and both look to see who it is. It was none other than Princess Celia, the student council leader. Min Conti immediately realizes that with her arrival, he is in a terrible situation. Ariel asks, "Celia, what are you doing here?" Celia replies, "Hello, Ariel. As for why I'm here, Senior Min Conti should know very well." Min Conti realizes he is in serious trouble because Celia appeared. He then turns to Ariel and says, "Ah, I see. So this was your plan behind my back, wasn't it? Good move, Ariel. Good move." Senior Min Conti continues, trying to defend himself. "My report didn't break any school rules, nor did it infringe upon any imperial law. The press is free, even if the student council president is Princess Celia. That changes nothing." Celia simply ignores him, sits down in a chair, and gets straight to the point. "You know very well why I'm here," she says, "and I will be direct with you." As she speaks, Celia begins to use her ice magic. Ignoring the student council's warning and using the school newspaper as a means to spread unverified information, she begins to list. And, on top of that, intentionally propagating negative public opinion about the school, defaming innocent students and teachers, and causing serious damage to their reputations is not something one should do. As the ice advances, Celia stares at him coldly. "Senior Min Conti Raymont, are you asking to die? Because if you continue like this, that's exactly what will happen." The princess continues to freeze him without hesitation. The scene changes, and now we are in Mon's room. He is thinking that today he will have a special class, the martial arts techniques elective. This makes a lot of sense. Even though St. Mary Academy is focused on magic, fighting with normal weapons must be a skill for a select few, taught in additional classes for those seeking something beyond sorcery. It is noticed that the MC has just come out of the shower, probably after a run or his morning workout. He thinks to himself that this will be perfect, as he hasn't relaxed at all this entire time. He is very eager to find out what his level is compared to the other students at the academy. We also notice the mark of the corrupted king on his body. The scene changes once again. A few hours have passed, and now we are in St. Mary Academy's Grand Combat Arena. Mon is there, along with the other students who will be training martial arts. Mon thinks the situation is exactly as he imagined. Compared to magical duels, which attract both boys and girls, he supposed that this arena for raw combat would predominantly have boys and, rarely, a girl. However, Mon notices someone familiar there. It was none other than Ariel. It turns out she also trains martial arts. She also notices that Mon Campbell, our Manu Mon, is there. Ariel wonders what he is doing in that place. At that moment, someone starts speaking. It was the class instructor, Kate, the martial arts techniques instructor. He then says, "Silence, everyone. It seems everyone is already here. As is customary for the first class of the new semester, we will decide everything by drawing lots and hold duels. I want to see if you haven't slacked off on your training during the holidays." The students seem prepared, as they trained a lot, which makes Instructor Kate very happy. He even comments that everyone can go, but warns that if he finds out any student backed down, things will get ugly. He continues, "All right, let's start the drawing. We have number 1 and number 9 here. Those drawn will go to the combat arena, and the rest will just watch." Our Manumon realizes he was one of those drawn, as he is number 1. The other person who will fight him is number 9. He thinks frustrated, what bad luck, the very first one. Mon wanted to see someone fight first to gain some experience, but he didn't have that luck. At least it's not Ariel who will fight me, he reflects, trying to console himself. No matter who the opponent is, I just need to give it my all and I'll win, he thinks, determined. Exactly, Mon. However, Mon's opponent arrives at the arena. It was an immense man. Mon observes him, wondering how it was possible for a student to be that size. The young man seemed to be at least 3 times his build. That student was Ren, the strongest warrior of the Academy's second year and of intermediate level. Mon remembers having seen Ren many times before. Ren, in turn, says he also knows Mon. He knows his name is Mon Campbell and is very familiar with his reputation. Mon agrees. "Ah, it's good that you know me, Ren." At the same time, he thinks that in the original memories of this body's owner, someone like Ren truly existed. He was one of the strongest in the second year. Last semester, he had already advanced to the second stage quite early, and now he was at the intermediate level of that same stage. Ren seemed like a complicated opponent, as he was evolving and becoming stronger and stronger in a short amount of time. The instructor then shouts to the two, "Both of you shake hands. After that, bow to each other and choose your weapons." Mon comments, "Go easy on me, Ren." Ren replies, "I'll go easy on you. Don't worry, he'll go easy, alright?" He's going to grab the hammer and finish Mon off. Meanwhile, Ariel observes everything, very curious to understand why Mon is participating in that class. She doesn't understand why he is participating in this, and right from the start. Mon had the chance to fight Ren, but the one who truly wanted to face him was Ariel. Ariel considers him one of the strongest, and really wanted to fight him, but unfortunately, she won't get that chance. If she fought Mon, she would defeat him easily. However, she notices that many students are placing bets on the outcome of the fight, whether Mon will win or lose, and this catches her attention. She observes that the bets revolve around who will be victorious, Mon or Ren. Many of them comment that the battle's outcome is obvious, predicting that Mon will probably lose. Some even mock him, saying that Mon only knows how to flirt with girls and has never fought in his life, and that's why he will be easily defeated. One of the boys leading the betting comments, hold on, everyone. I know very well that the power difference between them is enormous, but I didn't say we'd bet on who will be the winner or the loser. That's not what we're betting on," he continues. "Actually, we're going to bet on time. How long will Mon Campbell last? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? You can choose any time you want. Whoever guesses correctly takes everything. The rule is very simple. So, who's in?" As the boy explains, everyone gets excited to bet, suggesting times like 5, 2, or even 1 minute. The general belief is that Mon wouldn't last even a single minute. Ariel sees a business opportunity in this. She thinks that wretched Mon Campbell will probably take a punch and fall to the ground, and with that, she can triple her money. She then asks, "Master, what do you think about this?" Her master, who resides in her magic ring, replies, "I don't understand much about the strength of warriors, but I can sense that Mon Campbell is becoming increasingly different from how he used to be." "He's becoming different?" Ariel asks. Her master replies, "Yes, it seems he has evolved." Ariel ponders, could it be that this Mon Campbell has really evolved and become stronger? Suddenly someone shouts that they will bet 200 reais. It was none other than Ariel herself. She announces that she bets 200 reais that Mon Campbell will lose within 10 minutes. Ariel believes Mon will lose in 10 minutes and thinks to herself, no matter how much this Mon Campbell has improved, he won't be able to defeat Ren. Against him, there's probably no victory. But if he's not that weak, he should last about 10 minutes. And when that happens, I'll be the winner in the end, tripling my money. Ariel was very happy with these thoughts. She imagined she could eat even more, perhaps a whole chicken or even more cakes every day. The idea seemed wonderful to her. Meanwhile, in the arena, Mon and Ren were choosing their weapons and talking. Ren, however, was immersed in his own thoughts. Mon Campbell, that's the name Lord Sasterdot mentioned before, he reflected. He continued to ponder. For my lord to hate a human as weak as Mon Campbell, that's truly unexpected. At the same time, Mon was looking for a weapon, analyzing his opponent. With that physique and muscular strength, the longer the fight drags on, the greater my disadvantage will be. Furthermore, his condition seems extremely stable and healthy. I need to not only resolve this quickly, but also find a way to break his balance and force him to expose himself. In that case, the best thing to do is to take him down as quickly as possible. After a few minutes, the two were finally ready to start the fight. Ren wielded a giant sword, while Mon chose 2 daggers, planning to use his speed against his opponent's brute force. With a firm and confident air, Ren questioned Mon, "Are you going to use such small weapons? Why don't you pick up something a bit bigger?" Mon calmly replied, "I'll use the daggers. Swords are too heavy for me, and I don't know how to use them. I'm already quite accustomed to these." "All right," Ren said. "If you want to use such a weak weapon, go ahead, but prepare yourself for battle." Right, Mon interrupted. "But before we begin, I have a question for you. Ren, your physique truly impresses me. I imagine it's the result of many years of training, isn't it?" Ren confirmed, saying that he had been training since he was little. "I see," Mon said. "Actually, I brought this up without any special intention. I just wanted to ask." Ren thought to himself, I remember hearing someone say that exercising just the right amount attracts people of the opposite sex, but excessive training ends up attracting people of the same sex. Looking at this guy and his well-built body, it's truly a curious situation. Then, Mon asked directly, "Ren, have you never had a girlfriend? Or any girl who liked you?" The question hit Ren hard, as in fact, no girl had ever approached him, and he had never had a girlfriend. The provocation made him determined to finish Mon for touching on such a personal matter. An aura of power, similar to that of a Super Saiyan, began to emanate from Ren as he thought, how did he know all of this? Don't tell me he knows my true identity. His thoughts continued to race. Wait a minute. Now I get it. He has some way of perceiving the divine grace hidden within me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a target of my lord. Therefore, in any case, I cannot let him leave here alive. This guy is nothing more than a noble who doesn't even know how to truly fight. In the Academy's history, accidental deaths in duels are not uncommon. They've happened before. All I need to do is crush his skull before the professor can react. Meanwhile, Mon also thought, this Ren, he took the bait. His murderous intent is evident. It seems he truly got quite furious. The professor then announced, prepare to fight. Fight. Immediately, Ren begins to use his magic. He declares that he needs a single blow to finish off Mon and that he will use all his strength. However, Mon attacks first. Using Shadow Step, a technique he learned from the assassin, he moves much faster. Mon advances on Ren so swiftly that his opponent cannot react in time. Ren still tries to counterattack, but it is too late. Mon's attack reaches him, about to knock him down. All that can be seen is the smoke raised by Mon's attack. Ariel and all the other students are very surprised, as they had never seen Mon truly attack someone before. The blow destroys the shirt Ren was wearing, leaving only a few light marks on his body. The professor announces, "The winner is Mon Campbell!" The students begin to whisper among themselves, "What happened? It was too fast. It was over in an instant." "We were talking about Ren, one of the strongest guys in the academy. How was he defeated? This Mon Campbell, he's really a scoundrel." Ariel's master is also surprised. She comments to her apprentice that the boy is very skilled. He is not only fast, but also agile and intelligent, lacking only a bit of physical strength. The master then asks, "Hey, Ariel, don't you usually talk a lot? Why are you so quiet, not saying anything?" Ariel simply replies, "No, I can't accept this. It was 200 reais, a full 200 reais." She is completely paralyzed by having lost the bet. In her thoughts, despair grows. The money for food for the next 2 weeks. It's just gone. Ariel then starts to scream and cry, "That damned Mon Campbell, give me back my money!" And she continues crying inconsolably. Mon, however, turns to Ren and calls out, "Hey, brother Ren, take this." He throws a small bag of money to Ren and explains, "Here are 500 reais. It's to compensate for your clothes since I destroyed them. And another thing, what I said before about you not being successful with women was on purpose, to provoke you. I never intended to say something foolish to you." Mon continues, "On the contrary, your muscles are well defined and are living proof that your training truly paid off. Training done day after day. Whether women like it or not, I don't know. But as a man, I see that both your beauty and your discipline are demonstrated in these muscles, and I find that very impressive. As for girlfriends and such, I understand. If you don't have one now, it's just because the right person hasn't appeared yet. Or someone appeared but didn't value you properly. In the future, someone will probably value you very well." What was that? Mon is simply winning the battle. He gave the man some money to buy a new shirt and even uttered kind words. As Mon walks away, he thinks he might have been a bit embarrassed in public. However, he gave the man the money, who would need a new shirt, and also said the right words so that he wouldn't hold a grudge and try to kill him in the future. Mon continues to reflect that, perhaps later, it would be a good idea to invite that man to join his team, as someone with such talent would be a great addition. Ren, in turn, says in a low voice, "Someone who proposes to appreciate me." He continues in a dark manner, "This Mon Campbell doesn't understand my pain. How could a spoiled rich kid by birth understand me?" The scene changes. It is already late, and several good hours have passed since morning. Someone knocks on the door. It is Moon. A voice invites him in. He is in the alchemy club, the potions group. Moon says, "Senior, I've arrived for class." Then, we see that he became completely embarrassed. The reason? The senior is wearing different clothes in the room. Moon asks, "Senior, what are you doing?" She replies that she is preparing a potion and that he just needs to wait a little bit. Oh my. This woman. Moon is shy and embarrassed. He asks about her clothes and she replies, "Oh, this is a dress I wear to sleep. I've been awake until now preparing potions, so I didn't even get proper sleep. And when I finally fell asleep, it was right here, in these clothes." We see her clothes, a style that Anne usually wears. The senior continues, saying, "Anyway, I'm the only one here in the alchemy club. There's no need to wear the academy uniform." She even strikes a small pose for Moon and asks, "And this nightgown is new? I just bought it. Does it look good or not?" Moon replies that it looks wonderful. And she really is very beautiful. We cannot deny that. Moon then asks, "This potion has a very pleasant smell. It's no wonder perfumes are made with these aromas. So, do these perfumes and potions come from here?" And Anne, the senior, replies, "That's right. But not all good potions are fragrant. Some can stink quite a bit. I usually prepare those on the terrace of the classroom building, so no one smells that horrible odor. But it will still take a little while for this potion to be ready. In the meantime, we can start the class." Moon replies, "All right then," and she begins to give Moon a lesson on the chemical elements and the magics that exist in this world, such as metal magic, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, sound, light, shadow, poison, soul, illusion, 5 senses, stars, primordial energy, tenebrous space. I cannot finish reading this part because there is a mountain in front, which complicates the reading. Meanwhile, our dear Moon is studying. And no, he is not having private lessons with her in that sense. It's not that kind of thing. He is truly focused on his studies. After a few hours, the class ended. "All right. Thank you, Professor Anna. I'll head back to my room then." But Anna interrupts him. "Hey, wait a moment, Moon. Don't go yet." He then asks, "Why? What is it, Federana? Do you need something?" She replies that she has a small favor to ask of him. Moon, curious, asks what kind of favor it would be. At that moment, her potion is finally ready. After all that time, she comments to him, "Didn't you just say the smell was very good? So it's no problem, right? This is something I prepared just for you.
especially for you from your Federana. Surprised, Moon questions. Huh? This was made for me? Federana, didn't you say you had a potions class? That's true, but it's still a good time to talk about it now. Because you've joined our ancient alchemy group, and I also need to show you exactly what we do in the group's activities. Right, Moon, she continues, pointing to the side. Did you see those ancient books next to my desk? Half of them are part of the Academy Library's organized collection, and the other half is my personal collection. All of them are ancient records, from a remote era, about lost potions that no longer exist. In other words, something very old. She proceeds with the explanation. These are materials described in an ancient and unknown language. It's almost always possible to decipher them, but recreating the ancient potions described within them is much more difficult. This is my work here at the Academy, and also the research topic I'm developing as a student. It's my role to discover new potions and ancient potions. Moon finally understands. So that's why it's called the Ancient Magic Group. It makes sense now. Senior, since these are unknown potions made from an ancient and unknown formula, isn't it a bit dangerous to take them? Of course not. I, as your senior, am the best alchemist in the academy, and testing potions is something I do too. As she spoke, she maintained a confident and teasing pose. Relax. You don't need to worry. The potion you're holding, I've prepared it before and taken it myself, so it's perfectly safe. Based on the ingredients used in its preparation, this should be a transformation potion. Something like turning into a kitten, a puppy, or even an object. It shouldn't cause any harm to your body. Shocked, Moon asks, wait a minute, turn into a cat? A dog? That's right. Of course, this change is only an appearance. Deep down, a person's essence shouldn't change at all. After all, no rare or dangerous ingredients were used for this. The last time I drank something like this, it had no effect. Does this type of potion act differently on each person? Anna continued to speak with him. That's why, my dear and studious freshman Moon Campbell, you're going to help me, aren't you? The girl was clearly manipulating him. Somewhat shyly, Moon replied, well, senior, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the last time I got into a huge mess because of potions, I ended up with a certain trauma. I need some time to convince myself. After all, Moon had poisoned Princess Celia at the beginning of the story, an event that left him traumatized by potions. So it's not that my freshman doesn't want to help me. He just wants to receive a proper reward, doesn't he? There's no getting around you, you little boy full of ulterior motives. Come here, sit next to me. She told Moon to lie down beside her. He found the request strange, but she explained that she would give him the potion personally. Moon found himself lying on Senior Anna. Oh, what a well-behaved junior. A good boy, he doesn't even get nervous. But don't worry, the senior's potion isn't bitter, it's quite sweet. Senior, relax your body and close your eyes. Next, Anna took a funnel and positioned it near his mouth. Did you know that this potion I made is different from all the others? This one, in particular, even has a fruit flavor and scent. Today's is peach. Do you like peaches, Moon? He replied that he loved peaches. Suddenly, Senior Anna poured the entire potion into Moon's mouth. Literally the entire potion. Drink the entire potion, don't waste a single drop. Moon tried to get up, feeling that he would drown with so much liquid at once. However, Anna used her feet to hold his head. Then, she used the rest of her leg to immobilize him completely, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" She held him with an impressive grip. "You can't escape or spit it out, understood?" Moon tried to say the senior's name, but he couldn't. After a few moments, Moon finished swallowing the entire potion, almost out of breath. Finally, the senior released him. Phew, senior. You're so mean. I wasn't even prepared and you just... I warned you, didn't I? I'm a bad woman. It's your fault for trusting others too much, you cute freshman. But anyway, let's forget about that. And now, how are you feeling? Have you noticed any changes in yourself? Moon thought to himself, I don't feel any different. I don't think anything has changed, actually. Anna commented, I see. What a shame. So it had no effect at all. It was a failure. But that happens quite often. After all, restoring ancient potions has a very high failure rate. Anna stretched and told him that she had been keeping an eye on that potion all day, and now it was time to relax a bit and even get some sleep. She mentioned that she would sleep right there, and that the group's key was in the third drawer of the desk. She asked Moon to lock the door for her when he left. She lay down on the sofa and said, "Good night, Moon," and simply fell asleep there suddenly. Moon watched her for a moment, then took a coat and carefully placed it over her. He said in a low voice, "Good night, senior. You worked hard today. I'll be going now." She replied drowsily, You can go." The scene changed. Still at St. Mary Academy, we were now in the administration building, in the director's office. We saw Professor Pronk, very irritated, shouting, "Why did you shut down the grand third-level ritual without warning? Don't you think you owe me an explanation, director?" There stood the director. "Pink beer," he replied. "Of course it was because it consumes too much money. I took a look at the Academy's recent account books. Every year, just to maintain that defensive barrier, more than a fifth of the entire annual budget goes to it. Don't you think that's an absurd waste?
The professor, even more irritated, asked if that was an order from His Majesty or a personal decision by the director. Pink Beer, while smoking, said, "Is there any difference? Now I am the director of the academy, so I'm the one in charge here, Professor." The professor, full of rage, continued, "The grand third-level ritual is a fundamental structure to protect the academy's students. If you shut it down, what will happen to their safety? And don't give me that nonsense about spending money. The annual maintenance costs for the grand ritual come from nobility donations. They have absolutely nothing to do with the Academy's official budget." Pink Beer replied, "Talk less. Don't you understand yet? You're usually so smart. How can you be so naive right now? Have you ever stopped to think why they chose someone exactly like me to take over as the Academy director this year?" The professor pondered the question. Pink Beer continued, "Forget it. I won't beat around the bush anymore. My arrival already makes their position, from above, quite clear. They can no longer tolerate this overly lenient teaching method. Do you understand that, Professor?" The professor, somewhat intimidated, spoke. "But the students, they are children." Pink Beer, extinguishing his cigar, continued, "Professor, have you forgotten? I was also a student at St. Mary's Academy. In my time, despite many students dying, during that year, our generation became known as the strongest in the entire empire. And it was precisely our generation that became the foundation of the current empire. But since the great third-level ritual was constructed, how long has it been since the Academy produced students as talented as those from our era? Do you understand that, Professor? Do you really think this is a problem of talent? Or is it because we started going too easy on the students?" The professor finally replied, "But isn't all of this too fast? We could start by changing the curriculum first. We don't need to resort to something so radical." Pink Beer then said to the professor, "There's no more time." As he stood up, he continued speaking. "The original plan from above was exactly as you thought, Professor. First, to intensify the students' training for a period, and only after a month to gradually deactivate the great third-level ritual. But unfortunately, due to a certain unforeseen circumstance, all of this had to be moved up." "The unforeseen circumstance?" the professor exclaimed. "You want to know about the unforeseen circumstance, Professor?" Pink Beer asked. "Of course, I want to know what's happening," the professor replied. The director, Pink Beer, showed an object to the professor. "You know how this works, don't you? After all, you yourself taught it a long time ago." We then saw the Pact of Silence, a type of artifact whose function we do not yet know. Professor Pronk asked if it was truly necessary, a communication silencing artifact. Pink Beer confirmed he would use it. The professor then used the artifact, declaring, "I, Pronk, swear by my own life that for the rest of my days, I will never reveal to any living being about the following conversation. If I break this oath, may I die at that very instant." Now, he asked the director, Pink Beer, to do the same. All right. I know you're in a hurry, but calm down. This is much simpler than it seems," Pink Beer says. He then comments, "The evil gods have returned. And I'm not talking about those useless, strange cultists, but the true masterminds behind everything, behind all the destruction and evil." Professor Pronk, shocked, asks, "The evil gods have returned? Which one?" Pink Beer says it wasn't just one. In fact, there were two gods. He begins to draw, sketching a kind of eye and a moon, which represent the two evil gods, the king of decrepitude and the moon of silence. The professor asks, "Are you saying these two are gradually approaching from here?" "Exactly, Professor," Pink Beer confirms. "How is that possible?" the professor shouts. "Don't the evil gods live completely separated from each other, always killing each other?" "Who knows?" Pink Beer comments. "But given how actively that entity is moving and approaching, its intentions are certainly not good, probably not even wine for a friendly visit. In my opinion, those creatures want to destroy everything. It seems more like one of them perceives some weakness in the other, and now that other one is eager to attack and mercilessly beat whatever is in front of it. When they start fighting, things are going to get ugly." The professor then asks, "So, this would be a war between evil gods? Is that why you shut down the grand ritual?" Pink Beer confirms that it is, and that this also came from orders from his superiors. It is still unknown what kind of impact a war between gods of this level would have on the human world. But, compared to the students of Santa Maria, it's obvious that the priority is to ensure that thing remains sealed and well-trapped beneath the academy. Apparently, yes, there is a giant creature beneath the academy. Pink Beer continued, saying, "Withdrawing the strength from the third level to reinforce the grand ritual of the first and second levels is entirely logical. Furthermore, shutting down the Academy's protective barrier was also a way to conduct an internal purge. This way, only the best students will survive any adversity. This will filter the ranks, leaving only the best." The professor repeats, shocked. "Eliminate? Cleanse? An internal purge? What do you mean by that?" And Pink Beer replies, "In the literal sense, Professor. Furthermore, there's a traitor within the academy. Didn't you know that?" The professor asks, Followers of evil gods? Pinkbeard confirms, exactly. By all indications, tonight will be anything but peaceful at the academy. Something will probably happen. The professor shouts at Pink Bear, "Are you saying cultists are going to invade the academy tonight?" Pink Bear calmly replies, "That's right." The professor shouts once more, "Impossible. How do you know this?" While fiddling with his cigar, Pink Bear reveals, "It was me. I personally deactivated the Academy's shield and also spread rumors in the underworld. That's why I know the attack will be today. Because, in a way, I was the one who encouraged it to start." The professor shouts again, "What? You did that?" He is furious with Pink Bear, who in contrast, merely adjusts his cigar. The professor continues shouting, "Have you gone mad? It's already dawn and the students are all asleep, luring followers of evil gods into the academy without any warning. What do you think the lives of these students are?" Pink Bear replies disdainfully, "Oh, they're just a bunch of insignificants who aren't on our level. Even if this generation of students is weak, it's not possible for them to lose to a bunch of extras, is it? And if that really happens, perhaps there's no point in this academy even existing if it's training such weak students. And besides, Professor, who said I didn't warn the students? Even before coming to meet you, I had already prepared everything. An opportunity like this is rare. Aren't you curious to see how these darlings, our always protected students, will react? When they face a real life or death situation on the front lines, what will they do?" To summarize the conversation, Pink Bear deactivated the Academy's shield. There will be a horde of evil god cultists invading the Academy and killing many students. This will serve to filter the best students from the worst. The scene changes, and now we see the female dormitory of St. Mary's Academy, where a conversation is taking place. "Madam, a letter has arrived for you." The woman who received the letter asks, "Who is it from?" The answer follows, "From the director." The recipient was none other than Princess Seri, who was in her room. She begins to read the letter the director sent her. The princess is startled by the information contained in the message. It read, "Tonight, there will be an enemy attack. See? You and the little ones from the student council. Take good care of the school, okay? With love, Pinkie Pie." The eccentric signature confirmed the sender's personality. The scene changes again to a new location. We are in a secret cave in Paranti, the headquarters of the Church of True Love. We see several men, young and old, but only men, gathered to burn another man who is in the center of the group. He looks like a wizard, but he is not. The cultists shout in unison, "Burn this traitor! Burn the infidel! Burn him!" We see the man hanging from a stake, about to be burned, while the others celebrate around him. However, one of them, who appears to be the leader, shouts for everyone to be silent and begins to speak. "First talk, man of the Church of True Love. Only love between people of the same sex is true. Relationships with the opposite sex are heresy. It is exactly as you understood. One can only love people of the same sex, not the opposite sex." The leader continued his speech, addressing the prisoner. "And in this last month, you not only helped an 80-year-old lady cross the street with her groceries, but you also sharpened your own kitchen knife with your own hands. And, on top of that, in less than a month, you spoke with that childhood friend of yours more than 3 times. Yes, the man was being burned for crimes considered basic by that sect." The leader continued, his voice heavy with disappointment. "We were both the first to receive the good news of the God of Love. I always considered you the dearest person, the one I trusted most. And now look at you. You let your hair grow long, shaved your beard. You abandoned everything we had." The man who was to be burned replied with resignation, "There is nothing left to say. Just do it." The leader then asked if he had any last words, and faced with silence, gave the order to set the condemned man on fire. The man begins to catch fire, his entire body engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the leader weeps silently, in contrast to the murmuring of the crowd. One of the men comments, "What a terrible fate for the pair." Another adds with contempt, "This heretic, may he take all his past with him and go to hell." The leader's assistant approaches and informs, "High Priest, the execution has been completed." The leader, who had been weeping discreetly, raises his voice and shouts for all to hear, "Brothers, today, besides punishing the traitor Teve, I have something important to announce to everyone." He then bellows, "Ren, step forward." Ren steps forward and replies, "Understood." Ren is, in fact, the Academy's traitor, a member of this cult. The group's doctrine is peculiar. They believe in relationships only between people of the same sex. Within their society, anyone who does not follow this belief is considered an outcast and can even be executed. The leader continues with his announcement. "Not long ago, the great God of love granted me a divine revelation. The holy war has begun. The source of all evil is hidden in that filthy academy, Santa Maria. In the past, because of the barrier that protected it, we had no chance. But now, according to reliable information, the wall that hindered us has disappeared. Ren will guide us into the academy and initiate the glorious holy war." Upon hearing this, all the men begin to shout in unison, "Death, death! Death to those who study at Santa Maria Academy." Ready to invade the academy, they await the final order from their leader, who bellows, "Advance! Kill that wretch who dared to profane our Lord. Kill Moon Campbell." It becomes clear that this group are the cultists of the god of love. Since Moon killed Urka, who was the god's vessel, they now hate him and seek his death. Ren, being part of this cult, is the missing piece to connect the events, revealing the nature of this sect that preaches relationships only between people of the same sex. Outside, we see two other people, and it is not clear whether they belong to the cult or not. One of them asks, "Are you sure this bunch of lunatics won't cause any trouble?" The other replies, "The followers of that god of corruption are all like this." But that's precisely why, when it comes to making accusations, they are the experts. The first character says, "Well, then all we can do is hope everything goes well. Let's get out of here quickly." The scene shifts. It's dawn at Santa Maria Academy, and several hours have passed. Outside, members of the cult of the god of love are moving about. Meanwhile, Moon is lying in bed in a deep sleep. He notices his body is very hot, as if he had a fever, but suddenly wakes up in a completely different place. In this new location, it has started to rain, and he is completely naked. Before him, Moon spots a giant moon and hears someone whispering very close by. The voice says, "It all began with me. From the beginning, it was false. My face, my identity, my voice. From start to finish, everything was gone. It was all just a wait until the end arrived, until death descended. It was only for a small personal amusement, nothing more." Then, a figure emerges behind Moon, holding him and continuing to speak. "In my eyes, you were like a handout, a little dog wagging its tail just for a bit of food. Someone I manipulated as I pleased. An existence I could discard at any moment whenever I grew tired. But then why? When I deliberately tried to drive you away, when I intentionally shamed you, when I even showed you my darkest side, you still chose to stay by my side. Human feelings. I don't understand." The creature behind Moon has scales all over its body, resembling a mermaid. It holds him firmly as it continues. "Even if I don't believe, you know, don't you, that day when I told you that no matter what I became, no matter what I was, whether human or monster, that you wouldn't hate me, that you wouldn't abandon me, I was truly happy. So I did what I should have done." Suddenly, the woman plunges her hand into Moon's chest, tearing out his heart while he is still alive. She then says, "This is the greatest return, the greatest gift I can give for my love for you." We see Moon falling to the ground without his heart. We also see a part of this mermaid's tail, and she continues saying, "I cannot change my destiny. The only thing I can do is devour your heart." Then, we see the woman's entire body. She has a very long mermaid body, with features that somewhat resemble a dragon. She says, "Let's go together, under the glow of this moon. Let's sink together." Moon then wakes up from this nightmare with a start. Yes, all of it was a nightmare. He dreamed of a murderous mermaid, but we soon realize that Moon's body is different. His physical appearance, his body structure, no longer corresponds to that of a young man. He then says to himself, "Again, that damned prophetic dream again. Last time I dreamed I was being dismembered, but now they tore out my heart. Am I going to go through every form of torture within my dreams? How will I endure this?" He gets up, and the camera remains focused on his body. "Never mind. I'll look into this later and research it in the black book. It will probably help me." Moon continues walking towards the bathroom, thinking aloud, "I'm completely soaked, all wet. I'd better take a shower first, otherwise I might even catch a cold, and that will give me a headache." Upon finally looking in the mirror, Moon was startled. He was now a woman. And you must be wondering, how did Moon turn into a woman just like that? Was it the dream? The nightmare? It was the potion from Senior Anna that he drank yesterday. The potion took effect today and temporarily transformed him into a woman. He brought his hand to one of his breasts to check if it was real and then shouted, Is this me?" He let out a very loud scream that echoed through the female dormitory in a feminine voice, and only then realized that he had truly turned into a woman. This body, these wonderful golden curls. Who would have thought? Even I, a young master, look adorable as a girl. "Capriel, are you there?" Moon touched his own breasts again, noticing that they were quite heavy and large. He thought, the touch feels like a water balloon, but my body feels nothing. It's as I imagined. It's all fake. But then Moon started to reason and understood what was happening. He remembered Senior Anna, who had given him that potion. Suddenly, Moon heard the sound of a distant explosion and realized something was wrong. An explosion inside the academy? She opened the door, thinking, this is St. Mary's Academy, one of the safest places in the Empire. If there's an explosion, it can't be good. Looking at the door, Moon was startled. It was the cultists of the evil god, and they were there to capture him. The invaders threw her onto the bed, where she landed in a delicate position. Moon asked, "Who are you?" At that moment, the prominent curves of her new body were noticeable. The cult leader's assistant spoke. "Didn't they say this was Moon Campbell's room? Where is he?" The man behind him confirmed, "This is room 526. "That's right. This is the place. The assistant, who seemed to be the group's leader, retorted, I don't care if it's right or not. The question is, where is he? All I see here is a pretty blonde girl, Moon quickly reasoned. Their target was him, but they didn't recognize him because he was now a woman. One of the men said he already understood the situation and approached Moon, stating, this girl is probably Moon Campbell's girlfriend. That guy is a big womanizer. He's dated over 50 girls according to the school newspaper, and it's fake news. The assistant grabbed Moon tightly, pointing at her face and saying, Miss Blonde, tell us where Moon Campbell is. Or else, Moon replied, I don't know. The assistant questioned, you don't know? So you're not his girlfriend, are you? Why are you in this room? Moon, disguised, replied that she was Moon Campbell's cousin. Funny, isn't it? She explained that she entered St. Mary's Academy this year, and her dormitory wasn't ready yet, so she would stay in Moon's room for a while. Until her dormitory was ready, the assistant said, you're his cousin? If that's the case, tie her up. We'll use her as a hostage to lure Moon Campbell out. Moon reacted, surprised. What? She ended up in such a cute position. I love it when the story makes characters look cute, especially Moon, who is a woman at this moment. The scene shifts and we see the outside of St. Mary's Academy, with several cultists and the academy students fighting against them. Some use swords, others magic. We also see Pinkbeer and the training professor, Tarina. Pinkbeer commented, phew, the students reacted quickly after all. Apparently, St. Mary's Academy isn't as useless as I thought. Professor Tarina reprimanded him. Why did you do something so risky without informing any professors beforehand? If a student had gotten hurt, how would you take responsibility for that, Director? Pinkbeer replied, unconcerned. Calm down, calm down. They're just some second-rate fanatics. You can look at this as training for our students. I trust that girl can handle everything. And besides, if there were a worse unforeseen event, all of you are here, the best professors in the Empire. All of you are supreme authorities in your areas of magic. You're not going to tell me you're afraid of some small fry like those down there, are you? We see that there are many different professors, some who haven't even been introduced yet. Pinkbeer leaned his foot against the wall and said, since nothing else happened, I, as the Academy Director, will go back to my beauty sleep. And with that, the director prepared to go to sleep while the students were fighting against the cultists. Pinkbeer jumps down from above, bidding farewell. See you later, teachers and my dear students. Professor Tarina turns to another professor. How could you not stop such an absurd thing? You let Pinkbeer toy with the students' lives. Do you realize that? Prong replies, do you think I didn't try to go against him? He came at me much earlier. At that moment, someone shouts Moon Campbell's name. The teachers, students, and everyone in the academy hear the call. The one shouting using a loudspeaker, which is quite strange considering they are in a somewhat medieval era with magic, is the leader of the cultists. He announces, second-year student of St. Mary's Academy, Moon Campbell, appear here immediately. We see that the one captured there is Moon in his female version, and if you notice, Moon's chest is larger than his head. The cultist leader continues, look who I have here in my hands, Moon Campbell. It's your cousin. If she's important to you, then come save her. And if you want to save her, stop acting like a coward and come out from where you're hiding. We only see that Moon is somewhat embarrassed, shy, not knowing what to do. The leader insists, if you're a real man, then appear here in front of me. I'll be waiting for you. But in his mind, Moon is thinking, waiting for what? The Moon Campbell you're looking for is right here. Damn it, I should have reacted much earlier. I thought this was a stupid prank among students, but who would have thought someone would actually have the guts to invade St. Mary's Academy? At that exact moment, someone landed a powerful punch on one of the cultists' men. It was none other than Leah. Beside Leah was Ariel, her sister, and one of the main MCs of the story. Leah asked if Ariel hadn't gotten hurt, and she replied that she was fine, adding that she heard someone loudly calling Moon Campbell's name. Ariel then questioned, these fanatics, do they have something to do with that guy? That jerk? However, Ariel noticed something that would completely change her life forever. She ran off, while Leah shouted her name, asking her not to stray. Ignoring the warning, Ariel shouted back, Leah, fall back to the student council formation. I'm going to take care of something and I'll be right back. As she ran amidst the chaos, with magic explosions and students fighting cultists, Ariel thought to herself, who would have thought, she reflected, that soft golden hair, those deep blue eyes, and those absurd curves. I can't believe there was such a beautiful girl here in the academy. The girl Ariel was thinking of, and whom she was going to save, was none other than the MC Moon in his female version. Ariel was very determined to save the girl she found so beautiful and shouted, don't be afraid, my beauty. Ariel has arrived to save you. Will Ariel try to date Moon's female version, unaware that it's the same person she despises so much? Meanwhile, Ariel simply knocked down everyone in her path. It didn't matter if they were cultists or students. She forced her way through. The scene then shifts to the senior, Anna. She realized that the blonde girl was, in fact, the freshman Moon Campbell. The potion probably worked, but she didn't expect Moon to transform into a woman. and with that bone weapon, he, or rather she, hurt a lot of people. You truly never let anyone get bored. The scene shifts once more, now to the student council room. One of the assistants was reporting the situation. The third and fourth year council members have already secured the main entrance and the central courtyard. The second year is still engaging the enemies, and most of the invaders are concentrating near the male dormitory. As of now, there are no casualties. However, as she spoke, the assistant noticed something. There was something very strange at the center of the academy. A hostage was being held there, protected by several very strong men. Meanwhile, Seri was calmly drinking tea. However, she caught the attention of her assistant. As she drank, she said, "Take the elite of the Advanced Year Council and eliminate these threats at the center of the academy and in the dormitory. Remember, the priority is to safely rescue the hostages." Seri's assistant replied that she understood and would carry out the order. However, she also asked, "And you, President, what will you do?" Seri merely told her to go ahead, as she needed to resolve a very important matter right now. As soon as the assistant left the room, it became clear that Seri was not alone. Someone else was there. A shadow of some kind was hiding, observing. Seri then said, "You infiltrated this room over half an hour ago, so that you could act without worries. I already sent my assistant away. Will you continue to hide there in the shadows? Or will you come out, intruder?" Seri placed the cup back on the table. At that moment, the shadow advanced to attack her. Who would have thought? Yet another person who wanted to kill Seri. I know you are eager for the continuation, but we will have to stop here. You will have to wait 2 more months for the story's continuation. Leave a comment below rating this story from 0 to 10. It's quite different from the others because the girls are very daring.